Well, hello everybody, and a very, very warm welcome to you all to your Alpha live stream of round 3 of the 2020 Whilton Mill Kart Club Series of Championships, coming, of course, from Whilton Mill Kart Circuit, just outside of Daventry in Northamptonshire, England. My name is Howard Mitchell. I'm from Double Dash Motorsport Media, and well, it's always a pleasure and a privilege to join you to talk you through the action here at the WMKC. But I'll be straight with you. This is my first comms fixture on real-world racing action in quite a number of months, so it is a particular pleasure to be joining you here today to talk you through the action, and I hope this stream finds you all happy and healthy out there. Well, we got 2 rounds of the WMKC in January and February of this year, and then the world went a bit topsy-turvy on us, didn't it? But we're back for racing action, and if there is a silver lining to look for in the clouds, how about this? The need to comply with COVID-19 related precautions here means that the racing action is more evenly distributed over a Saturday and a Sunday, and thus so is our streaming action. So we're here with you on a Saturday, and we will be with you here tomorrow as well to give you all the racing action, and you are more than welcome along for the ride. Right now, we are just coming to the end of a session of quite an exciting series that we're going to be talking about a bit today. The MightE series, a really interesting and exciting initiative in Bambino karts. They're actually out for the first of their races today at the moment. It's Maximilian Eberhardt who's leading. Actually, it's not, excuse me, it's Jake Beecroft who has just got to the head of the field in the 42 kart. So these are all electric go-karts, as I say. We'll talk about these, I'm sure, quite a bit today. 72-volt brushless DC motors powering these Bambino spec electric karts, generating 3.5 kilowatts the motors are. That's, I'm just going to do some quick mental math, that's just shy of 5 horsepower, I think, for those who prefer that. And they're going around now. Just over a minute left to run of this one. Jake Beecroft in the lead, Maximilian Eberhardt right with him, and Luke Millward in 3rd place. And coverage on the Saturday giving us the opportunity here. Oh, as we join right into the action here, this is going into the boot section. Still Beecroft in 1st, but I think that was Eberhardt holding off an attack to hold on to 2nd there. This, of course, one of the big perks of us being here, able to give coverage on the Saturday, is we're going to be able to show you the Bambino class today, a class that we've not really been able to show you too much in recent seasons of the WMKC, except for the Bambino festival events. So really good that we're able to show you the youngest drivers in the UK karting scene, aged 6 to 8 years of age, these drivers. And at the moment, Jake Beecroft is leading what I believe I'm correct in saying is the inaugural heat race of MightE at this circuit. Here is the battle for 2nd place, though. Maximilian Eberhardt with Luke Millward running behind him in 3rd place. And here is Beecroft, and he's going to come round, I believe, to start the final lap at this point. Indeed he does, so he goes on to the last lap then, does Jake Beecroft. And yeah, apologies folks that we weren't with this one from the start. We will talk more about MightE as the day goes on. As I say, this is the first of 4 appearances they're going to make today. This is the battle for 2nd, Eberhardt versus Millward. Through Inkermans they're going to go. And that's a good opportunity for Millward coming down into Ashby, but he ducks out of that one. Doesn't want to, you know, he needs to be decisive when he does make the move. How about into Osiers? No opportunity there. So I think we need to indeed pick up this young man here. Jake Beecroft is going to come into the boot here, and he's going to come round these last couple of apexes to take the win in Heat 1 of the MightE Bambino series. There he is across the line. It's a win for Jake Beecroft to get us started here. Maximilian Eberhardt holds off Luke Millward for 2nd place. And then it's Jensen Thomas in 4th, Morgan Weston will finish 5th, or has finished 5th, excuse me, has now crossed the line. And it's slightly further back, but we will expect next to cross the line to be Scarlett Percox in 6th, Jack Freeman in 7th. Interesting battle going on for 8th here on the last lap between William Dearden and Rhys David Richardson. That is Imogen Summerfield, who's just crossed the line, and Harry Stinson crosses the line. That's classification of 10th and 11th. Here is the battle then. And it does change around on the last lap. So it was Jack Freeman 6th, 7th for William Dearden, Rhys David Richardson in 8th, 9th. Oh, Scarlett Percox is taken to the pits, but I think has been classified in 9th, 10th for Imogen Summerfield, Harry Stinson in 11th, and I'm not sure Jensen Ackerman. I'm not sure he was able to start. Oh, that would explain it. There we go. Clearly some kind of mechanical, although I use mechanical in a slightly different sense here in an all-electric series. Potentially, that's an amazing recovery technique there. I'm loving that. That's a good point. Yes. I'm not sure these have regen capabilities, but if they did, this would be very interesting. But yeah, no, I don't want to take away from this in any way. I'm a massive... anyone who maybe listens to myself and Andrew Mather on our Double Dash Motorsport Media podcast knows I'm a huge fan of electric motorsport and electrified propulsion in general. So I'm looking forward to talking about that. Next, however, we are going to go into our IAME Cadet Heat 1. Here we go then. Let's give you a grid then for our Heat 1 of IAME Cadets. Ryan Gill will start this one from pole with Daniel Amore alongside him. Jesse Phillips will start from third with Jack Mowat alongside, and then row 3 is going to be Zach Green with Freddie LaRosa. Joseph Katzentunis and Archie Lovett are row 4. Row 5 is going to be Fred Green and Jack Poole. Danny Bonner and Charlie Hart on row 6. Row 7 is going to be Ollie Hart with Oscar Cartmail alongside. Laith Khan and Freddie Housley make up row 8. Row 9 will be Max Mason and... row 9 will be Max Mason and Evan Cooley-Wilkes. Sebastian Mins and Chad Lehman make up row 10. Row 11 is Micah Taylor and Ethan Woodward. Ty Medja and Macaulay Bishop make up row 12. And then Lawrence Finn rounds out your 25 kart field for this one. So they will be taking to the track in just a moment for their 8-minute heat, plus a lap, roughly speaking. So each class, we've got 5 classes in action for you today. We've got all of the Bambino and Cadet classes here today. That's 5 classes that we're going to have. So your drivers are aged between 6 and 13 years of age here today. And then tomorrow's action will see the juniors, the junior and senior classes. And of course, this is all part of this spreading out the action here, the racing action across the weekend is all about compliance, obviously, with the precautions we're having to take around the COVID-19 situation. But as I say, it does, for us as viewers, for this streaming, it does give us the advantage that we're able to bring you the Bambino classes. And that means that we're able to see stuff like the MightE class that you just saw out on the field. So this could be very interesting. Macaulay Bishop, of course, last year's champion in this. Your championship leader coming into this is Archie Clark, not on this grid. Macaulay Bishop is, though, as we get ready to go away here. Ryan Gill on pole. Here we go then. Let's go racing. Away we go. Oh, and that's an instant restart there. Something up there, I think. Although they do seem to be going fairly rapidly there through. No, it is called as a full start. There we go. Yeah. Full start. So they'll form up again. There is the full start flag at the marshal post just to the right of your shot there. The downward yellow chevron shape telling the drivers to go from green flag down to yellow flag conditions. Just wanted to tempt us a little bit longer before we see a fully fledged race start here. amongst the IAME Cadets. So this is the first of 3 heats they'll do, all to decide the points and thus the order that they'll start the final in. But there are championship points on offer for this. Ryan Gill leads them away in the 34 kart. That's on the right of shot as you look at it. Pole is on the left-hand side of the grid as the drivers look at it here. So it's Daniel Amore alongside in the 41 kart. And we are go for the IAME Cadets final here. 8-minute final. Away we go. We've got a slight issue towards the back there for Lawrence Finn, but hopefully he'll be able to get underway. As up the hill they come for the first time, and it looks to me like Ryan Gill's been able to hold on here as they go 3 abreast, 4 abreast. Goodness me, it's good to be back racing with some cadets, isn't it? They always give a spectacular start here as there's a challenge here for the lead. And that to me looked like it was Jesse Phillips, if I clocked the number correctly there. Indeed it is Jesse Phillips then to the head of the field. This is a very talented young man. I first got to commentate, I believe the first time I commentated Jesse was in a Rye House IKR event last year. Led the championship at that point. So I immediately clocked that he was a very rapid driver, and here he is straight to the head of the field. And indeed, at the end of lap 1 then, it is Jesse Phillips ahead of Ryan Gill. Zach Green has managed to get up to 3rd place. Jack Mowat in 4th, and Micah Taylor has had a brilliant start in 5th. Look at this though, it's battle for 2nd place between Gill and Zach Green, and Green has got through there up into 2nd place as they come through Inkermans and down into Ashby. Is Gill going to have an opportunity to come back? No, he's not. I believe behind them as well, Micah Taylor has got past Jack Mowat as well for 4th place. So Taylor really on the move here, up 10 places in the first lap, and now looking to work his way up the top 5 here. Good starts as well for Ethan Woodward and Macaulay Bishop, both up 8 places on that one. As into the boot here, there's a challenge from Taylor on to Ryan Gill. He'll get the switchback, but he's been balked in that attempt, and it's allowed the number 50 of Charlie Hart to arrive on the scene there and get himself straight up into 3rd place. Here we come then, on to lap 3. Zach Green starting to eat into the lead of Jesse Phillips there. It's just down to half a second now. We're looking here at the battle over 3rd place, although Charlie Hart is gesturing to the drivers behind him to say, let's work together here to keep in touch with the top 2, and well, he might. The 12 on the 41 is Joseph Katzentonis getting past Daniel Amore there as they go through the top part of the circuit, but they're still, I'm not sure they've fully finished negotiating over that spot. They do now work themselves out. We're here in the frantic MIG pack as well. Fred Green versus Macaulay Bishop. Macaulay Bishop in the number 9 tries down the inside, and he's got a nice tidy move there in Osiers as they come onto the back straight. That was nicely done there by Macaulay Bishop. Opportunity here to score good points in this championship today. Jesse Phillips still leads. The lead has come down very slightly between himself and Zach Green, but I think Green's just keeping him honest for now. Still plenty of time to go in this one. This is the 23 of Jack Mowat, currently running in 6th place. Ollie Hart is going to have a look at him in the 99 kart, and he's got by, and is it going to allow Katzentonis through as well? Yes, it is. Good opportunism there from Katzentonis, and a good setup for the move from Ollie Hart there as they work their way through. And now there's further attention that Jack Mowat has to deal with there, as the 83 of Ethan Woodward, who's having a really good race so far, working his way up through the field. Frantic battling in the mid-pack as we cut back to the head of the field, and well we might, because Zach Green has now really reeled in the 26 of Jesse Phillips. Here it is, the lead battle of your race. Jesse Phillips in 1st in the 26, Zach Green in the 53, and Charlie Hart's trying to come in with them as well, and he's doing so because he's just set the fastest lap of the race so far, a 53.02. So this is going to get interesting as we've got a kart stricken at the side of the road there. I'll try and get who that is for you. I've got a horrible feeling that might be Freddie LaRosa as he's dropped down the order. But we'll keep our attention here. There's a contact warning on Macaulay Bishop working his way up through the field, so clearly doing some kind of move that wasn't quite as clean as the overtaken Osiers we saw a moment ago. As down the inside for 2nd place goes Charlie Hart and gets the move done. Pretty much a carbon copy of what we saw Macaulay Bishop do actually a moment ago, and that means that Charlie Hart now takes on the baton of chasing Phillips, our race leader, as they come round to start lap number 6. Here we go then. Love how close cadet racing is. Got the IAME Cadets. We will have the Honda Cadets as well later on. Here we go, nose to tail, the top 3 up the hill towards Christmas Corner. Charlie Hart down the inside of Jesse Phillips for the race lead, gets the job done, and Zach Green is going to follow through as well. So that's Jesse Phillips down to 3rd place now. I don't know about anyone else, but I've slightly missed this. This is a fantastic way to get us going here. Down into Ozier as they go, and already Charlie Hart just has a little bit of breathing space here over the chasing Green and Phillips. But that can be reeled in. Well, very obviously it can be reeled in. In fact, that's a good middle sector there, as it is the 16 that's stricken at the side of the road, and that I believe is Freddie LaRosa. Indeed it is. So unfortunate for LaRosa. Hopefully we'll see him come back later in the other heats, and indeed the eventual final. Up the hill towards Christmas Corner then. Still 2.5 minutes to go of this one. Charlie Hart has had a fantastic rise up through the field in this race. Through Ashby Corner they go. For anyone who's been to Whilton Mill before, you may know that we are using the international layout here. They'll fly through the left-hander of Wilkins and then downhill braking into Ozier's Corner, trying to get a late exit onto the back straight and heading towards the boot section. So called because from above you'll never guess what it looks like. Here they are going around the toe of the boot, and then they will go through Paddock Corner, which curves not quite so harsh there as they were at some points last season. On to a new lap. Joseph Katsantonis has got past Ryan Gill on that lap for 5th place, and there's good battling still in the mid-pack here with Freddie Housley and Ethan Woodward getting past Jack Mowat on that lap for 9th and 10th respectively. In fact, you just saw in the background there Micah Taylor now coming under pressure from Joseph Katsantonis as well. So there's good battling throughout. Here is Micah Taylor. Katsantonis is in the 12, and then Ryan Gill is staying with them in the 34 there. So we've got two little triple trios of drivers at the front of this field for 1st, 2nd and 3rd, and then 4th, 5th and 6th respectively. Less than a minute to go now on the clock. Can Katsantonis set up an opportunity? It's difficult to set up the opportunity into the last corner for Paddock. Not impossible. Got to get a good run out of the boot though. You maybe need to set up the corner. The final sector here at Whilton Mill is all about stringing those corners together nicely to set yourself up. And here we go. Here's Katsantonis into Christmas Corner. Oh, and there's a little bit of a nudge there as well, and that allowed Ryan Gill to get through as well. I was slightly, I do feel for Micah Taylor there. There's just slight, tiny little inch perfect, or inch imperfect in that particular situation, moments that just threw him sideways. There's no malice in that. At the front, still nice and close though between our top 3. Charlie Hart still leads, Zach Green and then Jesse Phillips, and they are nice and close together, whereas this 4th, 5th and 6th group has spread out slightly. Here we go, here they are. On to the last lap then. Who's going to take the win now? There's no point working together at this stage. What's going to happen here? Traffic gets out the way, that's good. Heads up driving, sorry, that's not traffic getting out the way, that's Jesse Phillips having a good pass there on Zach Green. Excuse me, something went a bit awry there for Zach Green just as he was going through Oblivion and the Crook, the first 2 corners. So that's given Jesse Phillips the opportunity here to challenge Charlie Hart. Can he get onto the back of Hart though? That change for 2nd place that happened just at the start of the lap then. He is gaining a bit though, you've got to say. Ozier's, here we go, and then onto the back straight they will go. Charlie Hart in your number 50 kart. Who is going to win your first IAME Cadet heat of the day? I think Hart would have to get something rather wrong from now here on in, because he's going to come round the last corner there of Paddock and cross the line to take the win in IAME Cadets heat number 1 for round 3 of the 2020 Whilton Mill Kart Club Championship. Jesse Phillips will finish 2nd, Zach Green in 3rd, Joseph Katsantonis finishes a good rise up through the field in 4th, 5th for Ryan Gill, Micah Taylor in 6th, 7th for Ollie Hart, Freddie Housley in 8th, 9th is Fred Green, and Ethan Woodward in 10th. I'm I'm just going to have a look down there. Something went wrong for Macaulay Bishop because he was rising up through the field. He is in the pits. He's showing us in the pits. So mechanical issue there for Macaulay Bishop, and unfortunately Freddie LaRosa didn't finish that one either. So unfortunate there for those two drivers. But a good win there as we look next to go into our first heat for the Honda Cadets. Let's talk you through the grid then for Honda Cadets Heat 1 for round 3 here at Whilton Mill. Charlie Mills will start this one on pole with Joshua Bugembi alongside Lucy Whilton, and Harry Friel will make up row 2. Row 3 is Harrison Morrow and Marley Pereo. Jack Price and Riley Bishop are on row 4. Row 5 is Frankie Smedley and Adam Hill. Row 6 will be Ashton Wiggins and Finley Fishburne. Row 7 is going to be Hayden Gray and Jacob Lee. Dalton Hayward and Sebastian Tuzio make up row 8. Row 9 will be Alfie Smith and Oliver Meek. Rounding out your top 20 on row 10 is going to be Aris Majauskas and Joshua Smith. Callum Ghosh and Rocco Leon Shenton are row 11. Row 12 will be Hugh Roach and Jake Schulz, and then Oliver Gibson and Felix Smedley will make up row 13. Row 14 will be Jensen Pugh and Bella Brown. Harry Higgs and Thomas Percox rounding out your top 30. And then it'll be Ethan Weldon and Callum Wilson rounding out your healthy-sized 32-car grid there for your Honda Cadets Heat 1 final. And just as they're getting ready in the pit lane, I am going to have a little look at how the championship standings are currently here in our Honda Cadets. Bear with me, folks. The Alpha Live computer here today is working brilliantly. Mine, however, mine needs some work on it, clearly. In Honda Cadets at the moment, it is Dalton Hayward who is your championship leader, which he secured courtesy. Oh, as there's a moment there on formation there for the number 37. You know what? I shall give them the dignity. I shall not name and shame. They're just getting up to speed there. Dalton Hayward is your championship leader. Charlie Mills is in second place. Harrison Whitcomb is third in the championship. Harrison Morrow and Jack Owen Drawbridge round out your top 5. Not all here, of course, today. But Dalton Hayward, you will have heard me mention on that grid. As we are going to get ready here. So Charlie Mills is your pole sitter for this one, and he sits second in the championship. Dalton Hayward starts 15th in this one. He is your championship leader. It feels very odd, I have to say, talking about what's the championship situation when it's been such a long break, but it does count. There's a drop score system here, but it could very well be that your January and February results end up counting when all is said and done. So that is going to be interesting. There's going to be a little bit of sorting out here because our pole sitter is just getting into position there. Standing start, as you can see, for the Honda Cadets. So it's going to be eyes on the lights. And then how quickly can they get off the mark? This is the only class that uses that start system. So Charlie Mills is on driver's left. He's the bright red helmet you can see at the front there as they just sort out the rest of the grid. And then Joshua Bugembi is the blue and white helmeted driver you can see off to the right at the front of the queue. These drivers aged 9 to 13 years in this class. It's going to be eyes on the lights. And away we go for the Honda Cadets. Heat number 1. It was a good start from Charlie Mills, but he has been beaten by the anti-pole side of the grid. That's Bugembi to the head of the field. And I did wonder, because Charlie Mills of course, wasn't pointing exactly straight there on the grid because of how he'd had to slot into his grid slot around the other karts. And he's battling away now with, I think that's Harry Friel, and he has got the job done. Indeed, it was Harry Friel he was battling with, and Friel now has to deal with everybody else trying to get by. This is the unfortunate nature of sprint race karting in particular. If you get forced offline or you lose your momentum, even on lap one, in fact, maybe particularly on lap one, you can find yourself a little bit engulfed by your fellow competitors. But he seems to have picked things up quite well, has Friel, so hopefully he'll be able to still challenge well in this race. But it is Joshua Bugembi who's taken the lead on this one. Charlie Mills is in second as they all snake their way through the last sector for the first time. Bugembi in the lead, Charlie Mills in second, third is Marley Pereo, Harrison Morrow in fourth, and Riley Bishop rounds out the top five at the moment as they come up the hill. You can see in the background there, battle going on between Morrow and Bishop over fourth place. And these are your two leaders. Is Charlie Mills going to have an opportunity here into Ashby? He's going for it. They're still side by side. Give each other racing room. Yeah, that's fair. Oh, and there's a bit of contact there between the wheels of the karts. And is that an issue for Mills? Has that caused an immediate problem? Has he maybe got bodywork dislodged and rubbing against the wheel, or a more general? Well, he's stopped, so it's a bigger mechanical than just that. And that is disappointment for Charlie Mills. Contact from his front left with the rear right of Joshua Mugambi's car, and it's trying. Yeah, his engine's stalled on that one. You do have to feel for Charlie Mills there. That is not what he would have wanted, obviously. But again, I stress, in the same way as we saw some contact in IAME Cadets, there was no malice there. It was just a little tag between the wheels. And look at this for the lead now. That's the 32 of Riley Bishop, and I think he just managed to drag himself past both Bugembi and Marley Pereo on the straight there leading up to Christmas Corner. So amazing move there from Riley Bishop. And he's off and away, isn't he? And following through there, or trying to, well, is everybody, funnily enough. But we've got Harry Friel and Ashton Wiggins in that pack as well. Here they are, side by side into Osiers. If you slowed it down, sometimes it would look like a grid lap, wouldn't it? So much is the racing. There is the 52 in there of Joshua. Well, okay, so Mugembi has lost out fairly substantially on that lap, unfortunately, but he's still with this lead pack. It's Riley Bishop in the lead, Marley Pereo in second, Harrison Morrow in third, Harry Friel is up to fourth, as there's an incident there for the 14 of Finley Fishburne, but hopefully he has got going again now, so hopefully he'll be able to recover something from this heat. Here we are coming into Ashby Corner. Downhill braking into that corner, as opposed to the uphill braking you get in Christmas Corner, which means you can be a lot later on the brakes. I often think the cameras don't do justice to the angle of the sort of slope that this circuit is on. It is not a flat circuit. It's not got a lot of undulation to the actual layout of the track. It just happens to be on a gradient generally. Through Paddock Corner they come. Over the cattle grid curb, as it's known, and on to a new lap. Harrison Morrow now up into second place, past Marley Pereo. So the 75 ahead of the 18. But they're going to have to, they've got their work cut out here to catch up to Riley Bishop, who's just set the fastest lap of the race, as we're watching a battle between the 57 and the 68, which is Dalton Hayward getting past Ashton Wiggins there. So that is current championship leader, now up to 5th place. So Hayward is making good progress here. Of course, disappointment for Charlie Mills, who's second in the championship. He's going to have to focus on the next heat, really. But, as I've mentioned, there are drop scores available here. So when adversity hits your race result, it is not the be-all and end-all for your championship. You have a few lifelines to use up. Change of position for 5th. Hayward getting past Wiggins, confirmed there on your timing screen to your left, as we've got an issue there for the 91 of Alfie Smith, and that's disappointment for him because he was quite high up the order. So I wonder if there was an incident there battling away in the mid-pack. Didn't catch it on screen. We're looking at Harry Friel putting pressure on Marley Pereo. Actually, excuse me there, that's Dalton Hayward has got past Harry Friel, hasn't he? So Dalton's now up into 4th place, making good progress here. But Friel will try and stay with him and attack the top 3. Important to know when to work together in kart sprint racing. And obviously we've got our younger drivers here today. This is them, you know, honing the craft of not just going fast, but when do you work with the competitors around you so as not to lose time battling? When is it time for the gloves to come off and start battling? And you know, them perfecting that racecraft in itself, battling away in a way that gives each other racing room. This is the move though for 3rd place. Pareo demoted to 4th there by Dalton Hayward, who gets himself up to 3rd place, and he'll now set about trying to catch 2nd place Harrison Morrow. And then immediately Pareo now under pressure from Harry Friel. So Friel played this well, having got passed by Hayward. He's sort of trying to stick with Hayward, although Hayward is already onto the back of Harrison Morrow for 2nd place. As they come through the boot, there is Harrison Morrow in the blue kart there. I'm going to slightly show my age here and say that harks back nicely to mid-noughties Sauber F1 colours before they went BMW, but that one might be a bit lost. I'm not sure how well known that will be by this field of drivers. Here's the move for 2nd then. Dalton Hayward down the inside of Christmas corner. He's made several really nice moves into that corner and he's got the job done. So Hayward up to 2nd now, but I feel I've barely mentioned Riley Bishop, and that's because he's been setting some really impressive pace. He's 2.5 seconds to the good, so there he is. You just saw him going out of shot through into Osier. So Dalton Hayward is going to have to work hard here to get onto the back of our race leader. It's been a very controlled race so far by Riley Bishop. Further down the field, Aros Majauskas has just got past Frankie Smedley. That's for 12th place. They're battling away there in the mid-pack. Rocco Leon Shenton has just got past Jensen Pugh. Shout out to Callum Wilson, who's the highest place of your novice drivers currently. If you're looking on your timing tower and going, why are some drivers yellow number plates with red numbers on and some are black with white numbers on? Well, the black plated drivers are your novice runners, as we're looking here at Callum Ghosh trying to put a move on Ashton Wiggins, and he gets the job done. So that's 6th place taken now by Ghosh. As we're drawing towards the end of this one, how is the gap to the leader? I can tell you that Dalton Hayward has just set the fastest first sector of the race, so he is pushing hard here to try and close this gap. Here is Riley Bishop, your race leader. Hardly focused on the man since he got to the head of the field, but there is the man who's trying to pressure him in the closing stages of this race. He's going to have to take a Herculean effort from Dalton Hayward here, because we are on to the last lap. And Riley Bishop, who's controlled this race so well since getting to the head of the field, you would surely, at this moment in time, in the early phase of this lap, put your money on him. His pace has been really good. It is a personal best lap that Dalton Hayward has just set, a 53.01, so the gap did come down by 0.6 of a second. There's still a good battle there going on in the background between Marley Pareo and Harry Friel over 4th place. You just saw it go through your shot into Christmas, and it's going to come here. In fact, they're side by side there over 4th place. I think somehow Pareo has held on to that one. This young man here, Riley Bishop, has just got to bring it round. He's responded well to Dalton Hayward. You know, he's just set his personal best in the 2nd sector, so he's controlled the race beautifully. Riley Bishop is going to come round the last corner to take the win in Heat 1 of Honda Cadets. It's a good win for Riley Bishop. It's an impressive drive up through the field for Dalton Hayward. Harrison Morrow completes a decent finish there in 3rd place. Marley Pareo holds off Harry Friel for 4th and 5th respectively. Callum Ghosh has got up to 6th place. 7th was Ashton Wiggins. Aidan Gray in 8th, 9th for Jacob Lee. Adam Hill in 10th. And then it was Aris Majauskas, Hugh Roach, Oliver Meek, Rocco Leon Shenton, Callum Wilson, Harry Higgs, Jensen Pugh, Oliver Gibson, Lucy Wilden, Sebastian Tuzio rounds out your top 20. And it was Jake Schulz, Thomas Percox, Ethan Weldon, Frankie Smedley, Bella Browham, Alfie Smith, Charlie Mills, Finley Fishburne we saw having a moment. I believe though, yeah, he's still circulating, just taking the checkered flag, will be classified 28. Joshua Smith, 29th. And then it looks like there were issues for Joshua Bugembi, who's in the pit. Jack Price, and of course we saw Charlie Mills with some dramas, unfortunately. Hopefully those who I just mentioned towards the end of that list will come back strong in their next heat. For now, though, we're going to take a break with your Honda Cadets and move on to our Iame Bambinos. Iame Bambinos then, one of the pluses that I really want to echo today is that we're able to bring you these Iame Bambinos. In fact, let's take a look at the schedule for today. They've put us together a nice little graphic for here. So obviously these times are a little bit subject to change. Obviously if we get an incident that holds up a race, hopefully of course we don't, but these times are roughly right. So we've got the Iame Bambinos who we're about to show you. Then we'll have the first heat of MiniROK, heat 2 of MightE, Iame Cadets heat 2, Honda Cadet heat 2. So as you'll probably get used to, we're going through them in the same order, cycling through each one. Iame Bambino heat 2 will then be out at about 10 minutes to 3. MiniROK heat 2 will bring to the close the second wave of heats. Then we'll have MightE, Iame Cadet, Honda Cadet, Iame Bambinos, I'm going to guess this right, there we go. MiniROK heat 3, and then we shall be into our finals at around about 22 minutes to 5 is when MightE starts. I'm not sure if I'm making the producers sweat by being quite that specific, but these could be subject to change. I think it's fair to say that if you're looking for a particular final, that's when roughly to tune in to be safe. So that is that. Right, our Bambinos are ready to go out onto track for Iame Bambino Heat 1. Let's take you through the grid. So Manav Diu will take them from pole with Luke Millward alongside Jensen Chalk and Austin Gibson. Will make up row 2, Jack Jones and Jensen Walker, row 3. Row 4 will be Harry Curry and Sukmani Kira. Jensen Thomas and Daniel Miran Laurent will make up row 5. Row 6 is going to be Archie Rutter and George House. Alfie Davidson and Leo Gorski will be row 7. Row 8, Ronnie Ray Carter and Freddie Denton, with row 9, Jarlath Sayer and Teddy Porter. Row 10 is going to be Christopher Asomba, and Ethan Owen, is going to be alongside, rounding out your 20-car grid. So our drivers aged just between 6 and 8 years of age here. Going into and I said you can tell that we haven't always been able to show the Bambinos, can't you? Because I said that Honda Cadets were the only ones with a standing start. That was true when we were not streaming Bambinos on the Saturday, but of course we are streaming Bambinos, so there we go. There's some money for me to put in the jar for that mistake. So we are going to have the race start here, an 8-minute heat. So here we are on the grid for Iame Bambino's heat number 1. Manav Diu there on the grid. The start your engines board is shown. The grid is cleared. Obviously these young drivers having support right up until lights out here at the very start of their motor racing careers here. 5-second board shown. It's going to be eyes on the lights. 8 minutes on the clock there, and away we go. It's a good start from pole. It seems a pretty even start from both sides of the grid. Diu is going to have a good start there, but Austin Gibson had a racy beginning there. I think he's already challenging for the lead. Look out for the 25 car. He hasn't quite made it, but he's got himself up into second place, and he's going to have a fantastic opportunity up the hill into Christmas Corner. In fact, he'll have the job done before the braking zone, and following him through as well as Jensen Chalk there in the number 9. So it's a good start there from the second row starters of Jensen Chalk up into second and Austin Gibson up into first. It's a nice clean start throughout the field so far as they work their way through Ashby for the first time. Into Wilkins, and then downhill braking into Oziers. The drivers come onto the back straight. And side by side for the lead here. Jensen Chalk's had a great run out of Oziers. He's going to have the opportunity into the boot. No, he's not. It can be a bit deceptive, the boot, to be honest, because, as we've got an incident here towards, I think that's Ashby. Yes, it is. It's on the outside of Ashby there. So incidents there. That's Ronnie Ray Carter in the 35. I'm sorry to report he's involved. Jensen Thomas was in the 40, and the 22 is Jensen Walker. So they've all had coming together there. All the drivers look okay, remaining in their karts. So hopefully they'll be able to get underway. But it's not the start that they wanted to their day. Remember, this is only the first heat of 3, as yellow flags are shown here into Ashby. So, yeah, Jensen Chalk thinks better of trying a dive down the inside, because that would be an overtake under yellows, and that's very much not allowed. Here's the battle here between Laurent and Curry. That's over 5th place. As now being challenged. That is the, sorry, excuse me, not, yeah, that is the lead battle. Sorry, I was slightly confused by the traffic, yeah, but the lead battle, Jensen Chalk had a bit of a run there into the boot, but it wasn't on that time. And now, unfortunately for Jensen Walker, is the traffic, of course, recovering, but there is the pass for the lead. Jensen Chalk, lovely run through Oblivion and the Crook to take the lead off of Austin Gibson, with just shy of 6 minutes left on the clock. And then side by side here is going Luke Millward and Daniel Myron Laurent as well. And that's Millward, I think, has been able to hold off. Actually, no, I think he has dropped back, isn't he? Because he's now defending against Harry Curry. So I think Daniel Myron Laurent has got up to 4th place there. Onto the back straight they go. So this is Manav Diu in 3rd place, being challenged here by Luke Millward. So okay, so Millward has a held position. Okay, so Harry Curry has got past Myron Laurent. Oh no, they've stayed as they were. Apologies, folks. This is a good eye test for me, to be honest. They are very small number plates, but here we go, the challenge of Millward on Diu for 3rd place, and he gets the job done into Christmas Corner. Nice move by Millward. Good racing room given by Manav Diu. They work their way through Ashby. As you can see, you could just see coming into the shot there at Inkerman's there. Still plenty of battling going throughout the field. George House and Teddy Porter. Freddie Denton and Jack Jones are having a good battle, I can see. They've all just been swapping position. But Jensen Chalk has got to the lead of this race and has set the fastest lap of the race on the last time through, so he's trying to bridge that gap. But as you can see there, Austin Gibson keeping him very honest. And more changes towards the end of that lap. Daniel Myron Laurent up to 3rd place, Manav Diu in 4th, Luke Millward 5th now, and Harry Curry in 6th. We look at the lead battle here. One has to imagine that these two are going to try and work together. Unless there's the opportunity opening up for Gibson. He's having a look, isn't he? Let's say part of the skill to develop in kart racing is knowing when to attack and when to work together. Going defensive there is Chalk, or he was certainly going in from the inside line there into the boot. Pulled out a little bit of a gap this lap, though. He's had a good run. I mentioned that Chalk had set the fastest lap. Gibson had set the fastest lap of the race the last time through. This time through, neither of them set a fastest lap of the race, but Chalk did set his personal best and bridged the gap just slightly that time. Behind them still, the battle over 3rd place rages, but here we go, a challenge for the lead from Austin Gibson. He gets down the inside of Christmas Corner, doesn't go too deep, does he? Or he does go a bit, and it opens the door again for Jensen Chalk. Well dealt with by Chalk there. He didn't lose his head. Waited to see if the gap opened up again for him to retake the lead, and he took it. But it was also a good challenge from Austin Gibson, and I don't think that's the last that we've seen of these two drivers having a really good battle at the head of this field. Behind them still, the battle goes on. Myron Laurent not quite able to get onto the back of these drivers. Here he is in the 85 with Luke Millward behind. So Millward starting to, excuse me, that's Harry Curry in the 84, starting to apply pressure to Myron Laurenti. Because he's got past Luke Ward in the early part of the lap. There is Teddy Porter battling away with George House, the 66 versus the 77. That's a good battle that's been going on for several laps. We cut back there to the battle over third place you just saw flash through your screens. This is Harry Curry on the back of Daniel Myron Laurenti. And then up ahead you can see the lead battle there, which is just spread out just a tiny bit. Battles further down the field. This is Teddy Porter and George House, the battle I was just talking about. Now, they've worked their way up the last few laps up the field. And I wonder if they're still working together or if maybe they've just started to battle quite a bit. They were side by side when they crossed the line on the last lap. It's quite a cool front nose part there to George House's car. The pair of Nashers there. And then Harry Curry there was side by side with Daniel Myron Laurenti. That was the battle for third place that came through shot. And has he got the job done? Yes, he has. But is Myron Laurenti going to have a go back at him in Christmas? Thinks better of it. He's going to try and get the switch back here. You can see how he's gaining the momentum through the corners. He'll flash through Inkermans and try and set up the opportunity down the inside into Ashby. And it just wasn't quite enough. But that was beautifully, there was a beautiful attempt there by number 85 of Myron Laurenti. Is he going to be able to have another opportunity? Under 30 seconds left on the clock. So one imagines that we are very close to going. It's going to be interesting with the timing of when the leaders cross the line here as to whether it will be called as the last lap. Curry didn't have the best line there. He went a bit defensive into the second part of the boot, and that's going to allow an opportunity in it for Myron. Oh, excuse me. No, he manages to hold him off. Excuse me, I thought Curry had lost out there. But Myron Laurenti didn't quite have the inertia through the latter part of the boot to do that. You need to be careful not to go too defensive into the first part of the boot, as they're still battling away, and that is Myron Laurenti ahead. Good battle this over third place. Further ahead of them, the gap is still pretty close between Jensen Chalk and Austin Gibson, don't forget. But these two are battling away here. Myron Laurenti currently has the bragging rights of this one as they come down towards Oziers, and don't count out Luke Millward there. He's right with them now. This is what the battling does. It does lose you time. He's going to have to go defensive. Further up the road, though, Jensen Chalk is going to come round to, start the last lap. Got a little bit ahead of myself there, folks. So this battle gets to go on for another lap. There is Jensen Chalk. And Austin Gibson has gone past the line as well. And there is the battle over third place. Bear in mind, we have got some traffic after first lap incidents. So you can't count the carts. You have to know the positions. Here we go then. Harry Curry slightly further back here. And I think Myron Laurent has maybe managed to get just a steal on it. Here is your race leader, though. Jensen Chalk through Ashby Corner. Uses the runoff there. That's okay, by the way. Using that concrete runoff, that's not considered a violation of track limits. You can use that so long as you don't start forcing drivers off onto the grass there, of course. There's a nasty divot in the ground as well at the end of that curb, so you've all got to sort of sort yourself out by the end of that curb. But anyway, this young man is well past that part of the circuit. Jensen Chalk rounds the boot section now. He's going to come through Paddock Corner and take the win in our Iame Bambino's heat number 1. It's going to be second place for Austin Gibson. Strong race from both of those drivers. For third place, it is going to be Myron Laurenti ahead of Harry Curry. Luke Millward finishes 5th. And then at the last, Teddy Porter and George House get past Manav Dio there towards the end. So it's Teddy Porter, George House, Manav Dio. And then for 9th place, it'll be Freddie Denton. And we expect Jack Jones to cross the line in 10th. But they're battling away. No, it's not. Alfie Davidson gets him on the last lap. Good move there for Alfie Davidson. And we come to the end of our Iame Bambino. So that was all right, wasn't it? That's actually, as I say, we haven't been able to give as much coverage to the Bambinos of the last few seasons because they have raced on Saturdays and we've had the coverage on the Sundays. One of the advantages of this COVID-19 adjusted schedule is that we're able to bring you more action from the Bambino class, which is fantastic. Next, though, we are going to have for you here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club heat number 1 for our MiniROK class. Let's talk you through the grid then for MiniROK heat number 1. Aidan Hassan is going to start this one from pole position with Archie Heron alongside. Casey Jones and Ollie Poole make up row number 2, and then it's Alfie Richards and Oliver Stilp on row 3. Row 4 is Jacob Ashcroft and Sam Woolley. Zane Quaker and Jake Woods rounds out your top 10. Max Horlaw and Sebastian Weldon are row number 6. Row 7 is Cameron Edmonds and Fraser Anderson. Taylor Orridge and Joshua Turnbull are row 8. Row 9 will be Jack Sant and Charlie Lomas. Rounding out your top 20 is Ty Megia and Macaulay Bishop. Thomas Clark and Milo Manderson make up row 11. Row 12 will be Spencer Talboys-Keamy and Isaac Barker. And that is it, because it's a 24 kart grid. There you are, I hyped that up. But it's actually a 12-row grid. So this is your MiniROK class. So these drivers are aged between 9 and 12 years of age, using the MiniROK engine in their karts. And they will take to track in just a moment. And in so doing, they will bring to a close our first cycle of heats. So we will cycle back around to the MightE class, the all-electric class, after this race. Do hope you're enjoying the coverage. It's fantastic to be back bringing it to you. I know Alpha Live have been a bit more up to speed than I have in terms of getting going from the lockdown situation. But as I said earlier, this for me is a return to commentating on real-world racing action for the first time since February. So it is an absolute pleasure to be with you. I am from Double Dash Motorsport Media. If you like what you're seeing, check out Alpha Live Productions. I believe it's at Alpha Live Ltd on Twitter. Check them out and subscribe to their YouTube channel. I have, in the comms position today, for the first time, they have put up a little cube that has a number of subscribers on YouTube and other data about the Alpha Live presence on social media. There are 9,730 people subscribed on YouTube. It's ticking through them now. 4,261 likes on Facebook. So please, if you like what you're seeing, maybe this is the first time. Welcome to any first-time Alpha Live viewers out there. If you're enjoying what you see, this is what Alpha Live do all the time, and it's brilliant. Follow them on the various social media platforms. They are on Instagram as well, so check them out on there. But failing all else, subscribe to that YouTube channel, because that, of course, is where you get all of these streams coming up. Here we go, though, for MiniROK heat number 1. Aidan Hassan leads them away. Archie Heron alongside. Is going to be a clean start. They go into the aptly named first corner here, known as Oblivion, because you really do have to throw the kart in. And there's an issue there already, unfortunately, for the number 99 kart there. Or even the 98, I believe, because we don't have the 99, so that would be Sebastian Weldon, but we'll double check that on timing as they come round for this first lap. And it's definitely not Seb Weldon, because he's just crossed the timing line for the first sector as they come onto the back straight. And there's an incident there for Spence Talboys-Keamy in the number 37. He's come to a stop. But Aidan Hassan looks to have held on to the lead on this first lap, but being kept very honest by Casey Jones and Alfie Richards. So the top 3 from the grid have not been affected. And I'm just going to double check. The 99 was Cameron Edmonds, and he must not have even got past the start-finish line, which is why I didn't see him on timing. Hounding our race leader at the front, though, is Casey Jones, really keeping honest Aidan Hassan, but Alfie Richards and Jacob Ashcroft are on the scene as well. They will work their way through onto the back straight. This nose-to-tail snake of karts, which is basically what's going to happen all weekend. Not that I want to give spoilers, but it's going to be like this all the time. As they come on to lap number 3, Aidan Hassan still in the lead, Casey Jones in second. Taylor Orridge managed to get up to 5th place on that lap and was followed through by Fraser Anderson and Sebastian Weldon. Zane Quaker losing the 3 positions there as this challenge for the lead here. Take my eyes off the screen for one moment. Casey Jones is to the head of the field, and in one corner, Aidan Hassan goes down to 4th place, and that is the nature of the sprint kart racing. I just mentioned Zane Quaker suffered the same thing, sadly, on the last lap. In this kind of tight, close-packed racing in karting, if you get put offline, you may not lose just one position, but several, and now down the inside of Aidan Hassan goes, I think that was Taylor Orridge. I'll double check there. No, it was Fraser Anderson who went down the inside there of Aidan Hassan. So it's not been the best lap for Aidan Hassan. We've got to pick it up now and challenge again. And there goes Anderson now challenging. I think that was Ashcroft he was challenging. No, it wasn't Ashcroft, sorry. Yes, it was Ashcroft, because Ashcroft has now got up, Jacob Ashcroft up into 2nd place. So your leader is Casey Jones. And now you can see Jacob Ashcroft being, and he seems his arms are aloft there. I'm not sure if he's having a few issues, because he's now lost 2nd place. He's under pressure from Alfie Richards as well. You can barely separate these drivers in that top battling pack there, all the way down to Aidan Hassan in 6th place now, because Sebastian Weldon has got past Hassan for 5th place. So Sebastian Weldon is up there with the 59, coming to a stop of Archie Heron. That's a disappointment for Archie Heron. Excuse me, and that's unfortunate there. Sebastian Weldon managed to get onto the back of this pack courtesy of the fastest lap of the race, and now he's going down the inside of Alfie Richards as well, so he's up to 4th place as the battle for the lead goes into oblivion side by side. Fraser Anderson against Casey Jones, and he's got the job done into oblivion. Can Casey Jones get a response up the hill? Meanwhile, behind them, that's Sebastian Weldon going past Jacob Ashcroft for 3rd. So it's been an incredible couple of laps there for Seb Weldon. As they stream into Ashby again, that looks like a look there from, I think that was Aidan Hassan, maybe on Alfie Richards. No, sorry, it's slightly further up than that. It is, no, I think it's Jacob Ashcroft, who of course has suffered in the first few corners of this lap. So Ashcroft there trying to fight back against Alfie Richards there, but it is Fraser Anderson who's got to the head of this field. And now what a move there from Casey Jones trying to get back. Oh, it's a battle between Sebastian Weldon and Casey Jones, and Sebastian Weldon has come out on top, but Casey Jones tried to hang on there around the outside of the first part of the boot. Incredible battle going on there for 2nd and 3rd. This is 4th and 5th. This is Jacob Ashcroft in the 22, Alfie Richards in the 83. Oliver Stilp is now on the scene as well in the 7. There he is in the white helmet and the blue overalls. Clearly a bit of a problem I think for Aidan Hassan. Maybe straight line speed at the top of the hill is having an issue, because we're seeing a slight weakness there. Although here's Hassan coming back, trying to come back on Stilp, and the 22 of Jacob Ashcroft is trying to fight back as well. Side by side into Oziers. They're changing positions quicker than I can say their names. They either need to change positions less or all shorten their names. Either or, as they're all working their way through. Or I could talk quicker, that's true. As they come through the last corner. And Sebastian Weldon, whilst we were focusing on that battle, Weldon has got to the head of the field, ahead of Fraser Anderson. Here we are then, your lead battle. Fastest lap of the race for Sebastian Weldon. As further back, that is Joshua Turnbull now getting past Aidan Hassan. So Hassan really having to battle here in our MiniROK's heat number 1. We've got 2.5 minutes left on the clock. Blimey, we've still got 2.5 minutes left on the clock. We'll see if my voice can take this one. But it's Seb Weldon in first. Fraser Anderson still chasing in 2nd. Casey Jones trying to recover onto the back of them in 3rd. And this is Alfie Richards, who I believe is now up into 4th place. And alongside him there has gone the 38, and it's paid off as well for Joshua Turnbull. They go a little bit wide out the final corner though. Do need to be careful doing that. This is a great battle between Ashcroft and Richards here. And Hassan is ready to pick up the spoils if it all comes to tears in Christmas Corner. It doesn't, though. You can see Hassan in the zero kart there, getting right onto the back of Alfie Richards. This is what I'm talking about. You have to pick your opportunity and seize the moment. Otherwise, you're going to be caught napping by those behind you. You're going to be offline. You're going to have poor momentum, poor drive off of the corner. And you can see how the power shifted there from Alfie Richards, who was challenging Jacob Ashcroft up the hill, who's now having to look over his shoulder at Aidan Hassan. This is all in the battle over 6th, 7th and 8th. And Hassan's trying to open the gap. He's gone alongside there, side by side into paddock, and he's got through. Nice move there by Aidan Hassan. Meanwhile, at the front, the lap times are so close between our two leaders. We cut here to Casey Jones battling away with Oliver Stilp. So Oliver Stilp challenging for third place and has got the job done there. Nice move by Stilp. Here are your leaders, Seb Weldon and Fraser Anderson, in second place. Into Ozies go our leaders, and they're followed there by the battle over third place. This is where you've got to make a calculated decision. If you're Casey Jones, is there enough time for you to work together with Oliver Stilp to get onto the back of these leaders, or do you go for the moves now? And if you start battling now, do you open up the door for Joshua Turnbull, who is doing a great job, by the way, in 5th? I almost feel like I've not mentioned him so much in the last few laps, but he's doing a great job. In fact, you can see there Casey Jones having a look over the shoulder. What do I do? Am I attacking? Am I defending? Am I working together? Side by side here, though. That is Alfie Richards and Aidan Hassan still battling away. This is over 7th place. And that is Richards through, actually, up into 7th. So that is a change there. You can see how hard he was on the brakes into Ashby there, pushing the limits. And we've got a driver there. That's Archie Heron, I think, at the side of the road still. Disappointment for him in this one. Here we go, though. Still the battle for 7th place. Alfie Richards in the 83. Aidan Hassan trying to get back the position as our leaders go on to the last lap. So Sebastian Weldon is on for the win. Here they are. He's got a comfortable gap here, so long as he doesn't make any major mistakes. And behind them, this is the battle between Casey Jones and the 38 of Joshua Turnbull. So Turnbull has been able to... I said that Casey Jones had to sort of calculate, what's the situation here? Am I losing pace to the car behind? Unfortunately for Casey, that was the case. And Joshua Turnbull there has got past for 4th. Can Jones fight back in the latter part of this lap? We're going to have to look a bit further up the road now, though, because Sebastian Weldon is going to be coming into the boot. Goes right here through the 2nd and 3rd apex of the boot. Needs to just guide his kart around paddock corner. And Sebastian Weldon takes the win in Heat 1 of MiniROK. Fraser Anderson finishes 2nd. Oliver Stilp finishes 3rd. Joshua Turnbull in 4th. Casey Jones in 5th. 6th will be Jacob Ashcroft. Alfie Richards in 7th. Holds off Aidan Hassan in the end. Ty Major finishes 9th. Macaulay Bishop rises up through the field. Gains some positions on that last lap to round out your top 10. Zane Quaker, Milo Manderson, Max Hallall, Ollie Poole, Jake Woods, Sam Woolley in 16th. Thomas Clark finishes 17th. 18th is Jack Sant. Taylor Orridge in 19th. Rounding up your top 20 is Charlie Lomas. And then I think we'll see Isaac Barker cross the line. There we go in the number 53 for 21st. And unfortunately we saw issues for Archie Heron and Spencer Talboys Kinney quite early on. Well, that was your first round of heats. Hopefully that was exciting for you as I found that. And there's plenty more to come here at Whilton Mill. Our second round of heats is coming up next, and we're going to go on to our MightE class for their second heat. So here at Whilton Mill Kart Club, we are getting ready for our MightE class. We dropped in with their first heat earlier on, but let's have a little bit of a closer look at the karts that this class are using. So our MightE class, an all-electric Bambino class, a really exciting initiative here. Obviously, we've seen electric motorsport growing over the last few years, and it's only right and proper that it works its way down through to the karting level. Really interesting, and I think it shows the increasing affordability of all-electric racing. Let's talk you through the grid then of your second heat here. Jensen Ackerman will start this one on pole, Rhys David Richardson in second, then it will be Sukhmani Kira and Jensen Thomas on the second row of the grid, Jack Freeman and Imogen Summerfield on row number 3. Row 4 will be Jake Beecroft, who won Heat 1 earlier on. Luke Millward alongside. Row 5 will be Morgan Weston and William Dearden. Jack Jones and Scarlett Percox on row 6. Row 7 is going to be Harry Stinson, and then we have Maximilian Abrahart rounding out your 14 kart grid. So this, a very new initiative here. I believe they've had some track running at Rowra. We had some track running at Rowra for these karts, I believe, a few weeks ago. But this is their first running here at Whilton Mill. And yeah, I'm all for this. I'm a big fan of some electrified propulsion. I'm not a big fan of the term volt head. It doesn't quite work the same as petrol head, but if there is such a thing, I am one, I guess. No, I'm really looking forward to seeing this one. We're going to be with them throughout this this heat, so that's going to be great to see. It's a 72-volt lithium-ion battery that is your equivalent of your fuel tank for these karts, with a 3.5 kilowatt brushless DC motor, which mental maths at the very start of the stream calculated at just below 5 horsepower. Somebody let me know on Twitter if I'm wrong, but I think that works out like that. So these karts are going to be able to provide, of course, some really good instantaneous torque. That's the real strength of what you get with an electric motor. You get a very different torque profile, and it's able to get you really nicely off the line. So throughout the speed profile, if they put their foot down, they're going to know about it. This is Bambino, so they're aged between 6 and 8 years of age, but there is efforts to develop cadet, junior and senior versions of these karts. They're under development at the moment, as I understand it. So it's a very welcome addition to the plethora of classes that we're offering here at WMKC, and I'm really looking forward to this one. Obviously, there'll be a slightly different sound to this one, but as we've got some good, I've got the YouTube comments coming in here on one of my monitors here. We've got a lot of support coming in. For Sukhmani Kira, I think that's for Jensen Ackerman. We've got support coming in for Harry Stinson for this one, and just generally go MightE class. I agree. I'm really looking forward to this one. And if there are any doubters out there, I'm just going to address this. If there are any doubters of whether an electric powered vehicle of any kind really can provide some excitement, give it a go, is all I can say. Give it a go, because, as I said, that instantaneous electric torque that you can get is really quite something. It is a different thing for drivers to get used to, though. It has to be said. You know, there is a different sound profile to the kart, and that means if you're transitioning across from an internal combustion engine kart, that is something to get used to. You can often, you know, this maybe doesn't translate exactly, but in my experience of driving an electric vehicle around a track in anger, you can hear and also being trackside as a spectator as well to some electric motorsport. I've seen things like Formula E live. You can hear the rumble of the curbs and the tyre squeal a lot more because of the reduced sound. But these drivers, of course, are aged between 6 and 8, so they're learning everything to do with the fair activity of motorsport generally anyway, so it's probably going to be less of an oddity to them to be. We have got some drivers who are competing in this class and some other classes today, so they do take part in internal combustion engine karting. But right now, it's going to be all about these 3.5 kilowatt motored karts. Eyes on the lights. And away we go for the MightE class. There's a slow starter there on the grid. I think that's Imogen Summerfield having a difficult start there, and the grid had to splay out there to deal with that. But Summerfield is now underway, I'm happy to say, as they work their way up the hill for the first time. And it looks to me like Jensen Ackerman has been able to hold on to his pole position. Side by side, though, is going Jensen Thomas and Jake Beecroft, and he's got through already, has Beecroft. So our winner from Heat 1 really taking like a duck to water to this second heat within the MightE class as they come towards Wilkins again. And this is Beecroft challenging now for second, I think, against Rhys David Richardson. So really grabbing this race by the scruff of the neck is our winner from heat number 1, Jake Beecroft. Look out for him in the number 42 as they come into the boot section for the first time. And Jensen Thomas, they're getting past Richardson as well, I believe, as they come round to complete this first lap of the race. It's Jensen Ackerman to the lead, Jake Beecroft in second, Jensen Thomas in third, and Rhys David Richardson, in fourth, and then Luke Millward up into fifth. And indeed, that looks to me like Luke Millward is challenging Rhys David Richardson and has got by there, so change for fourth place there as well, with Luke Millward up into fourth. Meanwhile, at the front there, you've got Jensen Ackerman coming under pressure from Jake Beecroft. We've got our current Heat 2 leader versus our Heat 1 winner, as we've got an issue there for Weston. That's Morgan Weston in the number 27 kart there. Arm aloft, clearly there's a bit of an issue there. That kart will need to be recovered. Comment coming in on YouTube. These karts are mighty quick. I like the pun. I like the comment. It's all good. Change for the lead there. Beecroft gets by under braking into the boot section past Jensen Ackerman. So Jake Beecroft gets to the lead here. Is Ackerman going to have a response? He's trying to stay with Beecroft there, and behind them there's a good battle over third between Millward and Maximilian Abrahart now, who's got up into fourth place in the 61 kart. We missed some of that progress, so a good battle developing here, both for the lead and for third place. And there is Abrahart going for a look on the inside, but thinks better of it. Now, do they try and work together here to get onto terms with Beecroft and Thomas at the front? They have some of the pace. Millward did just set the fastest lap of the race. And then Rhys David Richardson there, still running in fifth place, having trying to stay on terms with these two battling paths. We've got a yellow flag there out at Osiers. Not sure if someone's come to a stop there or if someone's merely knocked a cone. Oh, it's further problems there for Morgan Weston, or he's just pulled to the side of the road to be recovered there. 5 minutes left on the clock then. Jake Beecroft starts to set about trying to control this race. This second heat in our MightE class. And now you can see Abrahart starting to catch up to the back of Millward. I think there's some traffic in there as well for us to account for. But here he goes, having a look. Millward trying to get past, it's Millward onto the back of Jensen Thomas, so third has caught up to second. That's what's happened there. And it means that Jake Beecroft is catching up to third place. I think there's a transponder issue maybe on Ackerman's kart. That's what I'm noticing there. That's why I'm getting a bit confused. I think the number 12 may have not registered the last time it crossed the line, because he was definitely running in second. And we haven't seen him drop down by a lap. So I think that might just have been a transponder issue there for the number 12. So I think we're looking at what is really the battle over third place between Jensen Thomas, Luke Millward and Maximilian Abrahart. So it's not quite as shown on your timing towers to the left of shot, unless there's been an incident for Ackerman that we haven't seen. Here we go, the challenge for third place then. Millward looks to the inside of Thomas, doesn't quite get the job done, and that's going to put him under some pressure from Maximilian Eberhardt. This is what I've spoken about as a theme for today, that if you go for an attempt and it doesn't pay off, you will be under pressure. He's been able to hold on to it in this case, has Millward. As the number 40 of Jensen Thomas continues in what I believe to be third place. I know he's showing as second, but I really do think that Jensen Ackerman, unless Ackerman had an incident I didn't see that literally took him exactly 1 lap to recover. Here we go though, down the inside, tries Millward. Does he get the job done? Yes, he does. Is there any response from Jensen Thomas? No, not on this occasion. So that is Luke Millward up into third place now, ahead of the number 40 kart of Jensen Thomas. Maximilian Eberhardt still there, hounding the back of, well, now it's Jensen Thomas, to try and find an opportunity to get by. Here they come, up the hill. 2.5 minutes left on the clock. They're going to go side by side. They're nearly going to go 3 wide here up the hill. This is fantastic stuff. Who's going to come out on top here? Swooping around the outside is Luke Millward, trying to hold on to his position there, but he hasn't got the same momentum coming out of the corner. This is surely going to give an opportunity for Eberhardt. He's been able to read this beautifully, and down the inside he tries, and there's a spin. There's a spin. The gap gets closed, and there's a spin there for Eberhardt. Disappointment for him. He had quite a gap to Jack Freeman behind him, so I'm not sure he's going to lose out a position as a result of that, but that does put him well off the back of the battle there, and now it's just Millward and Thomas who are left here to battle out over third place. Remember, Jake Beecroft still leads this race and holds the fastest lap of the race. In second place, we believe here is Jensen Ackerman, even though he's not showing as such. I think his transponder may have had an issue that's on timing put him a lap down, but I'm fairly certain that we haven't seen that kind of incident for him. There is Ackerman in the 12, and unless I have seriously missed something, the 13 behind him is Imogen Summerfield, who I believe is a lap down, but we saw Summerfield having a bit of an issue right at the start, so a bit of a recovery drive at this stage. But I believe this is Jensen Ackerman, and I'm fairly certain that he's still on the lead lap here, and there's just been a slight timing glitch with the transponder, which happens from time to time. That is the means by which we record these drivers across the line, and for various reasons there's the occasional fault. But Jake Beecroft is your leader, still in the number 42, up the road from Ackerman. Difficult to give the exact gap, of course, because of the timing glitch. But if we pause here, we should see the battle for third, and here is the battle for third. Still, it is Luke Millward, but Jensen Thomas is battling with him still in the 40 kart. There is Maximilian Eberhardt. I can't think he's got enough time to catch up to the back, unfortunately, after the incident that we saw up at Ashby Corner. Here we go, though. Another attempt here from Jensen Thomas. Almost tried to sell the dummy there to Luke Millward as they came up the hill. And they go through the top part of the circuit, through Inkermans and down into Ashby. Is there an opportunity here? Not quite this time. They have got the gap to Eberhardt, so they can sort of afford to jostle for position a little bit here. As the clock ticks down to 0, and that means that the next time that Beecroft comes across the line, I would expect that to count as the final lap. There is Jake Beecroft. On to the final lap he goes. Won heat number 1. It looks like, pending any disasters hitting, he's going to take the second win today in our all-electric MightE class. These Bambino all-electric karts. Here is the battle, though. The closest battle, I think, on track. Yes, it is. Good battle between Imogen Summerfield and Harry Stinson, according to timing here as well, to keep an eye out for on this last lap. But we're watching Luke Millward and Jensen Thomas battling over what I reckon to be third place. I think, as I say, we've had that timing glitch for Ackerman, so I believe this is over third. Luke Ward in your 38 car, Jensen Thomas in your number 40. Into Wilkins they're going to go. I wonder, the bit of information I don't have about these karts is quite how their weight compares to a standard Bambino kart. So I wonder if that changes the handling at all. But this young man here, Jake Beecroft, is going to round the final corner and take the win in heat number 2 of the MightE Bambino class. It's a clear run of success so far for Beecroft. There is Jensen Ackerman, who I'm fairly certain, yeah, his celebration confirms it for me. That was a timing glitch. I believe he should be classified and will be classified. Don't worry, there are officials keeping an eye on this kind of thing. So he will, as I understand it, be classified in second place. Luke Millward holds off Jensen Thomas for third and fourth, respectively. Maximilian Abrahart finishes in fifth. Then it'll be Jack Freeman sixth. Rhys David Richardson in seventh. Eighth will be William Dearden. Scarlett Percox will be ninth. Imogen Summerfield in 10th. Harry Stinson in 11th. And unfortunately, we did see some issues for Morgan Weston, pulled over to the side of the road. So there we go, folks. That was MightE Heat 2. Personally, I really enjoyed that. They do have quite a bit of speed for Bambino karts to do these MightE karts. We're next going to go into Heat number 2 for our IAME Cadets. We are at Whilton Mill, just outside of Daventry in Northamptonshire, England, for round 3 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club Series of Championships for 2020. Here is your a little reminder of the schedule, how things are looking. In a couple of moments' time, we're going to go into the IAME Cadet Heat 2, and then we're going to go through the rest of our second cycle of heats with Honda Cadets, Iame Bambinos, MiniROK. MiniROK getting underway just around about 3 o'clock. Then we're going to go into the second round of heats. You saw MightE Heat 3 at the bottom of that first screen, and then we go IAME Cadets, Honda Cadets, same order as before, Iame Bambino, MiniROK, and then we will go into our final. So your MightE final, currently predicted to be taking place at 16:38. And then just before 5 o'clock, the IAME Cadets will take to the track for their final. The final's a little longer than the heats, remember. And then Honda Cadet final, you want to tune in just before 5:20 for that one. 5:18, that's showing as. And then 17:38 for your IAME Bambinos, and 17:58 for your MiniROK final. So that's how the schedule's shaping up. Those are subject to change, obviously, if we have some delays, and etc., etc. But we're much more likely to fall behind schedule than we are to get ahead of schedule, if that makes sense. So failing all else, tune in at those times, and you may have to wait a few minutes if we've fallen behind schedule, but you should get your your final, your heat or final that you want to see. Let's take you through the grid then for our IAME Cadet Heat number 2. Ollie Hart will start this one from pole with Oscar Cartmel in second. Leif Khan and Freddie Housley make up row number 2. Row 3 is going to be Max Mason and Evan Cooley-Wilkes. Then on row I nearly said row 8. On row 4, in 7th and 8th, is Sebastian Mins and Chad Lehman. Micah Taylor and Ethan Woodward round out your top 10. Then it'll be Ty Medgia and Macaulay Bishop on row number 6. Row 7 is going to be Ryan Gill, pole sitter from earlier on. Daniel Amore alongside. Jesse Phillips will start this one from 15th with Jack Mowat alongside. In 16th, row 9 is going to be Zach Green and Freddie LaRosa. LaRosa looking for a better heat this time than we saw earlier in Heat 1 that didn't quite go to plan. Joseph Katzentonis and Archie Lovett round out your top 20. Then it's Fred Green and Jack Poole on row 11. Danny Bonner and Charlie Hart on row 12. And then Lawrence Finn is one of our novice drivers. He will be starting this one from 25th. So that's your grid for Heat number 2. Do keep your comments coming in. And if you are watching, here's a challenge. On whatever platform you're currently watching this, if you aren't subscribed or liked or the equivalent thereof to Alpha Live, show some love. Show some love and give them that like. I have the numbers ticking through here. They have 3,512 people on Instagram. They have 9,740. Come on, I haven't seen that number move on YouTube. That's either because you're all subscribed, in which case thank you, or you haven't subscribed, in which case please. They work very hard. They've been working so hard to put all of this coverage together today as we get ready to go into IAME Cadets Heat 2. Ollie Hart on pole. That's a full start to me, and I think the reason for that is that I could see Ollie Hart in the 99 kart to driver's right there rather than driver's left. That looked like to me, or that was certainly a problem that I spotted there. Pole is meant to be on the left-hand side here at Whilton Mill. So that's interesting. Remy Gilbert, karting number 55, says on YouTube, my first ever race tomorrow at Whilton. Good luck with that one. Good luck. Enjoy it. I hope you're looking forward to it. Well, I imagine you are looking forward to it. It's a great track, Whilton Mill. It really is one of the premier karting venues in the United Kingdom, and its central location makes it a prime choice for so many karting championships, national karting championships within the UK. But this, of course, the Whilton Mill Kart Club, is their all year through championship, providing so many opportunities to come and race at this great circuit. Sadly, this year, of course, we've had to curtail some of the racing for the last few months, but I'm so happy that we're back here racing away. Okay, we look good for a start. Ollie Hart is still on the driver's right side of the grid, but that is how they are taking the start here, and it's been called good as Hart leads them away. Oscar Cartmail seemed to have a good start there from second on the grid, and there's certainly some jostling for the position as they come up the hill, and it is Cartmail who's got to the lead of the race, as it looks to me like Freddie Housley has had a good start to get up into second place. So now our pole sitter is being challenged here. Ollie Hart looks like he's down to fourth already, as there's the just manic jostling for position all the way down through the field in these IAME Cadets. Drivers aged between 9 and 13 years of age as they head down towards Osiers. That is a challenge for the lead, and I didn't quite catch who that was going down the inside of Cartmail, but Oscar Cartmail has now dropped down to third, and that is because he's been overtaken by it's Macaulay Bishop, of course, who's had an electric start there, not in the MightE sense, as they come round to complete the first lap. Macaulay Bishop leads Ethan Woodward in second, so good start for Woodward. Ethan Woodward's having a really good couple of heats to start off his day here, and now Oscar Cartmail is coming under pressure from Micah Taylor, who was battling a lot earlier on, and following through as well is going to be Freddie Housley, who had a really good start but to get up to second, but obviously faltered a little bit towards the end of the first lap, but is trying to come back now in lap number 2. And look at this, just nose to tail stuff all the way down, except for the number 23 of Jack Mowat, who I believe was challenging. I think that was Daniel Lemore he was battling with, but it is rather difficult to pick them out when there's so many karts in shot as they come through Osiers. This is the 83 of Ethan Woodward under pressure from the 48 of Micah Taylor, who has got past Oscar Cartmail, as we saw earlier on in the lap, still battling away here through the boot, and there's going to be an opportunity here for the 48 of Micah Taylor. He's got the job done, nicely judged there through the boot, got the switchback, where he took a later apex and the second apex of the boot and was able to come back that way. But all of that has allowed Macaulay Bishop to get away there at the front, because whilst they were battling over second, he set the fastest lap of the race, a 53.33 did Macaulay Bishop. So he's 1.2 seconds to the good, which is a fairly large gap in the context of IAME Cadet racing, as we're watching Freddie Housley getting involved now in the battle with Ethan Woodward there. In the number 40 kart is Freddie Housley, and look out for Ollie Hart in the 99. There he is, trying to stay with this pack of karts as well as they come onto the back straight. We got comments coming in on YouTube as they're battling through the boot there. Housley having a look at Woodward. He's going to get the switch back. There he is. He's managed to open up the gap, and now he just has to bring home his advantage in the final corner. Support coming in on YouTube, supporting Fred Green, number 98 in IAME Cadets. Thank you, Daryl Smith. Deborah Nashipe is supporting Joseph Katzentonis, currently up to 16th place. I'm just having a look. Fred Green up to 12th at the moment. So making decent, having a decent run so far is Fred Green, as Housley now confirmed in third place, trying to stay with Micah Taylor, but it's quite the gap they've got to close now up to Macaulay Bishop, your race leader. 1.8 seconds to the good. Bishop, of course, a highly successful driver around Whilton Mill, and of course our reigning champion within IAME Cadets. There he is in the number 9 kart. So Macaulay Bishop knows the IAME Cadet class well, and knows it particularly well here at Whilton Mill as our reigning champion. So these drivers on the screen right now have their work cut out to catch up, and indeed that is a change, isn't it? Because Housley. Freddie Housley in the number 40 is now ahead of Micah Taylor. So there was a change there in the early part of this lap. That must have been in turns 1 and 2 because that was all done before Christmas Corner where we picked them up. So good move there by Freddie Housley in the number 40. But Woodward hasn't lost momentum in the 48. He's held on to third place there, and Ethan Woodward is going with them as well in the number 83. Ollie Hart with Zach Green are the next down the road behind them. There they are. You can see Ollie Hart's high-vis helmet there in the number 99 kart. In fact, no, you can't, excuse me. That's Zach Green's high-vis helmet in the number 53 kart in 5th place. So there has been a change of position there. What's going to happen this time around as Charlie Hart sets the new fastest lap of the race in 7th place, a 52.96. As they work their way through the top part of the lap. Yeah, this pack of Zach Green in 5th, Ollie Hart and Charlie Hart, now catching on to the back of these three. So it's going to become a 6-kart battle over 2nd place. And the question does become, can they work together? And there's Charlie Hart going down the inside of Ollie Hart onto the back straight. And I think he made that move stick. It's a good move there. Charlie Hart been showing a really good turn of speed in the last few laps. And you just get this feeling from the way that Micah Taylor is biding his time here, that they're just trying to read the pace at this time. Can they get onto terms with Macaulay Bishop? But Bishop has responded with, well, he did a 52.92, which was the fastest lap of the race, but it's just been smashed by a number of drivers. Charlie Hart still setting good pace, and Joseph Katzentonis has just put a 52.78 in, so really good pace throughout the field as we're looking at Zach Green now challenging the back of Ethan Woodward. In the 53 is Zach Green. There he is. And it's now a 4-kart battle over 2nd. Charlie Hart and Ollie Hart seem to have just slightly dropped off the back of this pack, as I read it at the moment. And that is, I didn't quite catch the number of that kart, so I'll have a look for that on timing as to who's dropping down the order there. But we did see a stationary kart there, unfortunately. Oh, and it is Charlie Hart. It's Charlie Hart. So real disappointment for Charlie there, because his pace was fantastic in this one. Here we go then. Ethan Woodward now with one less challenger as behind him. That was Zach Green trying a move on Micah Taylor, but it didn't quite pay off. Micah doing a great job of being in that sort of sandwiched position where he's got to attack, he's got to defend, he can't lose too much time. It's all things going at once for these young drivers in IAME Cadet. It's now 3.75 seconds, the gap to Macaulay Bishop as Micah Taylor tries down the inside of Ethan Woodward. It's not going to pay off. Is he able to get the switch back? Yes, he is, but they're going to go 3 abreast almost at one point because Zach Green is on the scene, and Zach Green played that beautifully to get himself up into 2nd place there. Lovely move, and we're going to see a great replay of this now. Look at the way that the boot can give and take there. We thought that Micah Taylor had the momentum, but he kind of got balked trying to do the switch back on Ethan Woodward in the 2nd part of the boot, and that just allowed Zach Green to go, thank you very much. I think I'll put my card into that gap that just opened up, and that gave him a way through. Lovely stuff, and that shows you the great dogfights that you can have around this circuit. And the boot is no exception whatsoever. So really, really good stuff here. Support coming in for Chad Lehman from Anne Devlin, our little Irish champion. He's battling away at the moment, just trying to get onto the back of Lawrence Finn. That's in the battle over 19th place. So keep an eye on him. On your timing tower to the left there. Still a little bit more racing to go here as we're on the last lap. Macaulay Bishop is off and away, if I'm honest, on this one, but we are not done yet battling away. Micah Taylor with Ethan Woodward really challenging him for 3rd place, and in turn they're going to look for any opportunity to get past Zach Green. Are there going to be any opportunities into the boot? We do need to note Macaulay Bishop will be coming round the final corners in just a moment time to take a well-deserved victory that he's controlled so well. But are there any changes on here for second place? There is Macaulay Bishop going to cross the line. How do they come round the final corner at Paddock? It's still Zach Green in front who's going to finish second, and you can see he's well chuffed with that, and well he might be. A well-driven race there. Micah Taylor kept him honest throughout. Ethan Woodward finishes fourth. Fifth for Freddie Housley. Jesse Phillips finishes in sixth. Joseph Katsantonis in seventh. Eighth for Fred Green. Ollie Hart in ninth. 10th for Jack Mowat. Then it's Max Mason. Oscar Cartmail. Danny Bonner in 13th. 14th for Archie Lovat. And Ryan Gill in 15th. Daniel Amore in 16th. 17th in the end for Ty Megia. Laith Khan finishes 18th. 19th is Lawrence Finn. Chad Lamon in 20th. And then Freddie LaRosa in 21st. We saw, unfortunately, issues for Charlie Hart after he had set such positive pace. Disappointing for him. But that was your IAME Cadet Heat number 2. Congratulations to Macaulay Bishop for a well-controlled race. Really trying to move himself up in the championship. He came into today second off the top of my head. That was your IAME Cadets. More cadet action next with Heat 2 of your Honda Cadets. We're here at Whilton Mill Kart Club for round 3 of the 2020 series of championships. Let's give you your grid for Honda Cadet Heat number 2. Pole position on this one is going to be Hayden Gray with Jacob Lee alongside. Then it's going to be championship leader Dalton Hayward with Sebastiano Tuzio alongside on row number 2. Alfie Smith and Oliver Meek are row 3. Row 4 is going to be Aris Majauskas with Joshua Smith alongside. Callum Ghosh and Rocco Leon Shenton is your 5th row of the grid. Hugh Roach and Charlie Mills are on row 6. Row 7 is Joshua Bugembi and Lucy Wilden with Harry Friel and Harrison Morrow on row 8. Marley Pereo and Jack Price on row 9. Riley Bishop and Frankie Smedley on row 10, rounding out your top 20. Adam Hill and Ashton Wiggins are on row 11. Row 12 is going to be Finley Fishburne and Harry Higgs. Row 13 is Thomas Percox and Ethan Weldon. And then it's going to be Callum Wilson and Jake Schulz on row 14. Row 15 is going to be Oliver Gibson and Felix Smedley. And then on row 16, rounding out your 32 kart grid, is going to be Jensen Pugh and Bella Browham. That's how they line up then for... oh, that was on cue. The engine started up just as I finished the grid. That's nice of them. They timed that beautifully. Do let us know if you're watching on YouTube who you are here to support. And I am, do you know what I am going to get? I am going to get my TweetDeck open here. I have TweetDeck open if you want to interact with me directly in the box. I'm at Double Dash Motorsport Media, which is, sorry, at Double Dash MM, I should say. And I've been talking about Alpha Live. Mr. James Fitchew of Alpha Live is stationed at the laptop. He's going to be interacting with you throughout the day. So you're going to have some interaction as well in the YouTube comments. So say hi to James as well, because Darren's got this on the directorial side. He's got it. I can see he's loving life. He's giving me a wave. That must be a good sign. And I can see hovering. It's a cry for help. You're doing great, mate. It's fine. I can see the count of all the social media interactions for Alpha Live. If you like what you're seeing, give Alpha Live a like, a subscribe. If you like what you're hearing from a Double Dash, from a commentating side at least, I don't make the engine noises, then Double Dash Motorsport Media. Check us out. We're on Facebook, Double Dash Motorsport Media, or at Double Dash MM on Twitter. And failing all else, go to doubledashmm.com. And you can find out about what myself and Andrew Mather get up to, and all the stuff that we get up to with commentating, and hopefully as things start to come online again, a bit more racing. We've got loads of exciting stuff coming your way. He's doing some Formula Student stuff this weekend, but watch that after. Watch that on catch up. As you know, just stay with us here, because this is fantastic to be bringing some sprint racing action again. In fact, I'm trying to think of all the Alpha Live stuff. Are you at Teesside as well this weekend, James? I've made that up. So Alpha Live, they're all around the country. Double Dash Motorsport Media are all around the country. Check it all out. It's all there online. Come and support us in our various endeavours to bring you coverage of motorsport action throughout the UK as we get ready for our Honda Cadet Heat 2. It's just a case of working out the grid on this one. Bit of a case of no after you. No, I'm sure this was me. Yep, thank you very much. Can I be facing forwards? Yep. Lovely stuff. Hayden Gray then in the 65 kart, your pole sitter on your right, the driver's left, and away we go. Bouncing up and down to try and get the best start. Looks like a good start, though, for Jacob Lee from grid 2. And I think he's got straight up into the lead there as we begin this second heat in Honda Cadets. Everyone seems to get away well as they go through the crook and up the straight towards Christmas Corner for the first time. And it is indeed Jacob Lee, but Hayden Gray is trying to come back on him. No, sorry, that was Dalton Hayward who's had a good start in the 68. Great start from grid number 3, and I think we've got an incident here involving 3 karts, the 91, the 24, and the 70, which is going to be Alfie Smith. Hugh Roach is the 70. And I'm going to have to double check that other number because I think I may have misread that one. I don't think we have the number that I said. As they work their way through Ogies for the first time, I'll confirm that on timing as they come around here, but it's Dalton Hayward who's had a great start to this race with Jacob Lee in second place. Oh, and there's a red flag here for an incident. So I think there's been an incident here on track that we're just having to pause the race for here. And I'm being told it's the number 73 of Frankie Smedley involved. So things just been brought to a pause here. Some attention being brought to Frankie here on track. Fantastic response, and you can see from where the medical vehicle has stopped that it's down at turn 2 there, which is the crook. So that would have been just as the race was accelerating up. So just whilst we're waiting for all the necessary attention being given to Frankie Smedley there, just whilst they're sorting that out, we'll be back with you in just a moment when this race will hopefully be able to get underway again. Hello everybody. So after that very brief interlude, just want to give a bit of an update. We just saw the red flag come out for our second heat in Honda Cadets, and that was for an incident that involved the number 73 of Frankie Smedley. We've just seen, so as you can see, personnel allowed onto the grid to assist the drivers who have come to a stop, but we have seen Frankie walking under his own steam from the incident, so delighted to report that it's nothing of too much concern, nothing too serious, but obviously we just wanted to take a pause on that so that we could give you confirmation of that. But we have seen on one of our cameras Frankie Smedley walking under his own steam, helmet and balaclava off, I believe Darren has just indicated to me here, so hopefully nothing too bad, just a bit winded or bumps and bruises there for Frankie Smedley. Hopefully we should be able to get this race underway again, but just wanted to bring you that update. Yeah, it's good news there that fundamentally it seems that Frankie Smedley's fine after that one, so we just had a pause there, and we'll just wait to get things sorted out. The track cleared of any karts involved in the incident. I think that Smedley's kart was the only one that came to a stop in that. Obviously, it's a nasty part of the circuit to have an incident. You know, the crook is when you're at race speed is the fastest part of the track. Obviously, they were just, you know, winding themselves up at the start of a race there. So it's as the field gets underway, then I imagine we're going to go for a restart here, because that was all on the first lap. So, as I say, the understanding we have, having seen him walk a little bit under his own steam from the incident, is that the driver of the number 73 kart, Frankie Smedley, is fundamentally okay. So hopefully we'll be able to get this race underway. Now, there's a comment that's just come in from Remy Gilbert, who is doing his first race at Whilton Mill tomorrow. Good luck to you. Hope you're looking forward to it. He reports that it's raining very hard near Milton Keynes, and this is something that the Alpha Live guys have just made me aware of here, that rain is a definite possibility in the area here in Northamptonshire. There is a weather front moving up, or across indeed the UK at the moment. And we have a yellow warning for storms, do we, James? And we've got rain in 7 minutes. So maybe the last lap of this heat, just to make it interesting. There are the very ominous looking clouds. So this could be a bit of an eventful one here for our young Honda cadets. And I'm just going to say it now, folks. They're still on their slick tyres. They won't have a chance here to change tyres. They aren't allowed to do so under the red flag conditions. So they're going to all be on slicks here. And well, if you've ever, I'll say it the other way around. If you've never driven a kart in the wet on slicks, it makes you appreciate the tread of your tyres so much more on road cars. I will tell you that much. You can expect chronic understeer on turn-in, and then finally when the kart bites, you'll get oversteer. But I'm getting ahead of myself. The rain has to hit. The rain has to be substantial enough to actually give us wet conditions. Although all the indications here we have are that it'll be a rain with some staying power. There's that possibility. So we may see some very challenging conditions for our young drivers here in the Honda Cadet class. Here we go then. 8 minutes, I believe. I can't quite see what's been put on the clock at this. And it is 8 minutes. It is 8 minutes. The main takeaway from today is I need to book myself in for an eye test. Right then, we've had a red flag involving Frankie Smedley. Thankfully, it seems that he is fundamentally okay, but he'll not take further part in this one for now. So it's going to be eyes on the lights, and away we go then for our second attempt heat number 2. Hayden Gray leads them away, and once again it's a great start for Jacob Lee. Now he did get a good start on the first attempt at this start. Hopefully it's a nice clean getaway there for the entire field as they come up the hill for the first time and into Christmas Corner. As they come through this time and through Ashby Corner, and this is Dalton Hayward again starting as he started the first attempt at this start. Was to get up in the lead as someone's going very cross-country there in the background, and a nasty hit to that'll be a nasty shock through the spine. Didn't quite catch who that was, but we'll keep an eye out for them on time as they come round. So Dalton Hayward has got to the head of this field then on the first lap. It started as the first attempt did, with Dalton Hayward in the lead, Jacob Lee in second, Aris Majauskas in third. Hot support coming in for plenty of racers here. These moments I love, so some of the comments in response to the rain that's heading our way. So this could get very interesting, but it's already interesting because there is Hayden Gray having a look on Aris Majauskas, and he's got the job done through Ashby, and now Majauskas is under pressure from Rocco Shenton in the number 86. The driver we saw going cross-country, I imagine, was likely to be maybe Thomas Percox. I thought it was one of our non-novice drivers, if I'm honest. Potentially Harrison Morrow. He's dropped down the order a little bit because there's plenty of movement going on here. Shenton has got by Majauskas as well. So good lap there for Rocco Shenton, up into third place. And now here's Callum Ghosh in the 80 under pressure from Majauskas, who's just lost out on that lap and will be looking to get some momentum back on this one. You can see Majauskas with that the 3 stripes in his helmet, the yellow, the green and the red, which I'm making a complete guess here. I know those are the flag colours of Lithuania, I can tell you. I'm not sure if that's related or if they're just colours that he really likes on his helmet, but there you go. And someone else caught the grass there on the exit of Wilkins. They've got to be careful here. And oh, a tight battle here between Shenton and Ghosh there. And it's lost Ghosh momentum. And that's going to give the opportunity for Majauskas to come through there. As they come round to complete this lap. Majauskas side by side still with Callum Ghosh. They cross the line 0.02 of a second apart, if that's close enough for you all. As look at this battling all the way down through the field. Fantastic stuff. Ashton Wiggins is up to 11th place past Oliver Meek and Hugh Roach. It was a good lap for him. Adam Hills just got past Sebastiano Tuzio. That was over 17th place. And you know what? If I ran you down all the position changes, then they'd have done a whole host whilst I wasn't looking. So let's keep our eyes on this one. Majauskas now defending against Jacob Lee. That's over 5th place. As the skies are looking quite grey here, it's getting quite ominous as they work their way through Osiers onto the back straight. There behind them there is Charlie Mills in the 37 now getting involved, but he's going to allow Riley Bishop to have a go at him there, and indeed Riley Bishop is through and up into 7th place there. So Charlie Mills trying to look for the opportunity, I think, just got slightly balked by the battle ahead of him, and this is Rocco Shenton defending against Callum Ghosh. The 86 versus the 80. There is your race leader. There's Dalton Hayward. He's not too far up the road. There's Hayden Gray in second, and then there's the battle over third, twitching around in the as they head towards the braking zone for Ashby. Great little battle this one. So far, the drivers giving each other racing room as they break downhill into Osiers. No opportunities on for them there. We're looking here at Majauskas versus Riley Bishop, who trying to work out if Jacob Lee's got, but I know Jacob Lee's dropped down. Jacob Lee's dropped down. He's now battling with Charlie Mills over 7th place. So Riley Bishop has got himself up to 6th, and Charlie Mills up to 7th. Now Charlie is looking for a good heat here because if memory serves correctly, he had problems in the first heat. So he'll be looking to score some good points here as Joshua Bigembi now pressures the back of Jacob Lee. There he is, the 52, trying down the inside of the 82. We'll see if that move's stuck as they come out. We're looking here at Riley Bishop, who's got by Majauskas. He's ahead of the 51, so Riley Bishop moving up the order there. And you can see him in the 32, this black and high-vis yellow combination here. He's just got himself up into 5th place as they come round to finish another lap, and Dalton Hayward sets a new fastest lap of the race at 53.06. He's really throwing down the gauntlet here. Bugembi's move on Lee did stick, so the 52 now ahead of the 82 for 8th place. You'll see on your timing screens to the left as well. Quick shout out, by the way, if you want to see the timing screen in a bit more detail, if you have a second monitor free in addition to what you're watching this stream on, head over to live.alphatiming.co.uk/WMKC. That is live.alphatiming.co.uk/WMKC. That's alpha with a PH. It's alpha as in Alpha Tauri, not alpha as in Alfa Romeo, as I like to say, at least now that this Formula 1 season's underway. You don't need to worry about the www. Just live.alphatiming.co.uk. Click on Whilton Mill Kart Club or /WMKC, and you can see a full timing screen with any messages about the race, and there's a driver tracker as well on there. A little graphic of Whilton Mill where you can track the drivers, so you can even select a particular driver, as there's a brilliant battle here for second between Hayden Gray and Callum Ghosh, and then behind them Rocco Shenton and Riley Bishop battling over 4th place. Great little battles developing here as Shenton feels the need to go a bit defensive against Riley Bishop, who's had some really good pace to get onto the back of him over the last few laps. Indeed, he's set the fastest lap of the race at 52.81. Aris Majauskas, Charlie Mills, Joshua Bigembi still battling away in the background of all this from 6th down to 8th. But yes, to finish my point, if you go to that live timing screen, let's say you're following a particular driver, if you click on the position number next to the driver you wish to follow, it will highlight them on the driver tracker. And I should say, even though it's the position number that you click on to highlight the driver, if they then change their position by doing an overtake, as there is an overtake, Callum Ghosh trying down the inside of Hayden Gray into oblivion, and a beautiful move there for 2nd place for Callum Ghosh, and gets himself into 2nd and immediately throws Hayden Gray into the path of both Shenton and of Riley Bishop. It's 3 overtakes on Hayden Gray in 2 corners, and that's going to be a hard one to... that was a bit of a hit there to Hayden Gray's race. Such is the nature of sprint kart racing here, but hopefully he'll be able to, from his perspective, he'll hopefully be able to recover. He is staying with these drivers, as behind them it looks to me like Majauskas is still actually... Is it Bigembi now who's got up to 6th place? I just saw in the background. We'll have to check that as they come through to finish this lap. As we go on to the last lap, and it's Dalton Hayward's to lose at this point. He is 5 seconds to the good up the road, 5.3 seconds almost to the good up the road. Callum Ghosh in 2nd. And then here is the 86 of Shenton defending against Riley Bishop, and onto the scene has come Hayden Gray here as well, and there round the outside, goodness, that came out of nowhere. Beautiful move by Riley Bishop, and now Hayden Gray is going to try and make good on the positions he lost a few laps ago down the inside of Ashby, but it didn't pay off there, and he's going to have a few more opportunities, I think, to have a go at Rocco Shenton. Great battling here, fantastic stuff. It's allowed Callum Ghosh to break away for 2nd, so at the moment it looks like it's going to be Dalton Hayward for 1st, Callum Ghosh for 2nd, but who's going to take 3rd? Great move by Riley Bishop round the outside of Christmas. Up the road from this, Dalton Hayward is going to cross the line to take the win in heat number 2. There he is, well-controlled race from Dalton Hayward. Well dealt with the psychology of having to restart off the red flag. Callum Ghosh in 2nd, Riley Bishop for 3rd, Rocco Shenton finishes 4th. I think he can still be very proud. He battled well, as can Hayden Gray, excuse me. Really good battling between all of them, as it was between Aris Majauskas in 6th, Joshua Bigembi in 7th, 8th for Charlie Mills, Jacob Lee in 9th, 10th place is the number 10 of Joshua Smith. Then there was Ashton Wiggins, Harry Friel, Hugh Roach, Marley Pereiro, Oliver Meek in 15th place, Adam Hill in 16th, 17th was Harrison Morrow, then it was Harry Higgs, Alfie Smith, Jensen Pugh to round out your top 20. And by the way, Harry Higgs is number 45, the highest of your novice drivers in this one. Lucy Wilden in 21st, then it was Callum Wilson, Ethan Weldon in 23rd, 24th for Jake Schulz, Thomas Percox in 25th, Sebastiano Tuzio in 26th, Oliver Gibson, Bella Brown and Jack Price, I believe, had a technical issue and didn't finish that one. If you've tuned in for the next heat, we're a little bit behind schedule now because of a red flag there that involved Frankie Smedley. He's okay, or fundamentally okay. He walked away from the incident, just receiving a bit of attention, maybe some knocks, bruises, maybe a bit winded. The rain looks like it might be coming, folks. Next up is going to be our second heat in Iame Bambinos. Right then, Iame Bambinos, excuse me. Iame Bambinos, Jenson Thomas takes this one from pole. Daniel Myron Laurenti alongside Archie Rutter and George House make up row number 2. Row 3 is Alfie Davidson and Leo Gorski. Then it's going to be Ronnie Ray Carter and Freddie Denton on row number 4. Manav Diu and Luke Millward round out your top 10. And then on row 6, it's going to be Jensen Chalk and Austin Gibson. Jack Jones and Jensen Walker make up row 7. Harry Curry and Sukmani Kira make up row 8. It's going to be Christopher Mbola Esomba on row 9 with F and Owen alongside. And then in row 10 to round up the 20 kart grid, we've got Jarlath Sayer and Teddy Porter. Earlier on in Iame Bambinos, we saw a win for Jensen Chalk. He did very well to take that victory. Austin Gibson was second, and then Daniel Myron Laurenti was classified in third. I'm delighted to say, just looking down the order, no penalties have come through on that one, so it was as they finished it. So nice clean racing from our Iame Bambinos, which is what we like to see. If you want the confirmed results to any of these races, I mentioned in the last race that you can go to live.alphatiming.co.uk, click on Whilton Mill Karting Club and see the live timing. With added details on top of what you get on our lovely timing tower to the left of your Alpha stream. But you can also go to results.alphatiming.co.uk and click on Whilton Mill Kart Club to see the confirmed results as they come in. You can see what the championship standings are. All that information is available to you. We've got support coming in here. For sorry, that's I'm looking too far down the times there. The timestamps I have for the social media feed just give me the date, and amazingly, all of them have come in on the same date. So the timestamp it would be useful, but that's fine. The latest are at the top. It's fine. But yes, the skies are still looking a bit grey. These drivers are all on slicks, as far as I can tell, and well, they might be. Because the heavens haven't opened yet. And here we go. It's going to be Iame Bambinos for their second heat. Jenson Thomas in the number 40 on pole. Daniel Myron Laurenti on grid number 2 in the 85. Your left, their right. As you look at it on the left there. Lights out and away we go. It's a decent start, as I can tell from Thomas, but it's an even better start for Myron Laurenti. Gets to the lead of the race instantly. As we've got side-by-side action already between George House, who really battled his way up through the last heat in this class, and I believe he's got the advantage there over Jenson Thomas, our pole sitter. So great start there from George House to get himself up into second place. Good start there from Ronnie Ray Carter as well in the 35. He looks to have had a very racy beginning to this one as they work their way through. Looks like we've had a clean start. We've maybe got someone just a little bit off at the back of the field. That is Sukmani Kira, but it looks like everybody's away cleanly enough. And hopefully Sukmani will be able to catch up a little bit and have a bit more racing fun in this one as they come round to complete this first lap in our Iame Bambinos heat number 3. And it is Daniel Myron Laurenti from grid number 2 who got the best start there to the head of the field. George House in second, Ronnie Ray Carter in third. Good start for Jensen Chalk, your winner from heat number 1, up to 4th place already in the number 9. There he is with the, I was about to say with the little Union Jack helmet, but there's so many drivers with a Union Jack helmet because Freddie Denton has one, as he beautifully just displayed then. As they work their way through the top part of the circuit. See, by the way, if you see, you can see Stu Stretton out there taking a few photographs. In my opinion, but not just my opinion, in the opinion of many, one of the best, if not the best, motorsport photographer currently in the UK. Brilliant stuff that he does. He's out there taking some... And there he is. He doesn't know he's being featured. He's looking at his latest shot. But that's the kind of guy he is, dedicated to his photography. And he's out there taking some great shots. So if you see someone crouching on the grass or even lying in a sort of prone position, he's supposed to, honest. That's how he gets his really good action shots as they go by. But he's doing some fantastic stuff there, is Stu Stretton. As we look here at a battle, there is the 66 of Teddy Porter working his way up through the field. Now, along with George House, he worked his way up through the field really nicely in the first heat. And he's doing so again here. James Fitcher of Alpha Live has just shown me a pun. I think you had to be there. Oh no, and that's a moment there for Teddy Porter. I was just talking about how he was working his way up through the field and he's had an incident. Now to me, the lower right corner of that car, or the front right corner of that car, sorry, looks a little bit higher up. So I wonder if there's been some contact there. 5 minutes to go on this one. We've got rain being reported at paddock. You could just see there the cameraman had his hood up. So rain is starting to hit the circuit. How is this going to affect things? So keep an eye on lap times, folks. Fastest lap of the race is currently a 58.12 with Austin Gibson in 5th place. Let's get you up to speed with this one. Daniel Meyer on the Rent is your leader. George House is in 2nd. Jensen Chalk in 3rd. Ronnie Ray Carter is in 4th. And 5th is Austin Gibson as the rain is beginning to come down. I'm just looking out my window from the comms position and I can't see it's not... It's spitting. Oh yeah, and you can see it on the cameras now. Absolutely. So the rain is coming. And these young drivers, aged between 6 and 8 years of age, are on slick tyres here, folks. This one could get very interesting. There is your race leader, the number 85 of Daniel Meyer and Laurenti. George House in 2nd, Jensen Chalk in 3rd. 4th now is Austin Gibson. He's got past Ronnie Ray Carter, so the 25 now ahead of the 35. Harry Curry in the 84 in 6th. The number 16 of Leo Gorski in 7th. Luke Millward in 8th. And there is Jensen Chalk going down the inside of George House. Well, he seemed to have plenty of bite turning into that corner, so don't think the rain's affecting too much at the moment. As George House doesn't have a... Oh, there's a spin! There is the grip. There is the grip going away. And that's the spin there as they were trying to break into Ashby. And that was Jensen Chalk and George House around. And more drivers are joining the scene. This is it, folks. The grip is going away. The wet weather is coming in. And these young drivers in the Iame Bambinos are having to deal now with the greasy conditions as the rain begins to come down. Austin Gibson spun off as well. Huge disappointment for people running at the front there. And that's a spin there as well. That is Leo Gorski who's gone round there, but he manages to recover it well. This is such difficult conditions for drivers of any level of experience, to be perfectly honest, but for these our youngest drivers that we have here at Whilton Mill this weekend. Bambino level karting, and they are now having to deal with these greasy conditions. Our race leader has managed to keep it on the road, and Jensen Chalk is still showing in 2nd. So I imagine so many people, either I'm misdiagnosed who went off, or so many people span in sympathy that he was actually able to recover the car onto the road in 2nd place. It's currently Myron Laurenti in 1st, Jensen Chalk in 2nd. Manav Diu has got himself up to 3rd place. It's coming down really heavily. We can see out the window here. Difficult conditions. Slick tyres, remember, they don't have treaded tyres. You can really see the rain here at Ozier's corner. That yellow and red striped flag, that is the slippery surface flag being shown at the marshal posts. And well, they might. We've got drivers spinning around here. Look at this. The drivers struggling for grip. They've got to be so careful here. That's the 82. That would make it Manav Diu spinning from 3rd place, unfortunately. And I think that was Alfie Davidson as well in the 46. if I spotted that number correctly. We've got karts littering parts of Northamptonshire here. Jensen Walker, unfortunately, at the side of the road. These are such difficult conditions. If you've never driven them, I cannot emphasise how challenging it is to drive in greasy conditions with no tread in your tyres. You know, you'll be familiar as there's a spin there. That's for Luke Millward. He was running in second when they started the last lap. When he started the previous lap, one should say. We're not on the last lap yet. 1 minute on the clock to go. Has Milo Laurenti stayed on the road? That's the 42 of F&O, and he's recovering to the pits. So I don't know if there's an issue there, as it's a spin there. Coming out of Inkermans, didn't catch who that was, unfortunately. That looked like the 49 of Jarlath Sayer. That's the 66 of Teddy Porter, who had an incident earlier on in the race as well. My goodness me, this is really dramatic. Look at this. Look at this. They're struggling to find any grip out there. And Whilton Mill, I have to say, I personally find it one of the more challenging tracks when it's wet. So they're on slick tyres, they're in the wet on a track that I find hard to find the grip out there. I really do often find it hard. Maybe that's just because I'm not so good in the wet. That is entirely plausible. Milo Laurenti is still in the lead of this race, though. He has kept it on the grey stuff, or at least has kept it on the grey stuff enough to retain the lead. Jensen Chalk in second. Luke Millward is showing in third as the number 66 of Teddy Porter gets recovered to the pit lane. The 76 is round of Jack Jones. Goodness me, this race. It's sounding more like I'm in a bingo hall at the moment as I call them spinning round. The number 49 recovers to the track, that being Jarlath Sayer. What can he recover from this race? The 76 is Jack Jones going round. It's just a case of slowing it down and trying to keep it on the road. Try and take the wet line as well. That's the other concept that these drivers are going to try and learn out there, to take a wider line. That's the 49 round again. That's Sayer trying to get used to the conditions. I think we're about to go on the last lap when Myron Laurenti comes round in the number 85 to cross the timing beacon again, provided he is the first person to do so. He is still your race leader. I don't blame the camera crew for just let's just show the start-finish line and see who comes round. Here he is, though, and that's a change for the lead. That's Jensen Chalk passed. That's the number 9 of Jensen Chalk. So Chalk has taken the lead there from Myron Laurenti, and Myron Laurenti's going wide there. And now we're on to the last lap, and Jensen Chalk, who I'm sure we saw was one of the first spinners in this one, and who took the win earlier on in Iame Bambino's heat number 1. At the moment, he's in the pound seats to take the victory here in really challenging conditions. Really challenging conditions. So impressed by this. Everybody just keep it on the tarmac, folks, and you can bring this one home. Is there any response from Daniel Myron Laurenti in the 85 car? Can he get onto the back of Jensen Chalk? Of course, the pace differential between drivers can be very different in these damp conditions. But Chalk at the moment, guiding his kart home, going slightly wider. That's good. That's the good line. There's a bit more grip on the more abrasive surface where there's less rubber laid down. You get the abrasion of the surface. That's why the wet line is quicker in the wet, because there's less rubber laid down. It's more abrasive. But here we go. Jensen Chalk in the number 9. He took the win in heat number 1. It looks like he's going to take the heat 2 win as well. Here he comes round paddock corner. Taking the win goes to Jensen Chalk. Daniel Myron Laurenti finishes second. A good drive from him, nevertheless. Can't take that away from him. Harry Curry finishes third. Luke Millward in fourth. Then it's going to be Alfie Davidson, I think, in 5th place. Yes, it is. I shouldn't preempt any of these, should I? Because it's so difficult to stay on the circuit. Leo Gorski finishes 6th. Jack Jones has crossed the line. He's classified 14th. Ronnie Ray Carter finishes 7th. Freddie Denton in 8th. Manav Dew in 9th. 10th is George House. Archie Rutter 11th. As they come across the line, Sukmani Kira in 12th. 13th for Jarlath Sayer. 14th will be Jack Jones. Jensen Walker in 15th. And I think all of our other competitors have taken to the pit lane. Well, I can't see any rain out the window or on the cameras at the moment, so that may have gone away as quickly as it came. But let's prepare ourselves then. This could get interesting. I wonder what tyres are being put on right now in the paddock on our next heat, which is going to be heat 2 in our MiniROK class. All right, folks, this is going to be an interesting one. Our MiniROK class, then, heat number 2. Max Horler starts on pole with Sebastian Weldon alongside. Cameron Edmonds is in the 99, starting from third with Fraser Anderson alongside. Taylor Orridge and Joshua Turnbull are on row 3. Row 4 is going to be Jack Sant and Charlie Lomas. Row 5 is going to be Ty Magia and Macaulay Bishop. Aidan Hassan and Archie Heron are row 6. Casey Jones and Ollie Poole make up row 7. Row 8 is going to be Alfie Richards and Oliver Stilp. Jacob Ashcroft and Sam Woolley make up row number 9. Row 10 is going to be Zane Quaker and Jake Woods. Row 11 is going to be Spencer Talboys Kimmy and Isaac Barker. Then it's going to be Thomas Clark and Milo Manderson, rounding out your 24 kart grid. And it's getting interesting, folks, because our pole sitter is on wets, and I happen to know, so that's the number 36 is on wets, and the number 99 we've just heard is on slicks. So there are different approaches here, and I just looked out the window. Is it the number 41 is on wets? So that is the number 41 in this race is Charlie Lomas in 8th, so he's starting on wets. Now, I can't see the rain coming down as heavily out of my window here at Whilton Mill, as they're all sorting themselves out in the paddock. Well, they've locked in, as far as I'm aware, to their tyres now. So this could be a very, very interesting race if the track is drying up. There are certain drivers out there who are banking on... Do you know, it's not a million miles away from what we were seeing in the Hungarian Grand Prix last weekend, actually. Everyone's having to make last-minute decisions on what the correct tyre is to start on here. And possibly similarly to Hungary, it's on the side. It's on the side of the drying line that may be winning out here, because I don't see the rain coming down anything like as much. You can see the shots there. Everyone's not huddled under an umbrella. So even though the skies are still a bit grey here at Whilton Mill, it's going to be interesting, this one. Do keep your comments coming in. Oh, I've just looked up at the YouTube subscriber count, and it's gone up by 10 since I last looked at it. It's at 9,750 now. So thank you, everybody. I don't know if you heard the cry of joy there of James Fitzhugh of Alpha Live there, but he's chuffed at that. So thank you very much. Why not click the notification bell as well? You know, that means that you know when Alpha Live are going live. Yeah. Gosh, I do feel it really is still quite grey in the sky. I feel like it's got rather dark in here. They've turned on the lights in the office next door as well. 30% of the grid on wets then. So this one could get very interesting if the conditions change accordingly for this, our MiniROK heat. This will be the last of our Heat 2 series of races. Then we'll go straight round and start our Heat 3 cycle. So we'll go back to the all-electric MightE class after this one. There's people coming in on YouTube with what they would have on. Would you put on slicks or wets? Asks James of Alpha Live. We've got a mix. Although Dan Hackett's suggestion of none, as in no tyres at all. That's interesting. Unless he thinks it's going to rain enough to need a boat, in which case I still think the tyres might help, because they're probably act as flotation devices. So it's it's a left of field suggestion there, Dan, but whatever works for you. I don't believe anyone's opted for no tyres, but, you know. I think Slicks is just winning here. Slicks is just winning. Keep your comments coming in. But, yeah, this could get interesting. And not least, I believe our pole sitter, Max Horler, is on wets, I believe, is what James has just told me. He's doing a fantastic job, by the way, running in and out, checking these things. As our MiniROK drivers take to the track. 9 to 12 years of age, these drivers. They will work their way around. around into formation, but what would I go on? I suppose I should give my opinion. I think I'd go with slicks as well. I don't think it's looking that bad out there. I'd opt for slicks, but that's all well and good for me to say. These drivers had to make that decision a good 4 or 5 minutes ago now, and at that time it was looking a bit damper. At the time they chose that, they were watching the Iame Bambinos squirreling around on the greasy surface. So it's a difficult call to have made. Here we go though. It's all on pole, and we're away for our MiniROK Heat 2. Into oblivion they go. What is the grip like? This is such an unknown for these drivers. I know they've just had the warm-up, but when you're in close quarter racing like this, to judge the grip, and to me this looks dry. These conditions look pretty dry to me, and it looks like I think it's Fraser Anderson who's got to the head of the field really early on here. He was going really well in Heat 1 earlier on, and he's had a good start here. Side by side, coming out of, that's Macaulay Bishop in the 67, who's just swooped across the bows of Jack Sant there. Not Jack Sant, excuse me, Casey Jones. He was battling with there in the 68. As they come on to the back straight, this is Taylor Orridge in the number 1. And he's taken the lead, sorry, that's past Fraser Anderson. So Taylor Orridge up into the lead of the race. As they come onto the end of the lap, Taylor Orridge leads, Fraser Anderson second, Macaulay Bishop up to 3rd place. As there's a look there from Stilp on Woods, Oliver Stilp past Jake Woods, that's for 9th place. To me, I don't think the Wets gamble will have paid off here. They're all taking the dry line, and these are dry times as it looks to me. And there, down the inside of Fraser Anderson goes Macaulay Bishop looking for 2nd place. So it looks like dry conditions here, and where, I'm just trying to pick out a kart that maybe started on wets. I think our pole sitter was on wets, and that was the number 36. Max Hallow's down in 22nd place at the moment, so I do not think the wets gamble has paid off. They work their way up to Christmas corner. Look at this fantastic side-by-side action here through the top part of the circuit. Oh, and there's a moment there, and that looked to me, was that Archie Heron? Oh, he caught that slide. It wasn't Archie Heron, excuse me. That was Joshua Turnbull. Prize there for Mr. Turnbull for the sideways moment of the day so far that didn't result in a spin. That was an amazing catch around Ashby Corner. Well, the world of karting can lead you to many forms of motorsport. Maybe give rallying a look if that's one's the driving style. That was fantastic. As Macaulay Bishop sets the fastest lap of the race in 2nd place at 50.977, catching onto the back of Taylor Orridge. Here it is, the battle for the lead. Fraser Anderson still trying to keep in touch with them, and then behind them, this is Cameron Edmonds. Excuse me, no it's not. Jacob Ashcroft has got ahead of Cameron Edmonds now, so 22 ahead of the 99. So Ashcroft now in 4th, Edmonds in 5th. Sebastian Weldon in the 98 now up to 6th place. Oliver Stilp following him through the field. Don't forget that it was Sebastian Weldon who won our first heat in this class earlier on today. As we're looking at the lead battle. Taylor Orridge in the number 1 versus Macaulay Bishop in the number 67. You can see now that Jacob Ashcroft has broken away slightly from Cameron Edmonds as well. And Edmonds now under severe pressure from Sebastian Weldon, actually. Here it is, Weldon challenging Cameron Edmonds. This is over 5th place into Christmas corner. Nice clean move from Weldon, hasn't gone too deep. Nicely judged. Love that. Great stuff from the number 98 driver there. So Weldon now up to 5th. How is the pressure being applied to our race leader? Or are they working together just to bridge the gap until the latter stages of the race? That's also a possibility. Oliver still is there now. Coming up onto the back of Cameron Edmonds. Still in the white helmet and the blue suit. And then behind him is Joshua Turnbull in the number 38. So his Scandinavian flick that he did into Ashby hasn't hindered his race. He's right there in the action. And here is Stilt going on the inside of the 99 of Edmonds. And Cameron Edmonds there went into the spin. Well, he held his arm aloft, gesticulating there to say, oh, well, why did you hit me? There's not much he could have done. I didn't see any contact that led to that spin. I think he was just on the absolute limit of adhesion. And that meant he went sideways. And there wasn't really anywhere for Turnbull to go. There we go. And Turnbull there, I'm not sure there's much that Joshua Turnbull could have done. That all happened so quickly. Hopefully they're still both running okay, but they'll have both lost significant time. As we look back at our leaders, Taylor Orridge still ahead of Macaulay Bishop. Very similar pace between these two. Sebastian Weldon sets a new fastest lap of the race. Anyone on wet, I'm afraid it hasn't paid off. Although, no, it hasn't paid off, excuse me. I thought I was about to check the notes I've been handed then, and the 15 is on slicks. So Fraser Anderson on those slicks is going well. But coming under pressure, isn't he? Because Jacob Ashcroft and Sebastian Weldon have caught up to him. In fact, has Weldon made a move there? Going to have to check that one as they come round. Now, the only way that this can seriously change... so the 22 of Ashcroft has got past Anderson. So it's now Jacob Ashcroft in third, Fraser Anderson in fourth, and Sebastian Weldon up into fifth. Now the way that this could come back to our wet tyre runners, of course, is if it started to rain. It is still looking quite dull out there as Weldon goes down the inside of Anderson. So Sebastian Weldon now up into fourth place. Taylor Orridge has just set the fastest lap of the race as the leader. So he's trying to bridge that gap to Macaulay Bishop. I can see rain. You can see rain on the camera again. Oh, goodness me. We've got 1 minute and 20 seconds left on the clock, and this is going to start to affect our slick runners. And there, was that traffic getting out of the way? Was that someone going very slow? We've got the driver's going to have to be careful here. It can be difficult, honestly, it can be difficult to spot the rain on a tinted visor. I know that sounds a bit crazy, but that's something to bear in mind as well, or it's harder than on a clear visor. So it is raining. It's spitting, I'm being told, presumably in the form of rain. Just don't do that, folks. It's not hygienic at the best of times. As there's a move there from Sebastian Weldon on Jacob Ashcroft. So that's Weldon up into third place. Great stuff here from Sebastian Weldon. But he's 4.5 seconds back from our leading pair, and there's surely not enough time for that to come into effect. And indeed, yeah, it must have just been spitting, because I can't see the rain on that camera shot that I could only a lap ago. Taylor Orridge leads, then Macaulay Bishop in second, keeping him honest. Is then 4.5 seconds back to this pack of karts. Sebastian Weldon now in third place, ahead of Jacob Ashcroft in the 22, and Fraser Anderson and Oliver Stilt are in close company. Then there is Joshua Turnbull. Aidan Hassan, haven't mentioned him much, but he's up into 8th. Alfie Richards in 9th, and Cameron Edmonds still featuring in the top 10. The clock ticks down to 0, so it's going to be this lap plus another. If you're Macaulay Bishop, now is the time to start to try and strike, if you can match Taylor Orridge's pace, which has been superb. Here we go, lead battle. It's going to come onto the last lap. Taylor Orridge, very successful karter in this MiniROK class, and Macaulay Bishop, highly successful driver around this Whilton Mill circuit. We've spoken about him so much, Whilton Mill Kart Club. He's got so much success to his name, and he's got one lap to try and put the move here on Taylor Orridge. Through Inkermans they go. Downhill braking into Ashby. There's no opportunity here. What about through Wilkins and Oziers? You've got to imagine that Macaulay is going to try. I think he's too far back to try it into Oziers. So he's going to try and set up the opportunity. Just take a tighter line into Oziers. He wants to set up the opportunity into Boot. Look for him to take a move here, and he goes for it. You've got to go for it, haven't you? And he's going to get the switch back. Is he going to have the momentum? Is he going to have enough? No, I don't think he is. Taylor Orridge has held on judged that well defensively and will take the win in MiniROK Heat 2. What a way to close out the second round of heats here today. Macaulay Bishop finishes second, Sebastian Weldon finishes a good third, Jacob Ashcroft in fourth, Oliver Stilt got past Fraser Anderson on the last lap to finish fifth, sixth for Fraser Anderson then, Joshua Turnbull in seventh, Aidan Hassan in eighth, ninth for Alfie Richards, Cameron Edmonds in 10th. Then it's Ty Magia, Milo Manderson, Jake Woods, Jack Sant, Archie Heron we expect to come home in 15th, Charlie Lomas in 16th, Casey Jones in 17th, 18th for Thomas Clark, Sam Woolley in 19th, 20th for Ollie Poole, Max Haller in 21st, I'm afraid. Oh, excuse me, Ollie Poole did get some position on the last lap. He finished 17th, Casey Jones 18th, 19th for Thomas Clark, Sam Woolley in 20th, 21st for Max Haller. I'm afraid the wet tyres didn't pay off. Zane Quaker in 22nd, Spencer Talbot, Kimmy in 23rd and 24th for Isaac Barker. We will be back in just a moment's time for our Might E class to begin their third heat of the day. Here we go then into our third round of heats. This is the last heat for each of our classes today to determine the grids for the all-important finals. Let's take you through the grid for our Might E Heat 3. I should say, by the way, don't forget, championship points do feature in these heat races. It is about determining your grid positions for the final, and 60 points are on offer for the winner of a final. But there are still points available here, 36 points for the winner of a heat, so it's not to be sniffed at. Maximilian Eberhardt will start this one from pole with Jake Beecroft, who has won both of the heats so far today in our MightE Bambino class, starting alongside in second. Harry Stinson and Imogen Summerfield start on row 2, Scarlett Percox and Jack Freeman on row 3. Row 4 is Jack Jones with Jensen Thomas alongside. Just give a moment for that to catch up. There we go. Row 5 is William Dearden and Sukhmani Kira. Morgan Weston and Reese David Richardson make up row 6, and row 7 is Luke Millward and Jensen Ackerman. That's how they line up then for this all-electric Might E class. I'm really enjoying this class so far today. As I say, I think they did have a bit of racing action at Rowra, but this is still a fairly new fledgling initiative, this class. Darren Beavers, so linked of course with Bambino karting in the UK in general, involved in this Might E class. So really interesting to see as we get ready for the off here in these all-electric karts. The way we go, Maximilian Eberhardt with a good start there, but it's also a good start from Jake Beecroft. It was a fairly even start, I think, between the two sides of the grid as they work their way through, and that, to me, it still feels a bit side by side there, but no, Eberhardt has had the advantage, but who's going to have the advantage into Christmas? The inside line is with Beecroft, and he's going to be down the inside surely and gets the job done. Can Eberhardt stay with him? That's going to be the key thing here to try and prevent Beecroft, who we know is quick in this car, to try and stop him from getting away and just controlling this one throughout. That's going to be the interesting one, as there's plenty of battling going on behind them, as you would expect on the first lap of the race. And they work their way through Wilkins for the first time. into Osiers and onto the back straight. Look, they're almost in V formation going into Osiers there. Really good stuff, good battling here on the opening lap of our Heat 3 in the MightE Bambino class. As I said earlier, there are versions of this MightE electric kart being developed for cadet level, junior level, senior level. So that's, you know, there's plenty to watch this space, I think is the phrase I'm trying to come up with there. Jensen Thomas is in third then, behind the Beecroft Aberhart battle, which is here. Jensen Ackerman in fourth place. That's an amazing start for Ackerman. He's up from the back of the grid to fourth in one lap. That's brilliant stuff for him. Jack Freeman is in fifth. Imogen Summerfield in sixth. Luke Millward, Morgan Weston, Harry Stinson, Reese, David Richardson, William Dearden and Scarlett Percox is how they all finished lap number one. Slightly smaller class, this 12 kart field. So I was looking at the MightE Facebook page earlier on, and also this might be one of the smaller grid sizes that we've got here today. They've had a fantastic response by the looks of it to this this initiative, this new class. Fantastic stuff. If you want to check them out, facebook.com/mighte.ev. That is mighte.ev. Check that out on Facebook to find out more about this really interesting new class in karting. These karts, which are, they've got to be a lot of fun. You've got to get some really good talk out of these as they work their way through the top part of the circuit. Here is your leader then. Beecroft versus Aberhart here. I haven't mentioned these karts, designed and built over in Northern Ireland. And as I say, some of them taken up for the purposes of racing them here. Really, really interesting to see how this electric karting might develop. We're here though with the battle. That was a bit further down. I think that was the battle between Imogen Summerfield, Harry Stinson, and Reese David Richardson. This is the battle from 7th place down. They were just going through the middle sector there. And here is your lead battle, and there's a move. There's a move from Aberhart, Maximilian Aberhart, down the inside of Jake Beecroft, excuse me, and round Inkermans they go. Is Beecroft going to have a look down the inside? He thought about it. He thought about it, but it wasn't on there. As I say, there is going to be a slightly different feel in these karts. You haven't got the same audio feedback. It isn't that there's none. I know, obviously, to you as viewers, you're not hearing the rumble of the engine, but there is some sound, there is some audible cues as you're driving these karts. But it is going to be a slightly different feel in that sense. Your kart sympathy is going to be based off of slightly different things as you're driving around. Here is Imogen Summerfield then, with Reese David Richardson right behind. And that's William Dearden as well in this battle. So a great little battle happening here over 8th place as they go into Osiers, and then behind them that is Scarlett Percox. And I feel like we've had a similar transponder issue for Jensen Ackerman that we had in the first race, because he's showing at the back of the field now. As these karts go side by side here, this is a look from the number 30 of Dearden on the 79 of Richardson. And Richardson holds on to that. Reese David Richardson holds on to 9th place. Good stuff there, and indeed he's going to get a run on Imogen Summerfield. Job done there. And is there Imogen Summerfield had a very bad drive through turns 1 and 2. I don't know if that's an issue of some sort, as Scarlett Percox has now got by as well. So Imogen Summerfield losing a few positions there. We'll just keep an eye on her pace. At the front though, that was on cue, that was brilliant. Jake Beecroft down the inside of Maximilian Aberhart. They're swapping positions. brilliantly here in a great lead battle that one cannot help but feel is going to go the full distance here. Next down the road is this battle between Jensen Thomas, and that is Jensen Ackerman who's with him, but his transponder has had an issue again. So I think this is a battle for third place that maybe isn't shown on your timing towers on the left, but it is there. There it is, the bright coloured helmet of Jensen Thomas, and then Jensen Ackerman with the sort of orange number plate, and then there, and here it is again. And then Luke Millward, you saw there, is in 5th place, not 4th place as it shows on your timing tower. So that's the battle here. And we've got the reports of some rainfall around the circuit. There it is, you can see it on the camera. Now you have to have imagined that everyone plumped for slicks here, because there just wasn't the... I'm not sure, if I'm honest. I'm really not sure, looking at those tyres. But the rain is coming down. The conditions are going to get more difficult. Just over 1 minute on the clock. This is your battle for third. Jensen Ackerman chasing Jensen Thomas. Out of Ashby they go. And they'll now head to Wilkins. Really got to throw the kart into Wilkins and set yourself up for the downhill braking into Oziers. It's quite a short braking zone though. You want to sort of sling yourself round onto this back straight. And here's Ackerman. Has he got a run here on the number 40 of Jensen Thomas? No, he thinks better of it on this occasion. Thomas had good drive off of Oziers and down the back straight. Round the boot they go. And then they'll go through Paddock Corner. Important to carry as much speed as you can, because the first sector of this lap you do not brake until you get to Christmas Corner. So you chuck it into this corner called Oblivion. Brilliant name for this corner. You've really got to commit to it. And then through the right-hander of the Crook. This little right-hand kink in this straight does technically have a name as a corner, by the way. It's called Fine Lady, for anyone who really wants to impress. If you're looking to impress your friends with your Whilton Mill corner knowledge, that's what it's called. I'm not sure if I'm the only person who knows that. Well, I imagine the Whilton Mill people do. And look at this. They go either side of... and that's allowed Jensen through. Oh, what an interesting move that was. That caught me off guard, folks. That is Jensen Ackerman getting by Jensen Thomas. And Jensen Thomas takes to the grass. Jensen Thomas, in trying to fight back, takes to the grass there. Now, they went either side. And it's because of the rain, isn't it? There's no grip coming into Wilkins. No grip coming into Wilkins at all. We're here with our leaders. This is Jake Beecroft. And where, as he comes onto the last lap, where has Maximilian gone? There's Maximilian Eberhardt. That's the recovering 78 of Harry Stinson you just saw there, having a moment. But I think the conditions have allowed Jake Beecroft to pull ahead here. And he's looking like he's in the pound seats here on the final lap. Here he is. This is the number 42 of Beecroft. Is he going to be able to make it 3 out of 3? Well, if he wants to do that, he's going to have to keep it on the grey stuff. We've got a driver spun out there. That looks like it is William Dearden, unfortunately, who's spun. And I'm not sure if that will have lost him some positions, because he was in some battles that we were seeing earlier on. But this young man here, Jake Beecroft, just needs to look at how heavily it's coming down now. I think this is the heaviest we've seen it so far today. Slippery surface flag out. He's got to keep it careful here. That is the 79 of Rhys David Richardson. Jake Beecroft, I think, is just behind. Here he is. Good pickup on cameras. He's coming around the boot now. Just got to nurse his kart home in these greasy conditions. Jake Beecroft, he looks over his shoulder. There's no challenge, but it was a good battle he had with Maximilian Eberhardt. But Jake Beecroft is going to come out on top in heat number 3 of the MightE Bambino's class. And then coming round to finish second, there is Maximilian Eberhardt. Now, who finishes third? It is Jensen Ackerman, who is going to come across in third place. And then fourth is going to be Luke Millward. So what happened to Jensen Thomas there? He must have fallen afoul of these harsher conditions. There he is, Jensen Thomas. So good fourth place for Luke Millward. Jensen Thomas in fifth. Jack Freeman, we expect to come home in sixth. There he is, the number 33. Morgan Weston finishing close behind. Rhys David Richardson will come round to finish 8th, will he? Yes. Scarlett Percox in 9th. William Dearden in 10th. 11th for Harry Stinson and 12th for Imogen Summerfield. Well, there are the there you can see the tyres, and they are the talking point next. as we head into our IAME Cadets Heat number 3. The rain is coming down here at Whilton Mill for round number 3 of our 2020 championship. It is so, come rain or shine, it is so good to be back with you, bringing some track action here from Whilton Mill. We've not been able to do this since February, so it's really a real pleasure to be back with you. Let's take you through the grid, who are all on slicks, I am being told. So this could get interesting. Charlie Hart is on pole. Macaulay Bishop alongside Danny Bonner and Ty Magia are on row 2. Row 3 is Jack Poole and Ethan Woodward. They're changing tyres. That is the scramble you can see behind the grid graphic. That is them changing the tyres like crazy. They're reacting to the weather conditions here. Fred Green and Micah Taylor are on row 4. Row 5 is Archie Lovett and Chad Lehman. Joseph Katsantonis and Sebastian Mins are row 6. Row 7 is going to be Freddie LaRosa and Evan Cooley-Wilkes. Zach Green and Max Mason make up row 8. Row 9 is Jack Mowat and Freddie Housley. Row 10 is Jesse Phillips and Leif Khan. Row 11, Daniel Amor and Oscar Cartmail. Ryan Gill and Ollie Hart make up row 12. And then rounding out the 25 kart field is Lawrence Finn. Well, here we go. This is what a frantic tyre change looks like in the paddock at Whilton Mill. Stu Stretton's got a grin on his face. He's loving this. This makes great shots here. Some action shots of tyre changes in our IAME Cadets paddock. And well, he might, but I hope he's got some good rain protection on that camera. So, as they all change their tyres frantically, I don't know. It's this the sensible thing that they're all on wets. It is the sensible thing, but also. Well, it's going to be entertaining either way, let's face it. It's still greasy conditions. It's still challenging, and this rain is much more... it's stayed with us. It's not just a flash shower like the last lot of rain was. Look at that shot. That shows you all you need to know. It's going to get interesting. So here we are, frantic scenes as everyone changes their tyres in the paddock from slicks to wets. Now would be a highly interesting moment for it to stop raining and start drying out. No, I'm sorry. It's difficult times. It's difficult to make the decisions. It is difficult to make these decisions, and these drivers, who are amongst the older ones who we have here today, but remember this is. The nature of the day means that the classes that we've got today means that older drivers here means drivers aged up to 13 years of age. So still quite young drivers here. Such is the nature of this COVID-19 adjusted schedule we have here at Whilton Mill. To have the racing more evenly distributed across the 2 days. Today is the Bambinos and the Cadets. Tomorrow is going to be the juniors and seniors. So be sure to join us for that, because I'm sure it's going to be as action-packed as this. We're going to give them a little brief moment just to change all the tyres, and then they will be out on track. Plenty of action available for you from Alpha Live Productions. Do give them a like or a subscribe on Facebook or YouTube. We're still waiting here for the tyre changes to come to an end here in our IAME Cadet class for their third heat. Round 3 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club Championships for 2020. Howard Mitchell of Double Dash Motorsport Media in the comms position for you. It's an absolute pleasure to be back talking about real-world racing action. There's been a bit of virtual stuff. It's been fantastic to see, actually, how esports have taken on, carried the gauntlet during the lockdown for motorsport. But it is also good to be back with some real-world racing action for you. So really enjoying this. And it's only day one. There's 2 days of this, folks. We'll be back again tomorrow. So entertainment throughout the weekend for all of you here at Whilton Mill. And if you like what you're hearing from a commentary perspective, thank you very much. As well as liking Alpha Live, maybe you'd like to give a humble little page over at Double Dash Motorsport Media a like. Myself and Andrew Mather, covering a range of events. Here we go then. Your IAME Cadets coming out onto circuit. I'll just give you a quick reminder of the grid. Charlie Hart starts this one on pole. Macaulay Bishop alongside Danny Bonner and Ty Majeer start on row 2. Row 3 is Jack Poole and Ethan Woodward. Fred Green and Micah Taylor are row 4. Row 5 is Archie Lovett and Chad Lehman. Joseph Katzentonis and Sebastian Mintz on row 6. Row 7 is Freddie LaRosa and Evan Cooley-Wilkes. Row 8 is Zach Green and Max Mason. Row 9 is Jack Mowat and Freddie Housley. Jesse Phillips and Laith Khan round out your top 20. And then it's Daniel Lemore, Oscar Cartmail, Ryan Gill, Ollie Hart and Lawrence Finn. And someone's going for a spin there. This one's going to be interesting, isn't it? Because the rain's still coming down. And yes, they changed to wets, folks. But that doesn't mean it's not slippery. It just means they've got slightly more bite from the tyres. So we'll see how this one goes. Could be very, very interesting. Last heat of the day. 36 points on offer to whoever wins this. So points on offer. And points available throughout the field. But here we go. Charlie Hart on pole in the 50. Macaulay Bishop in the number 9, and we're going straight for a restart. Or does it even really count as a restart if we never really got the start started? If you know what I mean. That's like the kart sprint racing version of... It's like the motorsport version of if the tree falls in the wood and no one's there to hear it. Anyway. Oh, and there's a spin there. You can see how tough this is going to be. That's Freddie Housley. Just learning the conditions. This is going to be so tough, folks. The rain is still coming down. The grip conditions are changing all the time. And this field of 25 karts is about to let rip. What is the grip going to be like at racing speeds going into Oblivion? The first corner here is called Oblivion. Okay, it's named appropriately. You really have to commit to it. How much grip is there going to be? Or are we about to see the best lawnmower race in Northamptonshire since... Well, I'm not very well versed on lawnmower racing in Northamptonshire, but it could be interesting. I tell you what, if I'm Lawrence Finn at the back of this grid, I'm hanging back a bit, because if a lot of people scrub wide, you can just sneak yourself up the inside. He's in the kart, however, I'm in the comms box, and that might tell you all you need to know as to who's best in position to make these decisions. Here we go then. Are we going to get a good start this time around? Charlie Hart, who had great pace earlier on, remember, gets going, and there's a few hand waves, but that seems less committal. Is that another full start? Yes, it is. DigiFlag shows full start. Marshall Post shows full start. So having some problems getting this one going. And we shall form up again. You can see out of my window, it is still raining out there, slightly lighter than before. So the drivers will get going again. Here they go into their 2x2 formation, ready for the start. Do keep your comments coming in on YouTube and on Facebook. Shout out to those who are watching us on Facebook, because we're going out live on a whole host of pages on Facebook. I did see the list earlier on. I'll try and dig it out. But I know that we're going out on a range of Facebook pages live. So hello to everyone there. Glad to have you along. Great to be giving you some racing action. Here we go then. Will we get the good start this time? That looks a little scruffy to me. And the full start flag is still out. Yeah, that didn't look good. That didn't look good. So we will have a moment just to form up again. So here we go. We'll go for our... I've lost count now. Is this third or fourth attempt to start this one? Oh, is that red being shown? No, that's been... Oh, it is red. We have got a red being shown then to the drivers here. I'm not sure why that is. I can't see any incident out there. Just waiting to see what the situation is here. Red flag being shown. Now, this is complete speculation on my part, but there is one element of this which one might imagine this is, which is we've not been able to get this race started through full starts. Now, in conditions like this, and I'm not saying this is what's happening, but in conditions like this, some fields of drivers can deliberately mess the order up at the start to try and basically give themselves the opportunity to get a feel for the track conditions by having multiple formation laps. And I do wonder if this is maybe the drivers just being informed that So everyone's back in their carts now after the red flag, and I think we do know now that maybe that was for the drivers to have just a little bit of a talking to about how to correctly form up in these conditions. As I say, I don't know what they're being told right now, but I have seen it before where fields of kart drivers, in order to get a feel for the conditions, maybe have a slightly scruffy formation at the line in order to give themselves more laps on formation. And I think they were just being pulled to one side there for the clerk of the course to go, yeah, we do know what you're doing, so please get into your carts and do this properly, else we won't race at all. And hey, I'm completely speculating there, but let's say that the behaviour of well, the body language. That's what I was after. The body language of the clerk of the course there was quite obvious as we get underway again. It will be the third time we've gone through it. I'm not sure if we can maybe just flash up the graphics for the grid, just to remind you all of how how they line up for this one. Although thinking about it, are they going to have a formation? They are going to have a formation. Yes, whilst everyone clears the circuit. So we've got a little bit of time before they start this one. And if we just cycle through this graphic, I think I've spoken through it, but just to familiarise yourselves with that. And hopefully this time we'll be able to get this third heat in our IAME Cadet class underway. Okay, so heat number 3 in our IAME Cadets. And if they were trying to stall the... if they were trying to... I say there's all speculation. I don't have a huge amount of proof of that, but there wasn't an incident that led to that. But if they were trying to do it with a view to staving off the rain, then I think it's still falling out there. Not particularly heavily, just about still raining, but it is raining. And so we will come around now. To begin heat number 3, 36 points on offer in the championship. Last opportunity to bag the best position you can on the grid for the all-important final, which is worth more points and a trophy. And away we go then for our 8-minute heat. It was a good start from Charlie Hart, but Macaulay Bishop was alongside, and we know he can start well. How are they coming up the hill? It is still Charlie Hart there in the number 50 kart. Macaulay Bishop staying with him. Looks like the number 98, Fred Green, has had a great start to get himself up to third as they work their way through Christmas Corner. I have to say, that was a clean start and everyone managed to get the formation done well. So if that was the nature of our stoppage, at least they heeded what they were told. And to be honest with you, again, I am largely speculating, but I've seen it before, and if that is what they were calling off, as Macaulay Bishop goes down the inside there of Charlie Hart, who tries to take the wide wet line. Now which one will pay off here? It is the tighter line that Macaulay Bishop took. I wonder, you can't be certain of these things in these conditions. And Charlie Hart's going to try an entirely different line here through the boot, try and give himself good drive, but he doesn't get great drive off of the second part of the boot. And this is what racing in these conditions is all about, finding the grip. Where is the best line? How do I get traction? And the normal rules do not apply. But yeah, just to finish the point, as there's a moment there, unfortunately, for Freddie Housley. So unfortunately, he's come to a stop. As battling up the hill now, this is Micah Taylor challenging Macaulay Bishop. He's got by Charlie Hart, he's got by Macaulay Bishop. Micah Taylor to the head of the field, and the 98's going to have a go as well. So the 50 of Charlie Hart has followed through, and Fred Green, who had a great start, has got himself up to third, and there going off the road is Charlie Hart. He got all crossed up there in the braking for Ashby, and I don't know where he's got to wait there. He's being told to wait for the field to go by, and well, he might. That's the right thing there. As they work their way through Osiers, yellow flags being shown. Not sure if there's a spin there, or that's just probably because that's the last marshal post before Charlie Hart at the side of the road, so he'll join in after that. Here is your race leader, though, Micah Taylor, who really did a great pass on that last lap to get past Macaulay Bishop. So Fred Green's showing in second at the moment. We definitely saw Macaulay go through, so I'm not quite sure what has happened to the number 9 kart on timing. There he definitely is, ahead of Fred Green, so I'm going to call it that Macaulay Bishop is in second place with Fred Green in third, and then fourth is Danny Bonner. Let's have a look at the replay here. That's Charlie Hart just going well off. I don't think there was any contact there, and just decided to I have to say that's a mode of thought that I have never had. I don't make a habit of going really far off wide at Ashby Corner. Nobody does. It's what you don't aim to do. But I've never been able to think of it in terms of I'll just nip round the fence. No, obviously that was some action that he took in light of extreme circumstances there. We're back with the battling. This is Ethan Woodward in the 83, battling away with Ryan Gill and Archie Lovett. And Zach Green has got himself into that battle group as well. So that's really interesting to see. We're here, though, with Macaulay Bishop still under pressure from the 98 of Fred Green. And Micah Taylor is just suited to these conditions. Macaulay Bishop, who we see such good pace from all the time. And, hey, he's running in second place, contrary to what the timing screens are showing. He's clearly had a transponder issue out there. But he's, you know, he's going around in second, so his pace isn't too shabby. But Micah Taylor, fastest lap of the race, has opened up a 2.3 second gap, and I'll wager that will be even bigger by the end of this lap that they're about to come around and finish. That is Zach Green has now got past Ethan Woodward and Ryan Gill, so I think Zach Green is up into fifth or sixth place at this point. Micah Taylor leads. Macaulay Bishop is in second, albeit not shown on timing. Fred Green in third. Joseph Katzentonis fourth. Fifth is Danny Bonner. Jack Mowat is sixth. And then seventh for Zach Green. He did indeed get past Ethan Woodward and Ryan Gill, but Ryan Gill himself was passed by Archie Lovett as well on that lap. So a lot of change going on here. Max Mason and Ollie Hart working their way up through the field as well. They're up to 14th and 15th respectively. Unfortunately, at the expense of Chad Lehman in that particular situation. Lawrence Finn is taking to the pit lane, so along with Freddie Housley, I'm afraid he's another racer who may not make the end of this one. You can see how wide a line they're taking to Ozies. That's the wet line, getting it nice and wide onto the more abrasive tarmac where there's less rubber laid down to try and find the grip. But it is interesting because I think, okay, there's an incident there for the 72 and the 78. That is Laith Khan in the 78 and it's Max Mason in the 72. Now they were actually quite far apart, unless Max Mason may have lost out on a few positions, but they were quite far apart in terms of time. So I wonder if they've just sort of spun independently of each other. Here is the battle for second though. Fred Green down the inside of Macaulay Bishop, and the number 12 of Joseph Katzentonis is going to follow through as well. Good move there from Fred Green and Joseph Katzentonis. And Katzentonis is going to have a look at Green as well into Ashby. How does that one end? Well, you would expect normally him to have the inside line and get through, but Macaulay Bishop reading the wet line beautifully on the abrasive exit curve there of Ashby. He's going to try and take both of them. Oh, steady on there, but he's got the job done. That's lovely stuff, but it's going to be good drive for Fred Green off of the corner, taking the wet line if he can find the space, and indeed he does. Manages to get himself back past Joseph Katzentonis, and you know what? They're going to finish the lap in the same order that they started it, so it'll look absolutely the same on timing, but we know the truth. That was fantastic battling, unless Katzentonis can get down the inside, but bear in mind that the wet line may be better, and indeed you could see the drive that Fred Green got around the outside of that corner. He did go quite wide on the exit, and you don't want to do too much of that, but that was that whole lap actually was great demonstration of how the wet line works on the wider line. Here's Katzentonis trying down the inside of Fred Green, and Fred Green's going to have good drive off the corner. If he can find the space, that's going to get very tight on the left-hand kink after Christmas corner, and yeah, you could see that one coming a little bit in terms of them both sort of tripping over each other. They both live to fight another day, but Katzentonis has now dropped well off the back of the battle for second and will have to work hard to get back onto it. And indeed, actually, it's held up Fred Green as well. So Macaulay Bishop, remember, not showing in second place very well here. Well, he's not on your timing. He has a transponder issue, but he is there in second place. Your leader, Micah Taylor, we've hardly seen him. He's 6.5 seconds to the good up the road in this one with the fastest lap of the race of a 104.57. Nobody is, and he's just got a 104.27. His pace is really impressive. He's the best part of a second faster than anybody else in this race at the moment. Here he is, Micah Taylor. Great stuff from the young driver here in the number 48. And hey, we're almost down to the bottom of the clock as well, so he's just got to guide it around this lap and the next, and he will have the win in the bag. for heat number 3 and the 36 points, as there's someone off to driver's left there out of Ashby. Somebody was in the tyres there as we went through. Yellow flags being shown. And it's the 78. That's Leif Khan getting underway again now. Well, I say it's Leif Khan. I'm not sure if it was him who was in the barriers. If so, he recovered very quickly just then back onto track. So maybe there's another driver out there who is stricken. Here we go then, on to the last lap. Micah Taylor goes on to lap number 9. Well, this has been a thrills and spills race, isn't it? It took us 4 attempts to get it going. And then here we are through all the greasy, wet conditions. Still a battle for second here. Macaulay Bishop has Fred Green on his tail. Macaulay Bishop not showing up on timing. He is. He's showing in 7th, but I guarantee you he's in 2nd. And here we go. Here's the battle. Oh my goodness me. That was quite the move from Fred Green. And I wonder if Macaulay Bishop closed the door on him, or maybe not even intentionally did it, just closed the gap when he didn't know. Fred, it looked to me like Green was coming from a long way back there. But he has made it stick. He has made that stick. He's up into 2nd place. What a move from Fred Green. I'm not sure his chassis is going to thank him anytime soon. And Macaulay Bishop's coming back at him. But who's going to have good drive in these wet conditions? Macaulay Bishop, nice block overtake. Managed to prevent Green from getting the drive off of the corner. Micah Taylor is going to come round, though. Almost 10 seconds up the road. There he is. There he is, taking the win. A beautifully controlled win for Micah Taylor. And Macaulay Bishop is going to round the final corner now to finish 2nd on the road. There he is. Fred Green finishes 3rd. Joseph Katzenton is 4th. And then we expect a few seconds later. No, it's changed. Danny Bonner gets by Jack Mowat on the last lap for 4th. Zach Green finishes 6th. Charlie Hart, our pole sitter, in 7th. We expect Jesse Phillips to finish 8th. Indeed he does. Archie Lovett gets up to 9th on the last lap ahead of Ethan Woodward, and Ryan Gill drops down to 11th, unfortunately for him. Ollie Hart in 12th. 13th will be Oscar Cartmel, and it'll be Chad Lehman, Ty Magia, Freddie LaRosa, Max Mason, Leif Khan, Macaulay Bishop, Lawrence Finn, and Freddie Housley. Unfortunately, Lawrence Finn's race ended in the pit lane, excuse me, and Freddie Housley we saw pulled over at the side of the road. That then was your final heat for your IAME Cadets. We will next see them in their trophy final. Up next here at Whilton Mill is going to be heat number 3 in your Honda Cadets. Your grid then for Heat 3 of the Honda Cadets for Round 3 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club Championships for 2020. Finley Fishburne will start this one on pole with Hugh Roach on 2nd, Ashton Wiggins and Rocco Shenton are row 2. Row 3 is Adam Hill and Callum Ghosh. Frankie Smedley and Joshua Smith are on row 4. Now, we did see an incident for Frankie Smedley, which led to a red flag in the earlier heat. We'll keep an eye out for if he is indeed taking to the circuit for this one. Hopefully so. It didn't seem... the phrase I always like to use is fundamentally okay. He seemed fundamentally okay. We saw him walking under his own steam from the incident. So hopefully all is good for Frankie. We'll see if he takes the start of this race. It is, of course, not just a case of him being good to take the start. It is also the case of whether the kart is as well. Riley Bishop and Aris Majauskas round out your top 10. Jack Price and Oliver Meek are on row 6. Row 7 is going to be Marley Pereiro and Alfie Smith. Row 8 is Harrison Morrow and Sebastiano Tuzio. Row 9 is Harry Friel and Dalton Hayward, who's been driving very well today, but how does he do in the wet? Lucy Wilden and Jacob Lee will round out row number 10. There they are. Joshua Bugambi and Hayden Gray are on row 11. Row 12 is Charlie Mills and Bella Brower. Callum Wilson and Jensen Pugh will be on row 13. Row 14 is going to be Ethan Weldon and Felix Smedley. Thomas Percox and Oliver Gibson are on row 15, and then on row 16, rounding out the largest grid that we have here today, Harry Higgs and Jake Schulz. And this largest grid that we have here today is about to take to a wet circuit here at Whilton Mill, and I'm excited. Do keep your comments coming in. If you like what you're seeing, check out Alpha Live. If you like what you're hearing from a commentary perspective, check out Double Dash Motorsport Media, double-mm.com, failing all else. But check us out. We're on Facebook, also at Double Dash MM. We're all doing various things as the motorsport world reawakens on the other side of the COVID-19 lockdown period. This event run in accordance with COVID-19 precautions. That's partly why, that's the main reason why the racing is more evenly divided between the Saturday and the Sunday, which is why we are here streaming on both days. So you're not going to miss any of the action. It gives you all the opportunity to see the Bambinos, and I hope you've been enjoying seeing the Bambinos today. I certainly have. Been great to show you some of the great young talent that's coming through. I mean, everyone who you see today is some fantastic young talent coming through the ranks of UK karting here at Whilton Mill Kart Circuit in Northamptonshire. If you've never been, sort that issue out, and you should consider that an issue. It's a really good circuit, this one, to drive pretty much anything around. This is one of my favourite tracks, and plenty of overtaking opportunity. You've seen how we've had some really good dogfights out there today between drivers. This is not a circuit that fails to give plenty of overtaking opportunities. There are plenty out there. High speed with the first set to throwing the car into oblivion and through the crook. Slightly more technical in that mid sector. With Wilkins and Osiers, important to get those corners right to set yourself up, and more technical as well through the boot as well. Important to thread the, I think of it as threading the eye of the needle. You know, if you go too greedy on the first part of the boot, you're going to hurt yourself for the other two apexes and leading yourself into paddock corners. So it really is a great mix of a circuit. Basically, it gives you all the right sort of challenge. We've got a full start going here, and the grid has been a little bit out of sorts, so they're going to run them around again here. If you are tuning in, then it's been a while since we've flashed the schedule up on screen, I know, but if you are tuning in for a race that this isn't, basically, then the okay. So I'm hearing, by the way, I'll just cut across myself there. We're hearing that Frankie Smedley is back out on track. So the number 73 car is back out. So the driver involved in that incident earlier on today, happy to say that Frankie is back out on track. So we have a full quota of Smedleys, because there's two of them in this race, the two brothers. Two Smedley brothers, Frankie and Felix, in the same class. I don't think we've yet seen them today come to the point where they're battling out on track. Sons of Rob Smedley. Although I know that he prefers us to focus. You know, this is about his two sons racing, but you know, clearly with. I mean, I don't know what the damage was to the kart in the red flag incident earlier on. But if you're going to have someone to repair the kart, then Rob Smedley is not a bad choice. So yeah. But anyway, hopefully this time the Honda Cadet class is going to form up nicely in this grid, and there's still a little bit of confusion here as they just sort themselves out. So they'll just get this one sorted. do keep your comments coming in. On YouTube. The Alpha Live guys are looking at their YouTube subscription counter and telling me it's gone up. It's not gone up since I think I last gave a shout out to it. I tell you what, we're a little confused as to whether it's broken, folks. So could you all subscribe just so we can check that it is actually going up, our little counter of YouTube subscriptions? In fact, we're uncertain on all forms of social media. So if somebody could go and follow Alpha Live on all social media platforms, that would be great. I do like it. I love the little counter we've got here. This is great. We need to sort that out for, I want one of those for Double Dash Motorsport Media, I'm not going to lie. As they sort out the grid here, I don't know if the conditions mean that it's a bit more confusing. Or maybe they didn't. Oh, it could be that because Frankie Smedley is taken to the track late here, it could be that there's a bit of confusion because Frankie's going to take up his position, and everyone's going, but I didn't see him in the pit lane. I don't know if he was a bit late out the pits, and so they maybe would have clocked. Okay, that's the driver I form up behind, and maybe that's led to the confusion. You can see Frankie Smedley there, though, the number 73, to the right of your shot. So we're going to go around again. Stop Beckingham. Good point from Remy Gilbert, Karting 55. It is still raining. It is still raining here. Yeah, the rain is coming down. It's not getting any easier. So all these Honda Cadets are going to be on wet weather tyres. I don't know if this is maybe this is a repeat of what we saw with the IAME Cadets. They had to be red flagged and told to stop and sort themselves out because they weren't forming up the grid properly. Allegedly. Haven't had that confirmed, but that definitely is what it looked like. Maybe this is their way of doing it. Maybe they just go, well, we're just going to play car parks until... but it's not giving them the same feel for the track that the rolling start technique does. You know, if you muck up a rolling start such that it's a full start, you still get to feel the track. Here it's just a car park. So hopefully this time they will be able to form up and we'll be able to get the Heat 3 in. So yes, if you're tuned in for a later race, maybe you're tuned in specifically if you're looking for a particular class, maybe you are tuned in for the finals at this point. Were we supposed to be in finals by this point? We should have had Honda Cadets and then Iame Bambinos and then MiniROK. So maybe you're in for the Iame Bambino Heat 3 or the MiniROK Heat 3. If you are, we're not there yet. We've had some delays. We had wet weather that caused a frantic tyre change at the start of our Iame Cadets. And then the Iame Cadets had so many false starts that there was a red flag for what looked like some instantaneous driver coaching is how I'm going to diplomatically put it. Although some other people might call it a little bit of a slap on the wrists for those drivers, just to tell them, no, come on, be sensible, let's get this race started. All of these things have meant that we're a little bit delayed in proceedings here. So this is Honda Cadet Heat 3. Then we will have the Iame Bambinos Heat 3. Then we will be into our MiniROK Heat 3. And then we will be in to the first of our finals for this afternoon. And they're already getting ready on the Iame Bambinos. They must be there going, God, blimey, I'm sure I was supposed to be out on track by this point. But no, the Honda Cadets are sorting themselves out on the grid still. Hopefully this time. Is the rain light, heavy, or light? Do you know what? It's so intermittent. When I looked out the window a moment ago, it was, I would have described it as medium to heavy. Now I'm looking out the window, it's like a mist out there, to be honest. It's not, right now it's the sort of soak you through kind of misty rain that just keeps on going. Anyway, eyes on the lights finally for our Honda Cadets. Finley Fishburne on pole in the number 14. And away we go for our 8-minute Heat 3. Last chance to get points. Last chance to get the best grid position for the finals. They all go into Oblivion Corner. And we've got karts spinning around. Look at this. The wet conditions have caused multiple karts to spin round here. There's about at least 7 or 8 karts that got hindered there as they all work their way up to Christmas Corner. Do they all control themselves through Christmas Corner? There's a bit more grip on Christmas Corner in the wet conditions relative to the Crook as they all work their way down to Ashby for the first time. Bear in mind, look for those drivers taking the wet line, going tight, going down the inside for an overtake here isn't necessarily going to work as the number 51 of Aris Majauskas gets the better of Callum Ghosh for now. They all work their way round Oziers. We'll have to call them as they come across the line this time round. Oh, there's a spin here as they're breaking into the boot, and multiple karts involved there as well. The 71, the 10, and the, I think that was the 68 of, oh, would that be Dalton Hayward? That's big if it was. We'll call them across the line. Hugh Roach leads, Aris Majauskas second, Callum Ghosh in third, Riley Bishop in fourth, fifth is Adam Hill. Marley Pereiro is in sixth, seventh for Harry Friel, Charlie Mills, Oliver Meek, Alfie Smith, your top 10. I think Dalton Hayward was involved in a bit of a spin there, but there were a lot of spinners there, so he's down in 17th place. And I mentioned Dalton Hayward as championship leader and someone who's won the heats so far today. And they're pulling into the pits is the number 24, so that's woes for Sebastiano Tuzeo, unfortunately for him. Let's have a look back then at this incident in turn number 3. Into the boot, and that was a spin for the 10, the 71 and the 68. So that was Joshua Smith losing it, Jack Price spinning in sympathy, and then it would have been Dalton Hayward. Aris Majauskas now leads, so change for the lead there. Hugh Roach has been overtaken. Aris Majauskas in the 51 leads the race with Riley Bishop in second. We're looking for the 51 here as our leader, although there's plenty of battles. There is Aris Majauskas, and then here is second place Riley Bishop and Hugh Roach in the 70. Slightly different lines through Christmas Corner. We'll see how that pays off for them down the next straight. You can certainly see that going wide wasn't to the disadvantage of Riley Bishop. And then there in fourth place is Callum Ghosh in the number 80 kart. Adam Hill in the 66 is fifth. Charlie Mills in sixth. Harry Friel in seventh. As they work their way through, you can still see the rain coming down on that camera shot, looking up the hill from Oziers, downhill braking into Oziers. You can see the drivers taking a much wider line to try and get good drive off the corner. But it does vary. There are some corners where, it's diminishing returns. The wider you go, so long as you get better drive, you're fine. But it doesn't always pay off. And there is a move against Adam Hill by the 84, which is Harry Friel. So Harry Friel has really made up some ground there because he must have got past... multiple drivers got past Adam Hill then on that lap. Charlie Mills now up to fourth. Callum Ghosh in fifth. Harry Friel in sixth, and seventh is Adam Hill. Here's your race leader, Aris Majauskas. And there behind him, that is the 32 of Riley Bishop, now bridging a slight gap over the 70 of Hugh Roach. Charlie Mills there in the bright red helmet, and then there is the 80 of Callum Ghosh. Driving well is Aris Majauskas. Good battles throughout. Dalton Hayward on a bit of a recovery here, as we've established, up 5 positions on that last lap, up into 12th place. So definitely want to watch is the 68. He's currently putting some pressure on the upper parts of the top 10. There he is, good pickup on the cameras, and being followed through is Joshua Bugembi, and the 91 there is Alfie Smith. They're all trying to capitalise as Dalton Hayward works his way through the order as they go a little bit wide through that corner as Joshua Bugembi gets back past Alfie Smith. So Dalton Hayward just up the road, and now in the tyre tracks of Oliver Meek in the 67. As you could also see several battles going side by side into Christmas corner. Dalton Hayward there got by in Inkermans, which is unusual using this track layout. Inkermans is the little right-hand kink as they head down towards Ashby Corner on this layout. Some of you who may have driven the alternative layout here, the national layout, sometimes known as the Zulu layout, as down the inside goes the 52 of Joshua Mugembe. I think that's on Alfie Smith again. I think they're having a good battle here. No, excuse me, it's on Oliver Meek. So Oliver Meek, who got taken by Dalton Hayward, now taken by Josh Mugembe as well. But yes, there's two layouts here at Whilton Mill. Actually, there's three. There's the Indy layout as well. But there's the Indy layout, there's this, the International, and there's the National, which is also known as the Zulu layout because of the Zulu sequence of corners. But on that layout, Inkermans is a hairpin, as there's a spin there for the number 99. So that's an incident there for Lucy Whilton. Hopefully she'll now get back underway again. So yeah, this shot here shows it well. Where those two cones are, that is where the hairpin of Inkermans would go if you were on the national layout. But we're using the international layout here in the Whilton Mill Kart Club. As the battle works its way through. It's the battle for about 8th place down. 7th place down, excuse me. Just worked its way through shot there. And great battling throughout the field. Slightly muted maybe because drivers are being more cautious in the wet conditions. Yeah, probably. But that's the name of the game, isn't it? Keeping it on the grey stuff. Callum Wilson there recovering from a moment. And here is Adam Hill in the 66, and behind him is Marley Pereiro and Dalton Hayward battling away. Hayward now past Pereiro. Harry Friel has got past Callum Ghosh further up ahead. I don't think that's the first time they've been battling actually in this one, as there's less than a minute to go on the clock. Aras Majauskas leads. The lead gap though is down. Riley Bishop is setting some really good pace here, and we do need to keep an eye on the lead gap because it's down to a second. It'll still, as there's a mechanical flag shown for Rocco Stenton, so he's going to have to Rocco Shenton, excuse me, so he's going to have to go to the pit lane, unfortunately, for something wrong with his kart. But yeah, it's going to take something special for Riley Bishop to really close the gap to Aras Majauskas, but the gap is coming down, and Riley Bishop has just set the fastest lap of the race, so we should keep an eye on that. Here is still Dalton Hayward. We're tracking his progress up through the field, although Adam Hill has done a good job of getting up through the field as well in the 66 there. He's having a good race. And the 52 there, that's Joshua Mugembe getting past Marley Pereiro there. Good move there. And the next time that our leader comes round, it will be the last lap. But who's it going to be, actually? Because this is Majauskas, and there is Riley Bishop. It's all change here at the front. Riley Bishop has been able to reel in Majauskas in the latter part of this race. Through Wilkins they go. See the wide line that Majauskas is taking into Osiers there. Riley Bishop took a slightly tighter line. Seems to be a bit more equal in that corner than others, as there's an incident here off to driver's left under the start gantry. This is Jake Schulz, who's had an incident there and come to a stop. Here we go though. The leaders are going to come around here to start the final lap. What's the timing? What's the gap this time around? And it's pretty even Stevens, just 0.05 of a second different between their lap time. And look out for Charlie Mills as well in third, who's just set the fastest lap of the race. This is all closing up beautifully towards the end here, but you've got to feel that Aras Majauskas just about has enough in hand to keep this one going as he works his way through the left-hand kink after Christmas, through Inkermans there, the right-hand kink, and downhill braking now into Ashby Corner. Charlie Mills there in the bright red helmet, the 37 kart, set the fastest lap of the race the last time through, but it hasn't managed to get him too far close onto the back of these two. Rain's still coming down here. Riley Bishop definitely closing in, but you've got to feel that Aras Majauskas has got enough in hand now. He simply needs to guide it around the boot. And paddock corner. Here he is. Aras Majauskas is surely going to keep this one together through paddock corner and come round to take a controlled win, an impressive win there. He holds his arm aloft, and well he might. That was a really good win there, but with plenty of pressure put on from behind by Riley Bishop. Brilliant stuff there. Charlie Mills finishes third, and Unless anyone's going to beat his time on this last lap, who's going to claim fastest lap of the race. Hugh Roach in 4th. 5th for Harry Friel. Callum Ghosh. Oh no, Dalton Hayward gets past Callum Ghosh on the last lap. Good work up the order from Hayward to finish in 6th place. 7th for Callum Ghosh. 8th for Adam Hill. Marley Pareo in 9th. 10th for Oliver Meek. And then it's Ashton Wiggins, Joshua Begembi, Alfie Smith, Jacob Lee, Joshua Smith in 15th. Then it's Rocco Shenton, although I'm not entirely sure if he served his mechanical flag, so that one might be one to be reviewed afterwards. Harrison Morrow, Harry Higgs, Hayden Gray, Jensen Pugh rounds out your top 20. Thomas Percox, Lucy Wielden, Oliver Gibson, Jack Price, Callum Wilson, Ethan Weldon, Bella Browham, Finley Fishburne, Jake Schulz we saw pulled off to the side of the road. Frankie Smedley, didn't see what happened to him, but he didn't complete the full race distance, but it was good at least to see him take to the track again. Sebastiano Tutsea we saw retiring to the pit lane. Well, that was Honda Cadets Heat 3. Next up for you here at round 3 of 2020 WMKC is going to be Iame Bambino's Heat 3. Here we go then. Here is your grid for Heat 3, the final heat, ahead of our finals in Iame Bambino. Not the final heat altogether, we still have MiniROK to come after this one. Sukhmani Kira starts this one from pole. Freddie Denton alongside Harry Curry and Ronnie Ray Carter are second row. Third row is Jensen Walker and Leo Gorski. Jack Jones and Alfie Davidson start on row number 4. Row 5 is Austin Gibson and George House. Jensen Chalk and Archie Rutter make up row 6. Row 7 is going to be Luke Millward and Daniel Myron Laurenti. Manav Dio and Jensen Thomas are on row 8. Row 9 is Teddy Porter and Effin Owen. Then it's Jarlath Sayer and Christopher Mbella Esomba to round out the 20 car grid. That's how they line up then for this grid of 6 to 8 year olds. And it's wet conditions again. This is one of the classes that, towards the end of the second cycle of heats, experienced these changeable conditions, if you recall. So this, at least this time, they know what tyres to put on the karts for certain, and we'll be seeing how they get on in a moment. But difficult conditions, it has to be said, for these young drivers. You can see the water on the camera lens there. This is challenging stuff. We've got support coming in for Sukhmani Kira. There is heavy rain, I'm being told. And I can see it on camera. It has got slightly heavier. So, track conditions. Yeah, I'm having it pointed out to me that Slavic has his brolly up, and you can see in the back of the shot that lovely red and white umbrella that you could see there. That was Slavic. Slavic is up on the camera at Christmas Corner. He got his calendar out this morning, saw it was the 25th of the month and decided it was Christmas. It's not yet. There's still 5 months to go. There he is. There's Slavic on the camera at Christmas Corner. There he is. Top job up there. And I can guarantee... let's look around. This is Adam. Adam on the camera there at the final corner. There they are. We don't, you know what? We don't often give them the feature on there that they deserve. Oh, he's bashful. He doesn't want to be on shot. But no, we are indebted to them for braving the elements in order to bring us all of the fantastic pictures. But yes, fantastic job by the camera crew today. And we're going to be doing the same tomorrow as well. So I was about to say don't go anywhere. You are allowed to go somewhere in between the two streams. That's allowed. But be sure that you're back here tomorrow for all of the action there. Right, our Iame Bambinos are taking to the circuit. in these wet conditions that, if anything, are getting a little bit wetter here at Whilton Mill Kart Circuit. I feel my Double Dash Motorsport Media colleague Andrew must be attuned to what's going on here. He just says, "We love you, Slavic." We do. I'm surprised. We got a shot of him at one of the rounds. I can't remember if it was this year or the tail end of last year. We got a shot of him running across the track. I'm surprised that the Alpha Live team haven't slowed that down with Baywatch music as of yet, but oh, they did. They're telling me they did. The most hits on YouTube, I like it. Okay, so you can see the rain coming down still. If anything, I'm going to say equally heaviest of the day, if that makes any sense. As in, it's as heavy now as it was earlier when I thought it was the heaviest. Maybe I'll just demonstrate why I shouldn't be a weather forecaster. Anyway, so challenging conditions here. You can see Sukmani Kira in the number 57 kart there in the pole position slot. Freddie Denton in the 98 we expect to come up to group number 2, or group position 2. And we'll get underway. Once again, if you're tuning in for the MiniROK third heat, or by this point you're possibly tuning in for the MightE final for those classes, we are a little bit behind schedule here. We had a scramble for wet tyres. We had a red flag because the IAME Cadet race didn't want to get started. We had, I say that flippantly, by the way, no one was, there was no incident, concern of injury in that red flag situation. It was, so yeah. But here we are, we're ready for Heat 3 in Iame Bambino's. It's time to start their engines. The fact that you can see the 5-second board on the back of his board means he's saying start your engines. There you go. And then he'll say 5 seconds, eyes on the lights, and it's who can get away well. There we go, and away we go. And it looked like a difficult start there for the number 76 of Jack Jones. Hopefully he'll recover that over the remainder of the first lap. But Sukmani Kira, I think, has been jumped by Freddie Denton at the start. I think it's Denton in the 98 who leads them going up the hill towards the first major braking zone. There's not as much chaos as there was in the Honda Cadets into oblivion, but there's a look here for the lead from the 84 of Harry Curry, and he's made it stick on the tighter line there, so he takes the lead, and then immediately throws Freddie Denton to have a battle with pole sitter Sukmani Kira over second place, and Kira has got that back side by side effectively in Ashby as someone spinning off to driver's left there going into Ashby under braking, and so there's someone else spinning as well in Ashby. Didn't catch who they were. I'll try and look on timing as they come around to finish the first lap. But I didn't see if the move for the lead stuck between Freddie Denton and I think it was Sukmani Kira trying to get back the lead, or it's Harry Curry, maybe. Harry Curry is certainly ahead of Kira Sukmani Kira now, and Kira's round. Oh, dearie me. And in doing so, Leo Gorski gets collected in that. So still challenging conditions here for these drivers. If they just touch the grass even slightly, you can see how it upsets the car. We've got a number of drivers spun out. Harry Curry leads in the 84. Freddie Denton is in second. Third is Ronnie Ray Carter. Austin Gibson in fourth. Jensen Chalk in fifth. Who had issues on the first lap then? Well, Leo Gorski we saw. So Sukmani Kira we saw having a spin. He's in 10th. Leo Gorski in 11th. Daniel Myron Laurenti is next. Luke Millward in 13th. Jensen Walker. Christopher... well, maybe he didn't have a spin actually because he was starting near the back. Maybe he was just opportunistic and gained time on other spinners. But Christopher Mbella Asomba is next. Then Jensen Thomas. Then Archie Rutter. Efan Owen. Teddy Porter. And Jarlath Sayre, I'm not sure, has actually taken the start here. You can see the water that's pluming from the wheels of the carts as we've got a driver off there. I wonder if that is Jarlath Sayre. I think it might be. We'll keep an eye on timing as ever. But look at the water that's spraying up now from the tyres of these Iame Bambino carts. You know, the amount of water that's being cleared by these wet weather tyres on just, I say just a Bambino car. I mean that, you know, these are, as in, these aren't, obviously, because these are younger drivers. They aren't the fastest carts. So to see that amount of water being cleared shows you just how much standing water is. I know it's not directly linked to the speed of it, but it's amazing to see how much standing water has generated around the circuit. Is it still raining out there? Yes, it is. Yes, it is still raining out there. We're here with Ronnie Ray Carter in the 35, defending 4th place from Austin Gibson in the 25. Both of them, I think, have been driving very well today. And further up the road, you can see there, that is the battle for the lead, is it? I can see that Jason Chalk there has gone onto the back of somebody. I couldn't quite see if it was Freddie Denton or even Harry Curry. But look at this. Getting by now is Austin Gibson, past Ronnie Ray Carter on the run out of Ashby towards Wilkins. It's an unusual place to see the overtake, but in these conditions, if you get the better drive off the corner, that can pay dividends. As they come onto the back straight, plenty of battling going on here. You can see that looks to me like that's Alfie Davidson, George House. I think that was that battle. There is your race leader, Harry Curry. Okay, so he's not being challenged. The 2nd place, yes, has gone the way of Jensen Chalk. So it was Chalk challenging Denton. As they went into Ashby Corner, Jensen Chalk was ahead and clearly was behind, and clearly in the remainder of the lap he got past Freddie Denton. So Jensen Chalk, who's had so much success today, won the other Iame Bambino heats. And it is indeed Jarlath Sayer who's at the side of the road there. Unfortunate for him. His kart will need some recovery. Thank you for cameras for picking that up so we could confirm that. And there's a spin. There's a spin for Jensen Chalk. Oh, and an incident here as well for the 66 of Teddy Porter. And I believe that was F and Owen. It is indeed F and Owen in the 42. So incident that's further back in the field. They were battling over something like 17th place. But a spin for Jensen Chalk, and that has brought several drivers back into it. He's dropped back to battling with... He's back here with Jensen Thomas. So a lot of time lost there for Jensen Chalk. And one has to imagine now that his clean run of heat running has now been brought to an end. He's not on for winning this one. No slouch in the wet conditions, of course. He did so well earlier on when it started to rain in this race. This was the race where it started to rain and it just all went crazy and everyone spun out. Jensen was the one who kept it on the road to take the win, or kept it on the road enough to take the win. I say it wasn't without a spin now as I recall it. Harry Curry leads with just under 3 minutes left on the clock. Freddie Denton is still in second, so 11.6 seconds behind. Harry Curry is in another league at the moment. A 1 minute 12.17, the fastest lap of the race. That is more than 1.5 seconds faster than the next fastest lap. And he just set that. Impressive pace from Harry Curry in the 84. The 98 of Freddie Denton is a second ahead of Austin Gibson. He in turn is fighting with George House, who I think just went through the early part of this shot. So this battle coming into shot now, I believe, is your 3rd place battle. Yes, it is. Austin Gibson ahead of George House and Manav Diu there. There is the 98 of Denton, and there is the 25 of Gibson, who's just arrived on the scene with some... his pace had some rude health to it there. Oh, and there's a slight tag on round! Oh, and that's so disappointing for Austin Gibson. I really do feel for him there. I feel for George House as well. There was no malice in that, but you can see how just the lightest taps in these conditions. And he's now fallen back to that battle with Ronnie Ray Carter and Jensen Chalk as well. So he's fallen back there to be battling away over 5th place. Disappointing there, but he's still kept himself in it. I think we might have another look at that. Here we go. Into the corner, so there we go. Gibson had got the move done, and just the slightest tap from Freddie. Yeah, it was from Freddie, wasn't it? It's you know, a racing incident in many regards in these conditions, and for drivers this young, it's difficult. I don't keep saying for drivers this young. For drivers of any age, these conditions are tough. These conditions are really tough. We pick up the fight between Freddie Denton and George House over 2nd place, and Denton is pushing the limits. Just in case you didn't know, that was him pushing the limits there in the number 98 kart. As they head towards the boot, George House has been battling really well today. I've seen him do some great battling throughout his heats. He's taking a very different line here to try and get a better drive off the corner and set himself up for paddock, but in these wet conditions, the wider line is paying, and there's Austin Gibson having another incident, unfortunately, in the boot, rejoining the circuit. So I'm afraid he's going to fall slightly further down the order again. That is Jack Jones recovering from a spin as well. You got a brief sight there of your race leader then. That was Harry Curry flashing through the shot. Now 17.5 seconds ahead. This is going to be by far and away the biggest margin. Look at this. He's just sensing the conditions beautifully, finding the grip out there, and it's really, really paying off. A 1 minute 12.03, his fastest lap of the race, and it's getting faster. And it's not that it's stopped raining, folks. It's still raining. He's just got faster. That's impressive stuff. As I think there was a spinner there. That looks like that is Christopher Mbela Asomba, who's had a bit of a spin there. Hopefully he can get himself going again. As our leader goes on to his final lap, Harry Curry is on the last lap. There's still a good battle going on over second, though. We're looking out for the 98 and the 77. Freddie Denton and George House. Manavdeo has done a good job to get up to 4th place as well. And Jensen Chalk on the recovery is up to 5th at the moment. There is Jensen Chalk. Oh, who's got past... Oh, Jensen Chalk has made some real moves in that lap. My goodness me, he's passed Freddie Denton. Jensen Chalk has found some amazing pace in that lap. Sorry, he's not... yeah, and here he is challenging for second. Where has this drive come from over the last couple of laps? That's impressive stuff from Jensen Chalk, now hounding George House for second place. As there's a spinner up ahead, they'll have to be careful of that as they come out of Ashby. Behind them as well, I think that's a battle between Manavdeo and Ronnie Ray Carr. No, excuse me. Freddie Denton and Manavdeo are battling as well over 4th place. We need to keep one eye on the finish line, one eye on this battle, because Harry Curry is going to be coming around to take the win. Here he is. Fantastic victory. Really good drive in the wet conditions for Harry Curry. He takes the win. That'll put him in good stead for the final. Brilliant stuff there. As we watch them come around, here's Jensen Chalk, and he's got through. He's through on George House, but there's the 76 there as traffic. Is this going to give an opportunity for George House? He's having a look, but he's not going to get the grip on the inside. Surely Jensen Chalk is going to hang on for second. Indeed he is. Jensen Chalk finishes second. A brilliant finish to that race. We saw him have some spins, but my goodness, that was a good finish. George House in 3rd. Manavdeo holds on for 4th. And in fact gets by Freddie Denton, for 4th. 5th for Freddie Denton. Ronnie Ray Carter in 6th. Then it's Daniel Myron Laurenti. Leo Gorski in 8th. 9th for Alfie Davidson. Jensen Thomas rounds out your top 10. There's Austin Gibson, Jensen Walker, Sukmani Kira, Archie Rutter, Teddy Porter in 15th. Here is your winner crossing the line then, Harry Curry. Dead impressed with that. Look, Mom, no hands as he crosses the line as well. Brilliant stuff there. So Teddy Porter, finished 15th. Evan Owen in 16th. 17th for Jack Jones. Christopher Mbela Asomba in 18th. And then I think there were issues out there for Luke Millward and Jarlath Sayer. And here was the finish for second place. Brilliant stuff there. Now, in dry conditions, I'm not sure that's how it would have gone down. Although usually even in dry conditions, you need to have a nose alongside going into paddock to take that position. But really, really good stuff. So that was a great, great finish to that one. And we look ahead now to the last of our heat races before we get into the all-important finals. Next up is MiniROK heat number 3. Let's take you through the grid then for the last of our heats for round 3 of the 2020 Whilton Mill Kart Club Series of Championships. Jake Woods will start this one on pole with Macaulay Bishop alongside Zane Quaker and Ty Majir on row 2. Row 3 is Sam Woolley and Charlie Lomas. Jacob Ashcroft and Jack Sant are on row 4. Row 5 is Oliver Stilp and Joshua Turnbull. Row 6, Alfie Richards and Taylor Orridge. Row number 7 is going to be Ollie Poole and Fraser Anderson. Row 8, is Casey Jones and Cameron Edmonds. Archie Heron and Sebastian Weldon are row 9. Row 10 is Aidan Hassan and Max Horlaw. On row 11, we find Milo Manderson and Isaac Barker. Thomas Clark and Spencer Talboys Kimmy round out your 24 kart grid. Well, the rain may be coming down here, but I'm still so enjoying being back at some good Whilton Mill Kart Club action here at Whilton Mill. We got rounds 1 and 2 in January and February, but then, as I said, at the very top of proceedings today, everything went a bit topsy-turvy in the world, and it's been a long wait to get back into action here. There's a slight moment there, getting the kart started for. I don't know if it's Time Edgier. We've got someone coming to a stop as well, coming out the pits. That's Time Edgier who's having the issue getting out the pits, and then the number 34 Sam Woolley is having issues getting out the pits. So there's a few drivers just need a bit of assistance there to get going, and that is Ollie Poole, who's still in the pit lane. In fact, there's multiple drivers still in the pit lane here. That is Jake Woods. That's your pole sitter. Not able to get away as of yet. So they seem to be having a problem. I don't know if they're maybe changing something with the starter there. Unable to get that one started, as there's a few. There's a few spins on the formation lap. I can't think that we're going to be good for a start this time around. There's a fair few karts littering the holding up proceedings. That's, well, are we good for the start? No, we are going around again. I'm relieved to see that, because we could see that Spencer Talboy is keen and Sam Woolley was still out there on track. So we'll let them go around again and just form themselves up ready for the start. That looked to me like the kart of Ollie Poole being wheeled back into his pit awning. So I wonder if maybe we won't see him take any further part in this. But here is your pole sitter. This is Jake Woods in the number 10. And looks like the battery might have died, or which will stop him from getting it started. But something means that he's not able to get that one going. There will be a point where they call this one. And if that happens, then Zane Quaker is going to get a present, because he's going to be your effective pole sitter. You can see him there in the 44 on the right of your shot as you look at it. Macaulay Bishop in that 67 car in pole position number 2. We're not going yet, or we tried then, and that is a false start. It was a very scruffy lineup. Now, we did see earlier that the Honda Cadets, as far as we could tell, and we haven't had this confirmed, but as far as we can tell, not the Honda Cadets, excuse me, the IAME Cadets did take a bit of a liberty in causing a number of false starts, to the point where they were taken to one side by the clerk of the course. They red flagged it and they got them out of the cars and they said, now look, please don't do this. Start the race. Don't play around just so that you can get used to the conditions. I'm not saying that's what happened. We just had one full start there, so, and it could just still be to do with the fact that Jake Woods is in the pit lane. But we will wait and see. This, the last of our heats. 36 points on offer to whoever wins this. It's 36 points for first place, 34 points for second place, 32 points for third place, and then down in increments of 1 for each position. And all of those points, what do points mean? Correct, poles. If you get enough points, you start on pole in the final. Or points mean positions, I suppose, is the more accurate thing, because it applies to everyone in the field then. Are we going to give this one a go this time? I think we are, which means, yes we are, which means Jake Woods is not going to take the start here, and that's an incident before even getting to the line for Max Horler in the 36, so it has been a real scruffy one to get going here in these difficult conditions, but it is Zane Quaker who inherited that pole who's in the lead, but now it is Jacob Ashcroft who gets to the lead of the race, and I'm just hearing as well that Jake Woods did get out the pit, so he is going to feature in this race, but oh gosh, what an opportunity missed for him in the sense that he's no longer starting on pole, he's now effectively doing a pit lane start. But great job as well from the mechanics working on that kart to get him out there. That is the other side of the coin. As they come through Osiers for the first time, you can see the plumes of spray coming out of the karts. Macaulay Bishop, though, I believe has got to the head of the field here. And there's a spin there for our 44 of Zane Quaker, having inherited that pole from Jake Woods when he couldn't take the start. And there is Jake Woods. That's disappointing. That is disappointing from thinking you were going to start on pole to having to be recovered at the battlefield on the first lap. That's unfortunate. Hopefully for the final we will see Jake Woods come back strong. Macaulay Bishop leads. Jacob Ashcroft in second. We're here looking at the battle between Sebastian Weldon in the 98 and Charlie Lomas. Weldon has just got himself up into 6th place doing that. As they work their way through Ashby Corner. Plenty of attempts being made there on the overtake. Taylor Orridge there, starting to put pressure on Jacob Ashcroft over 2nd place, I could see. As we've got a spin for Thomas Clark there. He's off at Ashby Corner. It is a challenging braking zone. It's downhill. And that's actually the 34. So that's Sam Woolley. So Thomas Clark was slightly further up the hill that he went off. And that is the 36. So that is Max Horler again having some worries, unfortunately, as the battle for second passes him. So Jacob Ashcroft now fending off Taylor Orridge, who of course drove so well, as there's an incident there again for Sam Woolley. But Taylor Orridge, who drove so well earlier on in heat number 2 and took the win in MiniROK heat 2. So it's Sebastian Weldon who won the first heat in this class, and then Taylor Orridge who won the second heat. If you're thinking, I'm sure I've seen Macaulay win in something today, he has. He's been winning in IAME Cadet though. But he currently leads our MiniROK class, and this is the move for second. That's a brilliant move by Taylor Orridge there in the boot, getting past Jacob Ashcroft. So change for second place. Taylor Orridge now up into second, and he will try and set about closing the 2.4 second gap to Macaulay Bishop up ahead. There is Macaulay Bishop in the 67. The 34 is a lap down. There is Taylor Orridge in the all-black kart, in the number 1 kart. And Jacob Ashcroft in the 22 now trying to stay on terms so that he can join in with the fun at the very front of this. Further couple of seconds behind these two is Oliver Stilp in the number 7 in 4th place, and he's battling away with Joshua Turnbull and Sebastian Weldon, who continues to make good progress up through the field. There you just saw the gap. There's Orridge, there is Ashcroft, and then here's the battle I was just mentioned. Stilp, Turnbull, Weldon. And in fact I'm not even sure. No, it is still in that order. So there is Stilp, Oliver Stilp in the number 7 kart. Then he's got Joshua Turnbull in that blue and orangey yellow helmet, that one there. And then he has Sebastian Weldon in his wheel tracks. Taking to the pit lane here. Who's this? This is an issue for Archie Heron, and that's from quite high up. He was running in 7th place. And I think there might be something, it's obscured by the post at the moment, but there's something hanging off the back of his kart there, which means he had to take to the pit lane. So disappointment there for Archie Heron, because he was running fairly well. And I'm just being told he was shown the mechanical flag, the meatball flag it's sometimes called, the orange disc on a black background, so he had to take to the pit lane there. Unfortunately, more dramas for Sam Woolies. It's not the best race for him at the moment, I'm sorry to report. Macaulay Bishop, though, leads by 3.3 seconds. He just set the fastest lap of the race, a 1:05.854. As Archie Heron emerges from the pit lane. I'm sorry to say he's dropped down to at least 16th, where once he was running 7th, so disappointment there for Archie Heron. That was Macaulay Bishop crossing the line. There is Taylor Orridge in the all-black kart. Jacob Ashcroft in 3rd. Oliver Stilp in 4th. As that looks to me like Charlie Lomas, who's paid a visit to the grass, unfortunately. Couple minutes to go with this one. It's still key. It's still key in these conditions. Keep it on the grey stuff. To keep it nice and clean. Easier said than done if you're having a battle, don't get me wrong. As we saw in the previous lap, the lightest of taps can send you round, but as Zane Quaker tries to recover there from another spin, it is the name of the game. But it's worth bearing in mind. We are watching MiniROK, our drivers made up of 9 to 12 years of age here. All of our drivers here today are relatively young. Tomorrow we're going to have the juniors and the senior classes available for you, so do not miss that stream. Here is the 38 of Joshua Turnbull, who's now he's still running ahead of Sebastian Weldon, but Weldon is giving him as much pressure as he has throughout the race. That was Macaulay Bishop, your race leader. There is Taylor Orridge, and then here is the battle that's developing over 3rd between Jacob Ashcroft and Oliver Stilp, who's been able to break away from the Turnbull-Weldon battle. So Jacob Ashcroft and Oliver Stilp now battling away. Here they go. The 22 is Ashcroft, the number 7 is Stilp. As they come into Wilkins Corner, you can still see how the rain is coming down. Not as heavy as it was, but, well, the track ain't drying out anytime soon, which means the finals could really be shaken up relative to maybe some of the form that we saw in at least the first and second cycle of heats when conditions were more or less dry. As there are yellows out for a stricken driver there in the boot. Still this battle rages on for 3rd place. Jacob Ashcroft against Oliver Stilp. Stilp tried to tuck himself under there and create a gap, but he just didn't have the drive in these wet conditions. How's the gap to the leader? Oh, big change in the gap to the leader. 1.4 seconds taken out of the lead. Macaulay Bishop and Taylor Orridge are closing on. I don't know if Bishop maybe backed off more so for yellow flags or had some traffic, but this is it. There's the number 90 of Thomas Clark. Here's Taylor Orridge, and he's putting a lap on Max Horler. Unfortunately, it's not been Max's best race. I don't know what caused that. It's still 2.8 seconds the gap, so whilst a big chunk of time was taken out there, there's still a cushion for Macaulay Bishop here. But certainly that was uncharacteristically slow relative to his competition in the form of Taylor Orridge. Still looking here at the battle between the 22 of Jacob Ashcroft, just putting the lap here on Isaac Barker. And we're seeing a very slow in pit entrance. There's a lot of obstructions, and oh dearie me, was that contact that led to that, or was that just everything got rather close and Isaac Barker put the power down into a spin? Not sure about that one. That all looked very close quarters to me. These drivers have got to be careful. They need to be seen to be racing fairly here. But here we go. Jacob Ashcroft, if anything, Oliver Stilp is now under pressure from Sebastian Weldon and Joshua Turnbull, who's behind them. So Stilp now having to look a little bit more behind him than in front. Taylor Orridge there by himself in 2nd place. The gap has gone back out again to Macaulay Bishop, so whatever it was, incidentally, whatever it was that slowed Macaulay down may have slowed down Taylor, because the gap just went out by 1.5 seconds again. So interesting that, but that was the battle there going into Osiers between Ashcroft, Stilp, Weldon and Turnbull. Looked to me like Sebastian Weldon had a run on Oliver Stilp, so we'll have to see how that comes out We, though, need to focus on this young man. Macaulay Bishop is going to come round the final corner in these murky conditions here at Whilton Mill to take the victory in heat number 3 of the MiniROK class. Round in the final corner there in the all-black kart is Taylor Orridge. And then it's going to be Jacob Ashcroft. It is Sebastian Weldon who gets past Oliver Still for 4th. Joshua Turnbull in 6th. We expect Milo Manderson to come across in 7th place. Alfie Richards to finish 8th. Casey Jones in 9th. 10th for Aidan Hassan. Fraser Anderson in 11th. 12th for Ty Megia. Jack Sant in 13th. 14th for Archie Heron. Disappointment for him. He had to pull into the pit lane with that loose bodywork. Zane Quaker in 15th. 16th for Isaac Barker. 17th for Charlie Lomas. Max Horler in 18th. 19th will be Sam Woolley. And then Thomas Clark is still circulating. He's going to be classified in 20th. And Jake Woods, I think, had an issue. Well, we know he had an issue. We saw him at the side of the roads after the mechanics had worked so hard to try and get him out there. Right, those are your heat races done, folks. Don't go anywhere. We are going into the big ticket events now. We are going into the trophy final. And first up to do it is our all-electric class, the MightE Bambinos. The really exciting initiative of MightE Bambinos, the all-electric series, are going to take to their first ever trophy final here at Whilton Mill for the WMKC. The 72-volt battery-powered and 3.5 kilowatt, 3.5 kilowatt motored karts are going to take to the circuit. Jake Beecroft is going to start from pole position with Maximilian Abrahart alongside Luke Millward and Jensen Thomas are on row number 2. Jensen Ackerman and Jack Freeman are row number 3. Rhys David Richardson and Morgan Weston are your 4th row. 5th row is William Dearden and Scarlett Percox. Imogen Summerfield and Harry Stinson are on row 6. And then row 7 is going to be Jack Jones and Sukmani Kira. That's how they line up then for this one. And all of these heats so far have gone the way of Jake Beecroft. But don't go thinking that it's a foregone conclusion. These conditions are the wettest that these drivers have faced today. They have to deal with the torque profile of those electric motors, the instant torque that you get. They have to deal with those on standing water. So don't think that this is a walk in the park for any of these drivers, and do not think that this is a foregone conclusion. So it's going to be a really interesting one, this, to see how these all-electric karts deal with the wet conditions. I think it's been really interesting to see these today. I am slightly biased. I do love anything that's electrified in terms of propulsion, as anyone who knows me can attest to. I'm a bit of a fan of hybrids, electric vehicles, all that sort of stuff. You can say that it hasn't got the sound that you want if you like, but for me, I really do like the performance of these karts. I'm not going to go on a rant. Maybe we'll save up I don't know if my Double Dash Motorsport Media colleague Andrew is still watching, but maybe we'll save up that rant for one of our podcasts, if I haven't already had that rant a million times. But this is a really interesting initiative from Darren Beavers to get these karts going. Designed and built in Northern Ireland. And it's going to be really interesting to see. As I've said several times already today, they are working on Cadet and junior and senior class versions of these MightE karts. And we shall see how they how they do on creating those, and it's going to be great to see as the drivers spin a little bit as they get used to the conditions. As I say, these are the wettest conditions that these drivers have had to deal with, so I don't think this is a foregone conclusion at all. No doubt Jake Beecroft, who's on pole, has won all of the heats, and he definitely stands a good he's in good standing ahead of this final, but it is not all over at all. Think of how Maximilian Eberhardt was able to challenge him throughout most of that previous heat. So I think this one could be very interesting. Andrew, my Double Dash Motorsport Media colleague, has said, a bit of a fan of electric cars and hybrids. That's the understatement of the day. Yeah, you might have a point there, mate. We've got... I'm just seeing on timing, by the way, this is the class, I will say this just right off the bat, this is the class where we've seen a bit of a transponder issue, particularly for the number 12, Jensen Ackerman. So I'm just going to make that point now. So if the timing suddenly starts to look a bit odd on your timing tower, I'll try and keep tabs on it, as we have been throughout the day. Oh my goodness, there's a patch of blue in the sky. Good pickup on camera. That's been a rare thing these last few hours. It is still raining, as you can see. Not it's a replay from a month ago, Darren tells me. It's not, it's live. I saw it. I think I saw it out the window. It's real. Yes. But we'll keep our eye out. I know transponder issues have been a bit of an issue in this class, so we'll just bear that in mind. If we see certain drivers tumbling down the order, it's not necessarily a bad thing. Here we go then. Waiting for the start of this one, the trophy final in the MightE Bambinos, and we're away. Jake Beecroft leads them away. It's a good start for him. Maximilian Eberhardt looks like he might have been challenged a little bit by Luke Millward, starting from grid number 3 as they work their way through. Look how much standing water there is, though, in the crook as they come up the hill for the first time, heading towards Christmas Corner. And it's not Millward who's challenging Eberhardt, it's Jensen Thomas in the number 40, who's had a great start from 4th place on the grid as they come through the wide wet line, being fully employed by this field as they work their way through the top part of the circuit, through Inkermans and downhill into Ashby Corner. Again, the wide line being used there to give the drivers as much traction as possible. This is the great start, though, for Jake Beecroft. This is exactly what he wanted, as there's a spin there for Jensen Thomas, and that sends Luke Millward onto the grass in avoidance. Drama here then amongst some of the top runners here, and that's going to have allowed Jensen Ackerman surely up into third place, excuse me. So look out for him in the number 12 as we close out this lap. At the end, though, of lap, I'm getting ahead of myself. We're not at the end of lap 31, the lap number 1. Lap 31? I have no idea where that one came from. Here is Jake Beecroft across the line in first. Maximilian Eberhardt then a second behind, and it is indeed Jensen Ackerman who was the main beneficiary of all that's the scruffiness there in the middle of the lap. Jack Freeman a beneficiary of it as well, up into 4th. Luke Millward, after his cross country, is in 5th, excuse me, with Jensen Thomas recovering to 6th after his spin. That's how they line up after the first lap. We're here then with Luke Millward on a bit of a recovery now, as is the man behind him, the young man behind him, Jensen Thomas, in the number 40. So look to see how these two can recover now, as that is Jack Freeman on the grass coming out of Christmas Corner. It's a little left-hand kink after Christmas Corner, which doesn't have any official name on the circuit maps as far as I'm aware, but we like to think of it as Boxing Day because it comes after Christmas. And look at this, an opportunity here for Jensen Thomas as Luke Millward gets all out of shape on the exit of Wilkins, and that allows the 40 of Jensen Thomas to get by. But Millward has good drives of Oziers. Is he going to come back at him into the boot? No, thinks better of it for now. Hasn't got the run on him. But these two, I don't know if they're on a recovery drive. It may be better for them to work together. Here are your leaders, though. Jake Beecroft, 1.8 seconds to the good of Maximilian Eberhardt, and Jensen Ackermann really starting to put pressure for second here on Maximilian Eberhardt as they come up the hill for the third time. Ackermann is going to look for a good opportunity here, one senses, unless they're going to try and hold station and try and work together to catch up to Jake Beecroft, which he might choose to do. See, the blue sky wasn't a replay. There's sun streaming down on the circuit now. And actually, yeah, looking out the window, it has actually stopped raining for the first time in quite a while. Oh, no, actually, I'm looking again. It's not fully stopped. It's good rainbow weather. Good rainbow weather here. Oh, of course it's not stopped. Look at that. As there's a spin for Ackermann. Jensen Ackermann spins in third, from third. Manages to hold on to third, I think. But that's given Eberhardt some breathing space. Now, does that give Eberhardt the peace of mind to really start pushing and putting the pressure on Jake Beecroft, just like he did in heat number 3? There is your leader, Jake Beecroft. But Maximilian Eberhardt now has nothing to worry about from behind. Can he start to match the pace of Beecroft? We saw him apply the pressure. There's Jensen Ackermann, had the spin, but still has been able to hold on to third. And Jensen Thomas and Luke Millward will be looking now. If they weren't working together before, they certainly should work together now, because they've suddenly got someone within striking distance if they work together well here and have the pace. Further down, I mentioned Luke Millward there in 5th. 6th is Morgan Weston. Rhys David Richardson is running well in 7th here. Jack Freeman has just got a pass in on William Deard, and that's for 8th place. Imogen Summerfield running in 10th, and then Scarlett Percox got past Harry Stinson on that last lap. So battles throughout the field. This may be the smallest field we've got here today at Whilton Mill, but it is not related. It does not correlate to less racing throughout this field. There are plenty of battles going on, and there is an impressive display from this young man so far at the head of the field. Jake Beecroft is just set fastest sector 2, as there's a contact warning for Rhys David Richardson in that number 79. Oh, and that's a problem there for Morgan Weston, who was running in 6th. Disappointment there for Morgan. We'll see how far that drops him down. Not quite sure what that was. That might have been an unforced spin, and he just had to get recovered back onto the track. Fastest lap of the race from Jensen Ackermann. He's really trying to get back onto terms with Maximilian Eberhardt with just under 5 minutes to go. It's possible he could do it. 3.5 seconds is the gap between Beecroft and Eberhardt, and then a further 3.5 seconds is the gap between Eberhardt and Ackermann. So they're equally spaced out, this top 3. There is Jake Beecroft in the 42. There is the 61 of Maximilian Eberhardt, and then there is the number 12 of Jensen Ackermann. So as I say, fairly evenly distanced at the moment. And then behind them is Luke Millward has got past Jensen Thomas as well, so that battle hasn't stopped. And there is the rainbow. That's a rainbow forming in the background there, folks, on shot, I think. Just looking up from Osiers. I could have sworn that was a rainbow. I'll point it out again, rainbow spotters. I love the childish wonder of the Alpha Life team, who all just suddenly dropped everything. Where's the rainbow? I'll point it out, don't worry. Yeah, they can see it out the window. So there is the recovering Morgan Weston, and then here is this is Luke Millward, has now got past Jensen Thomas as we were covering. Oh no, excuse me, that's Harry Stinson, actually. Battling away with Scarlett Percox. So sorry, good pickup there. This is the battle over 9th place, and it is Harry Stinson at the moment ahead of Scarlett Percox, but Scarlett putting him under some good pressure there. Side by side almost, heading towards Wilkins. How's this going to go? Scarlett's taking the more conventional line, but she's not going to be able to complete that. There's the rainbow in the background, just faintly, for those of you who were wondering what I was on about. Into Osiers goes the battle for 9th place. And oh, something's happened there, because that's Scarlett has backed out of a move there, or maybe there was a little bit of contact or something, and just facing the wrong way coming out of Osiers there. So Scarlett now, she has some work to get back onto the back of Harry Stinson. Jake Beecroft, 4.5 seconds to the good here. That is the 13 of Imogen Summerfield we just saw crossing the line, and then here is 78 of Harry Stinson and Scott. Okay, Stinson has been closed down quite quickly actually, as there's a spin in the background there. So a few of these drivers, as I say, I'm genuinely interested to know how the instant torque nature of these motors might be affecting the handling in these conditions. Oh, it was Luke Millward who we saw spinning there. Well, that's put him out of... he still managed to stay ahead of Jenson Thomas, though. Interesting stuff. Interesting. Those two are having quite the eventful race. Your leader, though, in shot now, turning in, has just put a lap on that battle that's going on between Stinson and Percox. And he is now 6 seconds to the good in this one. He's really taken to these wet conditions, perhaps more so than we saw in heat number 3. We saw the amount of pressure that was being put on him in heat number 3 by that young man there in your shot, Maximilian Eberhardt, who's now coming under pressure from Jensen Ackerman. I wonder if Ackerman could close in the 3.5 second gap. Yes, he can. He's closed it down really well. Fastest lap of the race from Jensen Ackerman here. And apologies, folks, I'm talking about several battles at once here. You're looking at Jenson Thomas now, who's chasing Luke Millward down for 4th place. There's your race leader. Here's your battle for 2nd place, though, with just over a minute left on the clock. Ackerman has done a great job. Oh, excuse me, that's not, because the 78 is Harry Stinson a lap down. But Ackerman, nevertheless, is doing a great job of closing down the gap here. There is Maximilian Eberhardt. And then Jensen Ackerman is that Kart, the number 12. And that gap is coming down. He's got great pace when he's not in traffic. Just lost a bit of time there as he was putting a lap on Harry Stinson. But he's putting in some really good pace at the moment. Much more controlled than the Paris Formula E race last year in terms of torque. Yeah, I'd get on board with that. I'd get on board with that. This young man, though, is going to take home the full house if things stay as they are at the moment. And why wouldn't they in many ways? He's been driving so well. And it's worth bearing in mind, I mean, karts by their very nature to keep the costs down are relatively simple. He's just going to cross the line here to start the last lap, surely. Yeah, there we go. Going on to the last lap. Well, it's been a great drive from Jake Beecroft. Well, the point I was going to make then is I wonder if with these electric karts, there's fewer moving components, there's fewer things to go wrong with them mechanically. Wow. I know if he breaks down now, I will have officially jinxed it. But it's been great driving this from Jake Beecroft today. He's been able to have success in a whole host of conditions, changeable conditions for this class, and he's dealt with them brilliantly. Maximilian Eberhardt is going to come away from today fairly happy, although I have to say, oh, hang on. I keep talking about that as if Jensen Ackerman isn't closing him down. He took 1.5 seconds out of Eberhardt last lap. So we've got to keep an eye on this battle for second. They'll be coming through Osiers now. There is Jake Beecroft going on to the back straight. He is doing everything he needs to do to take the win in the inaugural MightE Bambino final here at Whilton Mill. We're going to wait for him to come round. That's Morgan Weston on a bit of a recovery, but coming round now to finish the race and take the win. There is Jake Beecroft. It's a fantastic win for him in the MightE Bambino final here at Whilton Mill. Who's going to take second, though? Maximilian Eberhardt has been able to somehow get a steal on Jensen Ackerman there. And I wonder if Ackerman went for it somewhere from very far back and had a bit of a spin, because he lost 5 seconds on that last lap to Eberhardt. So he must have been pushing hard to try and take them on. There's Luke Millward, who finishes 4th. Jenson Thomas, we expect to come through in 5th place to take 5th. There he is indeed in that high-vis helmet. That's Scarlett Percox, who finishes behind Harry Stinson there after a good battle there. There's the 40 of Jenson Thomas, finishes 5th. Jack Freeman we expect to finish in 6th, 7th for Morgan Weston. Imogen Summerfield in 8th, 9th for Harry Stinson. Scarlett Percox in 10th. Here they are, that's Jack Freeman crossing the line. And also William Dearden crosses the line there to classify in 11th. And Rhys David Richardson, unfortunately, had an issue. Well, congratulations to Jake Beecroft. He becomes your inaugural winner in the MightE Bambino Championship. Maximilian Eberhardt and Jensen Ackerman round out your podium. Thoroughly entertaining stuff. I can't wait to see where that class goes, to see that MightE project continue to grow. Next up is going to be our trophy final in IAME Cadets. As the sun begins to beam down here at Whilton Mill, still a very wet Whilton Mill though, I know what tire I'd be putting on. Micah Taylor will lead them away in this IAME Cadet final. Zach Green alongside Joseph Katsantonis and Jesse Phillips makes up row number 2. Fred Green and Macaulay Bishop make up row number 3. Ethan Woodward and Jack Mowat are your 4th row. 5th row is Charlie Hart and Ryan Gill. Ollie Hart and Danny Bonner are on row number 6. Row 7 is going to be Archie Lovat and Freddie Housley. Max Mason and Ty Majir are row 8. Row 9 is Laith Khan and Oscar Cartmail. Row 10 is Daniel Amor and Chad Lehman. And then it's Lawrence Finn and Freddie La Rosa on row number 11. Row 12 is going to be Jack Poole and Evan Cooley Wilkes. And then it's going to be Sebastian Mins rounding out the 25 kart grid. So it's been a really good, apart from maybe an interesting red flag situation trying to get the last heat started, it has been a really interesting day in the IAME Cadet class. Heat 1 was won by Charlie Hart, but Charlie Hart hasn't maybe had the rub of the green since that point. Heat number 2 was won by Macaulay Bishop, and then Micah Taylor won Heat 3. So we've had 3 different Heat winners coming into this one, and it's going to be very, very interesting to see how they get by here, or how this goes. We have got championship considerations in this one. Joseph Katsantonis is your championship leader. Gosh, that's hot off the press. That's with the heat scores taken into account so far. So he's doing well out of today. How well can he go in this final? Having not won any of the heats, bear in mind. So this could be interesting. Here we go, though. Micah Taylor is going to lead them away in the 48. Zach Green in the 53 alongside, and that looks kind of full startish to me. And oh dearie me, I don't want to call it too soon, but let's not have too many repeats of these full starts. Oh, IAME Cadet class, because we did see a red flag earlier on, and it did, to all intents and purposes from our position, look like they were having that not because of an incident, but basically to tell them to stop mucking about causing full starts so they can keep on getting a feel for the conditions. Blue sky now in sight there as we look up from Ashby Corner. Interesting conditions here, because I genuinely think we are going to see it start to dry out now. So I think you would go with the wets just for this one, but I don't know. For some of the finals we've got ahead, interesting tyre choices. Go Chad Lehman, says Anne Devlin on YouTube. We've seen a lot of support coming in for him today. Let's see how he gets on in this one, starting 20th on the grid. Hopefully this time he, as with the other 24 drivers, is going to enjoy a nice clean start to the race. Are we away? Micah Taylor leads them away, and we're good to go in the trophy final. It's a big start from the pole side of the grid, and I think that Zach Green will have lost out heavily in that one. That did not look like a good start at all from the anti-pole side of the grid, and indeed it is. Joseph Katsantonis in 2nd place and Fred Green in 3rd place. So it's basically everybody who was on that pole side of the grid for at least the first few rows got a bit of an advantage there. That seemed a fairly uneven start between the two sides as they go through Inkermans and down into Ashby for the first time. It's a bit of a recovery then for anyone who was on the anti-pole side, the likes of Zach Green, the likes of Jesse Phillips, the likes of Macaulay Bishop, as off onto the side of the road. Was that Katsantonis? That looked like the number 12 of Joseph Katsantonis to me, off to the side of the road. Or it might have been Max Mason in the 72. I couldn't tell if it was the 12 or the 72. Apologies, folks. I'll keep an eye out for that. It's Max Mason. It's Max Mason because the second set to timing beacon has just been triggered by Joseph Katsantonis. So apologies for the misidentification there, folks. At the end of lap 1, though, Micah Taylor leads. Joseph Katsantonis in second. Fred Green in third. Charlie Hart up to fourth. Zach Green in fifth. And that was from second on the grid, so it has been a tough start for the people on the anti-pole side of the grid. Macaulay Bishop in sixth and with a contact warning. Needs to avoid getting too many of those. Jack Moore in seventh, and then it's Ethan Woodward, Jesse Phillips and Danny Bonner to round out the top 10. This is the battle of Charlie Hart challenging Fred Green. Now, some of the pace that Charlie has been shown today, you've got to wonder if he wouldn't be looking to move up the order a little bit from where he started on the grid, that being 9th place, winning one of the heats as he did. But the conditions aren't the same as that first heat. So it's going to be interesting to see as they stream through the middle sector here, still side by side. This is Fred Green and Charlie Hart still, and Charlie Hart's got the job done into the boot there as they come round. Micah Taylor then across the line, followed by Joseph Katsantonis. The confirmation of the change of position for third place. Charlie Hart ahead of Fred Green. Macaulay Bishop also got past Zach Green in that lap as well. So as I say, this is those who started on that hindered side of the grid, it seemed to me at the start, starting to work their way back up now. The likes of Zach Green, the likes of Macaulay Bishop. This is the 53 of Zach Green and Jack Mowat in the 23. I don't feel I've said too much about Jack Mowat. Oh, we've got a red flag. Red flag out there. So there's an incident of some description that means we're having to bring things to a close or suspend the race at least. So race suspended. We haven't caught any incidents, but we have had a red flag called here by race control. It's the second red flag in this class today, and our third red flag overall of the day. So we're being told that the number 12 and the number 50, that would be Katsantonis and Hart. So Joseph Katsantonis and Charlie Hart, who were battling over second, have had a collision out there. That's what we're being told. We didn't catch that on the stream, and we'll just wait and see here. Obviously, if any attention is needed to be given to these drivers, then if there's any attention needed for these drivers, it'll be getting to them as soon as possible, and we'll just give them time to give that attention. Welcome back to Whilton Mill, where we've had a suspension of the IAME Cadet final for an incident involving the number 12 card of Joseph Katsantonis and the number 50 kart of Charlie Hart. They're just receiving some attention from the medical crew here at the circuit. We will, of course, give you an update as soon as we have any information. They were battling over second place on lap 3 of our IAME Cadet final. There is the IAME class field lined up on the back straight. Yeah, we're just waiting to give time to the circuit officials and the medical team here, just to give any attention that those drivers require following that incident. And yeah, we'll give you an update as soon as we can. Obviously, not a situation in which one wishes to speculate, nor in which we wish to, obviously train the cameras on that. We'll take the attention and the heat away from those who are working hard down there, just to first and foremost give the attention necessary to the drivers. And obviously, once that has been resolved, then the attention turns to recovering any of the kart machinery that may have been involved in that incident. But yeah, they were battling away. Micah Taylor was leading that race. Fred Green was running in 4th, with Macaulay Bishop 5th, Zach Green 6th, 7th was Jack Mowat up until that point. Ethan Woodward in 8th, Jesse Phillips in 9th, and Freddie Housley rounded out your top 10. Well, that is. I wonder if that was one of the drivers we just saw walking back to the paddock. Oh, I think actually, no, sorry, that's unrelated, potentially. So that is that the number 9? I think that's Lawrence Finn, whose kart has been recovered to the pit lane, but that's unrelated to the red flag incident there. So, yeah, we'll just take a brief pause here as the Honda Cadet final class have already got ready in the paddock. Now, I do think it's still an interesting question as to what tyres you're going to put on for the latter finals here today. The sun is now out. The temperature is climbing. In fact, I'm going to put them on the spot here, the Alpha Live folks. Do we have the weather graphic to put up? Shall we show them what the weather looks like? This is one that's a bit of a new one. At least it's new for me. So we can put the weather up. Mind you, it is Whilton. But kart circuits are good at having their own microclimate, it has to be said. Rain 0 millimetres? I don't believe that for a moment. Hang on a second. Okay. So it's currently raining, in spite of the fact it's not. And we have had no millimetres of rain. So Bernie Ecclestone's been very discreet in installing his sprinkler system he always touted for Formula One here. But yeah, it is nice to see the weather clearing. But shout out anyway to JMW Forecast. I feel like I've put it on the spot at an inopportune moment. We are having very changeable conditions, to be absolutely fair. So I don't want to judge that much. But it's an interesting question. You can see there actually. You can see there that it's showing cloudy for 6 o'clock. So the next patch of weather, according to this forecast, is cloudy, and I think we're just slightly upstream of that. Really, we've got the clouds. This looks quite picturesque, really. So I think it is actually an interesting question as to what tyres you'd put on this, as our field are coming back round to begin this one again. And here we go. I believe we're under green flag conditions again, with Micah Taylor leading them away. Yes, indeed, he is. So no, I'll be honest, I was expecting perhaps a bit of a roll-up lap to that, but we are immediately back into green flag conditions. We'll try and get you any update on what happened with the drivers involved in that incident. And what's notable to me is that What's notable to me is that both of the drivers who we mentioned being involved in that red flag incident are running again. That's Joseph Katzentonis and Charlie Hart. So either they've had a fantastic... In fact, I can't see any... I'm trying to work out any other drivers who may have fallen by the wayside in that stoppage. So they've either recovered that all very well, and it was a concern that caused the red flag, but ultimately both drivers and karts were fine to continue, or we've been given some something in error there, folks, in which case I would obviously sincerely apologise for any confusion caused under that stoppage. We will, of course, try and clear up what happened with that one. Either way, the race is back underway. Micah Taylor is leading this one. Joseph Katzentonis is in second place. We're looking here at a battle between Zach Green and Jack Mowat. This is over 6th place at the moment as they come through Osiers. And then there behind them, further down, that was Jesse Phillips coming under pressure from Ethan Woodward, but Jesse Phillips has just got by for 8th place. So good battles happening throughout here. There is Zach Green and Jack Mowat once again. But here they come, finishing another lap. Micah Taylor, Joseph Katzentonis and Charlie Hart, your top three. So the battle continues over the podium positions here, and they're 1.7 seconds to the good of the Fred Green-Macaulay Bishop battle, but surely those two are now working together. I say that, but behind in the back shot there is Macaulay Bishop trying down the inside of Fred Green in the 9 and the 98, and he's got the job done. So Macaulay Bishop up to 4th place, and now surely he will try and set about, as behind them still the battle goes on between Zach Green and Jack Mowat. Zach Green going every which way to try and hold off that attack on his 6th place. But yeah, the number 9 of Macaulay Bishop now up into 5th place and chasing down the top 3 now, if he at all can. Pace of the top 3 is good. They're in the 103s at the moment, which to me says this track's starting to dry. The last part of the track to dry out is always the bottom of the hill, which is at the crook. So they'll go into oblivion, and then they'll turn right through the crook. Here they are going through the crook. Here's your race leader just coming off the curbing of the crook. That's always the last to dry out. That's difficult because they're the fastest 2 corners on this track. So the place where you want grip the most is the last place to get it. As here, the battle still goes on between Mowat and Green, and Jack Mowat gets past Zach Green after a good few laps of trying. So that is a change of position there for 6th place. Jack Mowat now up to 6th in the 23 kart, and the 53 is Zach Green. Still with a bit of a cushion, 3.5 seconds in fact to Jesse Phillips behind, who just comes into your shot there. There's Jesse Phillips, having recently got past Ethan Woodward for 9th place. I don't feel like Zach Green wants to let this one go though. It looks like a race that might run and run. Here are your leaders then: Micah Taylor, Joseph Katzentonis, and then Charlie Hart across the line. Macaulay Bishop and Fred Green are your top 5, and there's the change of position confirmed between Jack Mowat and Zach Green. Further down the order, Ryan Gill and Daniel Lamore have just got past Ty Magier. That's in a battle between them for 13th, 14th and 15th respectively. So keep your eyes peeled on the timing. I always wish we could show you all the battles that are going on, but we have to focus on one so we can show it to you. As Macaulay Bishop has just set the fastest lap of the race, so he is really trying to reel in this top 3, and this is bubbling away, simmering up nicely as we head towards the tail end of the race, as more blue sky starts to show here. We've almost got a golden hue now on some of these shots as the sun comes through the clouds. 2.5 minutes to go then. Micah Taylor, your leader. Gap came down slightly between himself and Katzentonis on the last lap. There we are. And there you can see Macaulay Bishop. How much has the gap gone down this time? Not as much. Not as much. But he still brought the gap to Charlie Hart for 3rd, down by a 10th. So this young man here, you do need to keep an eye on Macaulay Bishop. So much success that he has had, of course, in IAME Cadets here at Whilton Mill. Reigning champion as he is. as they come into Ashby on lap number 9. And here is the number 9 trying to string together. I mean, the pace of this front pack is very impressive. They're now all in the 103s. Fred Green, I think, hasn't counted himself out of this either. There he is in the number 98, and then there is the Jack Mowat, Zach Green battle, which for now has gone. There's been a moment of peace between those two, having battled for most of the race. Micah Taylor then leads them onto a new lap. What's the gap this time? They're trading hundreds. They're working so hard out there. But Macaulay Bishop did take another third of a second out of Charlie Hart there, and Charlie Hart did drop 0.3 off of Katzentonis. So you just wonder if maybe Charlie Hart is at risk of falling into the clutches of Macaulay Bishop here in the closing stages. It's been such a competitive class, this one so far today. As I said earlier, 3 different heat winners, one of whom was Micah Taylor, and he is driving really well here, but Katzentonis isn't going to let him get away too quietly on this one. And if Macaulay Bishop gets up to third, then it will be, I believe, a straight fight between our 3 heat winners, incidentally. Which shows you how much pace Charlie Hart has had. I think sometimes he hasn't had the rub of the green today, as Charlie. So him featuring in amongst this top 4 in the closing stages of the day, I'm unsurprised to see it, but fair play to him. Here we go then, there's going to be a couple more laps. Macaulay Bishop and Charlie Hart both set personal bests on that one. They're really trying to bring down the gap. But Macaulay was just that little bit faster, and you can't help but wonder if he's going to have an opportunity here to be within striking distance for 3rd place. Ethan Woodward has got past Jesse Phillips for 8th place as well. That's further down the order. Still feel this isn't all entirely settled yet. Ryan Gill past Archie Lovat for 12th place as well. Into Ozzy as they go. That really does look like a sort of almost sepia tone, the way the sun's beaming down on this camera shot. That's incredible. As they will come round this time to start the final lap. So our Honda Cadets are in that pattern. They've been waiting a long time to get their race going. Interesting how that plays into the psychology going into the final. Here we go then, on to the last lap, and the gap is down by 0.4 of a second that time through. There's a possibility here for Katzentonis. He can see the win. It's not out of the question. Behind them as well, Macaulay Bishop has closed in on Charlie Hart. Look for the battle for first. Look for the battle for third. There's going to be a bit of a grandstand finish here for these 2 battles. In fact, is that Macaulay ahead? Macaulay Bishop has got ahead of Charlie Hart in the first part of this lap, and I think it was the early part because when they crossed the line, they were only 0.07 apart. So Macaulay Bishop has got into 3rd place on the last lap, if he can hold on to it. Are there any opportunities here for Katzentonis to have a go, as we're looking at a battle there between, that was further down, that's Freddie LaRosa versus Chad Lehman. Here is Macaulay Bishop, but we need to keep looking out for Micah Taylor, who's going through the boot now. And Micah Taylor is going to come round the final corner and take the win. There he is. Micah Taylor crosses the line and wins by half a second from Joseph Katzentonis. Macaulay Bishop finishes 3rd. Charlie Hart in 4th. 5th is Fred Green. Jack Mowat finishes a race-long battle, it seemed to me, between himself and Zach Green to finish 6th. Ethan Woodward in 8th. Jesse Phillips in 9th. Danny Bonner rounds out your top 10. Oscar Cartmail, Ryan Gill, Archie Lovat, Daniel Amore takes you through to 14th place. Excuse me, Archie Lovat got past Ryan Gill, so it's Lovat in 12th, 13th for Ryan Gill, 14th for Daniel Amore. Freddie Housley finishes 15th, Ollie Hart in 16th, Ty Majir in 17th, and then we expect it will be Laith Khan, indeed it is in 18th. Freddie LaRosa, did he manage to stay ahead of Chad Lehman there towards the end? We expect them both to come home in 19th and 20th respectively. No, Chad Lehman got him at the last lap overtake for Lehman to take himself up to 19th place, ahead of Freddie LaRosa in 20th, 21st for Max Mason. Lawrence Finn finished, I think we're getting into people who had problems now. So Max Mason had an issue, Lawrence Finn Also, we saw him walking back to the pit lane, didn't we, during the stoppage? And Sebastian Mins in 17th place. Well, I think the IAME Cadets, yes, there have been a few stoppages, obviously, but all in all, that has been a highly entertaining class, a highly competitive class this time through. So, hopefully, we're about to see even more of that from our cadet classes, because next up, it is our Honda Cadet Trophy Final. Here's your grid then for Honda Cadets. Riley Bishop starts this one from pole with Dalton Hayward alongside. Aris Majauskas and Harry Friel make up row number 2. Row 3 is going to be Marley Pereiro and Hugh Roach. Row 4 is going to be Ashton Wiggins and Jacob Lee. Adam Hill and Rocco Shenton make up your 5th row. Row 6 is going to be Hayden Gray and Harrison Morrow. Oliver Meek and Charlie Mills make up row number 7. Then it'll be Callum Ghosh and Joshua Bagambi in row 8. Row 9 will be Harry Higgs and Jack Price. Joshua Smith and Lucy Whilton make up row number 10, rounding out your top 20. Row 11 is going to be Callum Wilson and Alfie Smith. Row 12, Oliver Gibson and Jensen Pugh. Row 13 is going to be Thomas Percox and Jake Schulz. Ethan Weldon and Sebastiano Tuzzeo make up row 14. Row 15 is going to be Bella Brown and Frank Smith. Getting a little jingle all of their own, Finley Fishburne and Felix Smedley will make up row 16 of the 32 kart grid in our Honda Cadet Trophy Final. So, our Honda Cadets will line up for their standing start. Dalton Hayward still looking good for from a championship perspective. It would have to take something quite extraordinary by my very quick maths for him to not come away from today as the championship leader. But it's early days yet in the championship. I think we want to focus on having a good race here. In terms of who's won the classes so far today, Riley Bishop took the win in heat number 1, Dalton Hayward in heat 2, and then heat 3 was Aris Majauskas. In other words, the top 3 on the grid all have taken a win. So there's plenty to play for in this one. And away we go for the trophy final. This is a good start from Riley Bishop. It's a better start from Dalton Hayward. The anti-pole side of the grid this time seemed to get the better start for me. And he's got away there as there's incidents at the back, unfortunately. The 27, the 99 and the 74 are involved, which is Jake Schulz, Lucy Whilton, and the 74 is Bella Brown, I'm afraid to say. So they'll be trying to recover now, and then 91 of Alfie Smith is round as well at Christmas. So not the cleanest start from our Honda Cadets, as the 82 of Jacob Lee takes to the grass. A bit of rallycross there, but manages to keep it pointing in the right direction. I should just say as well, Frankie Smedley, who was involved in the incident that led to the red flag earlier on, did take the start, which is good to see. Although it does look though like he might have an issue there. He just pulled onto circuit, so I don't know if that was a spin or his car has encountered an issue. Oh dear, we've got an incident into the boot as well between the 75 of Harrison Morrow, and I think that was the 66 of Adam Hill as well. So plenty of incidents on the first lap, and Dalton Hayward was involved as well. So it wasn't Adam Hill, it wasn't the 66, it was the 68. So Dalton Hayward, one of our heat winners, has dropped well back in the field here. He's down to 23rd, so he's taken himself out of the running for this one, and it's Harry Friel who's got himself up into first place. Here we are at the head of the field. Harry Friel from Riley Bishop, Aris Majauskas in third, or reclaiming third there off of Ashton Wiggins, who I think took it off of him for a few corners. Here we go at the head of the field. And this just goes to show how competitive this class has been, that all of these drivers are now up at the sharp end here. Harry Friel leads. Where did he start on the grid? He started grid 4th, so really good first few laps from Harry Friel. And he's going to come across the line here to take them on to lap number 3. There is the 32 of Riley Bishop, Aras Majauskas and Charlie Mills in 3rd and 4th. So there is Riley Bishop in the black and high-vis colour scheme. There is the 51 of Majauskas, and then there's the 57. Excuse me, the 30. No, it is the 57. The 57 is Ashton Wiggins. I wonder if there's a transponder issue on that kart, because I haven't seen anything that should put him that far back. And certainly a lap or so ago he was registering up near the top end, so I wonder if there's a transponder issue there. As Charlie Mills puts a move on him into Osiers, and indeed on Aras Majauskas. So Charlie Mills, great move there, has got himself up into 3rd place, and also coming through as well is Rocco Shenton. There he is in the 86. Great moves all round from those two. As coming around to start a new lap now is Harry Friel, and this is a great drive from him so far. Sat 4th in the championship. 60 points on offer, don't forget, for winning these trophy finals. And a very nice trophy, it has to be said. Here we go though. Battle over 5th place here. Excuse me, no, it's not over 5th place. It's over 4th place. And that is because Rocco Shenton has got by Majauskas, and Ashton Wiggins is in there still. I do think that was a transponder issue. So Harry Friel leads, Riley Bishop in 2nd, Charlie Mills in 3rd. Then I think it's Ashton Wiggins, excuse me, battling away with Rocco Shenton and Aras Majauskas. I think that's the order as it stands in reality. Halfway through this trophy final in our Honda Cadets. Great to see plenty of people out on the gantry watching. On to a new lap. New fastest lap of the race from Rocco Leon Shenton. A 102.63. It's starting to dry up. It's getting quicker. This is Riley Bishop coming under increasing pressure from Charlie Mills for 2nd place. He's still going with the wet line, and Charlie Mills is going for a tighter dry line, and this is the interesting point. You're going to get this crossover point as the circuit dries out in different places, mind you. It's not going to be like snap your fingers and then the whole lap is dry and needs a dry line. It's going to be horses for courses. There's going wide there. That to me looked like Ashton Wiggins taking to the grass. And again, in fact, so just testing out the structural integrity of the chassis a little bit there. Here's Charlie Mills though, still putting pressure on Riley Bishop, and is this going to allow Harry Friel some breathing space? He's 1.6 seconds to the good, or he was the last time they crossed the line. What is it this time? He comes across the line, another fastest lap of the race, a 102.28. He's now 1.8 seconds to the good. Riley Bishop and Charlie Mills, you've got to imagine they're going to work together for the time being. And there is the 57 of Ashton Wiggins. I think it is a transponder issue for him. I don't think we've seen anything that would take him down by a lap. What about those on a recovery drive? Well, Adam Hill has just got himself up to 16th place, and Dalton Hayward and Harrison Morrow have followed through. So they're now 16th, 17th and 18th as our leader puts a move on some traffic out there. So they are on a recovery drive. Bear in mind that drop scores are a thing in this championship, so if they have a terrible day at the races, it is not the be-all and end-all. Charlie Mills now all over the back of Riley Bishop, and there's some traffic to navigate there. I'm not sure if that really helped either way. Maybe slightly marginally better for Charlie Mills there. That was putting a lap on Bella Brown, part of the Brown Motorsport stable. Some of you may be familiar with the name Spencer Brown. Well, Bella is another exciting talent to look out for, as Charlie Mills continues to hound Riley Bishop, and behind them there's a battle going on as well between Ashton Wiggins and Rocco Leon Shenton. So going to be interesting to see how that one pans out as well. So plenty of really good battles here. And rightly so, we keep our attention throughout the field, but there are some great battles. This is the 18 then of Marley Pareo, and Hayden Gray is in the 65, and the 82 has got by. So it's a change of position. Jacob Lee ahead of Hayden Gray now. That's a change for 7th place, confirmed on timing as they cross the line. Further back in the order, there's still plenty of drivers working their way up through the order. Callum Wilson has just got past Harry Higgs. As we look here, this is the battle between the 65, that's the battle we were just talking about, isn't it, between Hayden Gray and Jacob Lee. And in fact, Gray has got him back, and in fact, Gray is going to put a kart between them as well, because he's just taken Pareo. As you don't know, Pareo managed to hold on to it. The 18 still ahead. So it's Pareo, Gray, and Lee, but Lee's going to try down the inside there into Ozias and has got the job done. So Jacob Lee back up to 7th, having lost it briefly in the early part of this lap. Timing will suggest no change of position as they cross the line, because it will be as they started the lap. But know that there was a good battle to hold on to that. Shelton has some great pace at the moment. 101.24 has taken another 2/10 off of Charlie Mills. So this battle over second could become a 3-horse race. We stay with this battle up the hill. Jacob Lee challenging Marley Pareo, and he's got the job done. Nice textbook manoeuvre. And interestingly, you can see the dry line out. You can see the overtakes that are working on that traditional dry line. This circuit is really drying out, particularly at the top of the hill. Oh, and going wide though is Jacob Lee out onto the grass, and that's going to drop down all the progress that he had made against Pareo and Gray. So unfortunate there. He manages to keep it pointing the right way though, and he's not under too much pressure from Joshua Bugembi, although we did just see him in shot there. So he's got to be careful. But this is, that's Hayden Gray putting more pressure on Marley Pareo again. This is over 6th place. But Pareo, in that position at least, lives to fight another lap. There's Aris Majauskas ahead of them in the 51. But it's ahead of him that things are closing up. And here it is. Riley Bishop in second. And here's the move for third. There is the 57 of Ashton Wiggins going down the inside of Charlie Mills. Remember, Ashton, I think, has a transponder issue, so not showing on your timing. And then Charlie Mills is going to go back at him as they come through Ashby, give each other racing room. That was the little divot that Ashton Wiggins was hitting there on the exit of Ashby. Got to be careful there, and look out as well, because Rocco Leon Shenton is going to be right on the scene here if they're not careful. His pace has been really impressive. And there's Charlie Mills coming back at Wiggins. Here we go, side by side, heading towards paddock corner, and there's a little bit of a touch, but they both keep it going. A little bit of a heart in the mouth moment there for Charlie Mills in particular, who caught a little bit of air there. Rocco Leon Shenton, though, staying with them. Look out for the 86 in the background as he closes the gap. Aris Majauskas now with the fastest lap of the race, but he has quite a gap to pull in, and we are on the final lap. Harry Friel, we've barely seen him. He's controlled this one so well, 1.4 seconds to the good in the number 84 kart. Well, he hasn't taken any of the heat wins, but he's going to be there when it counts. There he is, Harry Friel. There's Riley Bishop in second, still battling away with Ashley Wiggins, who I believe is on for 3rd place here, even if the timing doesn't agree with me. Coming into the boot section, they're going to come round now. Harry Friel rounds the latter part of the boot now, and he's going to come into paddock corner. Wait for them to come around. There he is. Harry Friel takes the win in Honda Cadets for round 3. There is, oh, that's brilliant. Wiggins has taken second off of Bishop in the last part of the lap. Ashton Wiggins takes 2nd place. His transponder has a problem. We won't see it on timing, but he takes 2nd off of Riley Bishop. Charlie Mills finishes 4th. Rocco Leon Shenton in 5th. 6th for Aris Majauskas. Everyone's dropped down by 1 position because of that transponder issue. Hayden Gray in 7th. 8th for Jacob Lee. 9th for Joshua Mugembi. 10th for Marley Pareo. Then it's 11th for Joshua Smith. Are we able to see the overtake? So this was Charlie Mills versus Wiggins. And then Wiggins later on the last lap managed to take Riley Bishop for second. Oh, and this was the moment between Charlie Mills and Wiggins. Ashton Wiggins had a fair few battles out there, but I believe it's paid off because I think, even though timing won't show it, he's got second place. But Harry Friel, what a controlled race. He just got to the front and controlled it from there. Brilliant, brilliant stuff from the driver, fourth in the championship. That will have helped him no end. And we are now going to go over to our Iame Bambino Trophy Final. You're watching your Alpha live stream from Whilton Mill Circuit just outside of Daventry in Northamptonshire. This is round 3 of the 2020 Whilton Mill Kart Club Series of Championships. I'm Howard Mitchell from Double Dash Motorsport Media. I'm just going to give a general shout out. We've still got the counter going here in the comms position. I hear we have 9,769 subscribers on YouTube. Thank you so much to all of those supporting Alpha Live on there. If you haven't, give them a subscribe, give them a like on Facebook, follow them on Instagram, at Alpha Live Ltd on Twitter, I want to say as well. So give that a follow as well. We're Double Dash Motorsport Media, at Double Dash MM on Twitter. Just type in Double Dash Motorsport Media on Facebook, you'll find us there. We are on Instagram as well. I think that's at Double Dash MM as well. Failing everything else. Oh, and we're on YouTube as well. Sorry, Andrew will tell me off very much if I don't push that. Some great, we've really enjoyed bringing some content to you all on the YouTube channel. We can't purport to have the live streams of loads of motorsport that Alpha Live do, but please give us a subscribe if you would be so kind as well. Here's your grid then for your Iame Bambino final. Jensen Chalk will start this one from pole. Harry Curry alongside Daniel Myron Laurenti and George House make up row 2. Manav Dio and Freddie Denton on row 3. Row 4 is going to be Alfie Davidson and Luke Millward. Row 5, Ronnie Ray Carter and Austin Gibson. It'll be Leo Gorski and Sukmani Kira on row 6. Just give a moment for the graphics to catch up there. Yes, row 7 is going to be Teddy Porter and Archie Rutter. Then it'll be Jensen Thomas and Jack Jones on row 8. Row 9 will be Jensen Walker and Jarlath Sayer. And then on row 10 it will be Ethan Owen and Christopher Mbella Asova to round out your 20 kart grid. So, Iame Bambinos, we very, as I say, for the last couple of seasons we've been on it, very rarely been able to show you the trophy final of a Bambino round. We've had, of course, the Bambino festival, and we've you know, Alpha Live have been able to cover that event. But one of the nice things, the silver linings, as I've been putting it over the course of today, of the current situation we're in, is that in order to to comply with COVID-19 precautions, Whilton Mill Kart Club have had to distribute the racing more evenly across the Saturday and the Sunday. And what that means is that we are here for streaming action on both Saturday and Sunday, and it means that we are in place to cover the Bambinos for you. So that's a really nice perk of doing this. These drivers, the youngest drivers who compete in the smorgasbord of WMKC classes that we have for you here today, alongside the MightE all-electric Bambino karts. Those drivers were also of the same age group, so 6 to 8 years of age, these drivers. And for the most part, they're going to get a dry final, I reckon. Now, I reckon that means they will have put slicks on, and I reckon that means they might get a nasty surprise if they don't take some caution through turn 2, because as I said earlier, that is the last part of the lap to dry out, and it's also the fastest part, so they just need to be careful that they don't scrub wide going through there as they prepare that. Jensen Chalk on pole for this one. He has been driving so well today. Took the win in Heat 1 and in Heat 2. Harry Curry was your Heat winner in Heat number 3. So it is going to be interesting to see how these two drivers, both sat on the front row of this one, how are they going to compare. We're back under drier conditions, and if you were looking at it based on conditions and performance in those conditions so far, you'd say that Jensen Chalk is in the pound seats. It was he who had the pace in heat number 1 in the dry conditions. But that is one thing. The trophy final is very much another. So we are going to wait and see what happens with this one. I've just been told I'm absolutely right. I will be told off for not plugging the YouTube channel. Absolutely. There we go. Double Dash Motorsport Media on YouTube. Definitely give us a subscribe, because again, if one is looking for silver linings to do with the current situation, the lockdown has really provided us with an opportunity to start putting more content on there. It's been great to have the interaction. So please subscribe to Alpha Live, but also check out Double Dash Motorsport Media on YouTube. A lot of great content on there. Mr. Mather has been loving doing all of the Gran Turismo content as well. Right then, start your engines board is shown to the drivers. That will then be flipped around to tell them there's just 5 seconds to go before this Iame Bambino final. Who is going to take home the spoils for this one as the sun beams down on Whilton Mill Kart Club? Eyes on the lights. And away we go. Jensen Chalk leads them away. Looks like it's been a decent start for him relative to Harry Curry, and he's going to hold on to it into oblivion. Indeed he does, as they stream through for the first time. Does anyone shave wide in these on the damp surface of turn 2? Looks fairly good to me, but Jensen Chalk it is, and challenging the 77 of George House. I think that might have been Daniel Myron Laurenti who is challenging there, as they all come down to Ashby for the first time. Doesn't look like the same day as we had an hour or so ago, does it? I'm delighted to say it looks to have been broadly a clean start there as they work their way through Wilkins, and now downhill braking into Osiers. Good start by Jensen Chalk. He's got just a little bit of breathing space now. And there, that was a move we just cut away there. That was the 25 of Austin Gibson trying to make a move and succeeding in making a move as they come across the line. Jensen Chalk leads, Harry Curry in second, Myron Laurenti in third, and it was George House, I thought it was, that Austin Gibson made a move on there. Great start for Austin Gibson, has got himself up into 4th place, and this is now the battle for second. This is Myron Laurenti challenging the 84 of Harry Curry, and Harry Curry is all over the back of Jensen Chalk. I said that Jensen Chalk had some breathing space. That's been closed up in the latter part of lap 1 and the first part of lap 2. Look at the top 3 here. And there it is, the lead change out of Ashby. Just great drive off the corner for Harry Curry, and it's got him past Jensen Chalk, and now Myron Laurenti senses an opportunity here. Is he going to try downhill into Osiers? He's going to think about it, but Jensen Chalk is wise to it. Lovely exchange between these 3 drivers, and it's Harry Curry now, your winner from heat number 3. Don't worry about this misty effect, folks. There's just a bit of condensation on the camera because of the rain. I'm probably quite impressed with how the cameras have held up to the weather to date, to be honest. But yeah, this is Harry Curry then in the lead. Jensen Chalk putting plenty of pressure. And then here's the battle over 4th. Austin Gibson versus George House. Freddie Denton in 6th, and Leo Gorski has just got himself up to 7th ahead of Manav Diu. So here we go. I think this one's going to run and run. I really do. I said it was going to be interesting to see how these top 2 runners throughout the day so far would line up against each other. And Myron Laurenti has really been running well today as well. So I'm not in any way surprised to see him up there. Was that a little piece that I just saw either fly off Jensen Chalk's kart or just a bit of rubber pickup that just got thrown to one side? Not quite sure. Not quite sure, but Harry Curry here still in the lead. Oh, and a very wide moment there for Myron Laurenti. Austin Gibson will come into shot then, still in 4th place ahead of George House. Freddie Denton will be trying to get onto the back of them. No, actually no, he's been having battles of his own. Leo Gorski in the number 16 car has just got himself up to 6th place ahead of Freddie Denton. Here's the battle for 4th though. This is Austin Gibson versus George House. George House had a little think about it up the hill. He's having a real think about it up the hill. Oh my goodness, I didn't think that was on there. And he managed to pull a really nice move there. That looked so calm in Christmas Corner. And it was almost like George House, it was almost like Austin Gibson was sticking to the wet line a little bit. They just had a slightly wider line there at Christmas and allowed the opportunity for George House there. So nice seizing of that opportunity. And there you can see you just caught a sight of Leo Gorski now trying to get onto the back of these two. Harry Curry, your leader. Jensen Chalk. Oh, they're so close on the lap time. We're talking, they're trading hundreds. They really are trading hundreds. So Curry just set the fastest lap of the race, a 101.9, and Jensen Chalk was a 101.98. So it is very, very close between these two. And fair play to Daniel Myron Laurenti because he's keeping himself well in that fight. We're looking further down the order here. This is Freddie Denton versus Alfie Davidson. And also in here is Teddy Porter in the 66. Good to see Teddy a bit further up the order now, fighting within the top 10 because I think he's been having some good battles today. I'm not sure we've always been able to show them though because he's well, it's impossible for us to show all of them, but you know, some of them. I remember in his first heat, he was, as with George House, he was sort of, they were both battling their way up through that heat. Really good stuff there, and that is him putting a move on Alfie Davidson, I believe. Ronnie Ray Carter is with that group as well, so good little battle going on there. This is still the battle for fourth. George House just with a little bit of breathing space now on Austin Gibson. And no breathing space at all in that pack that I just mentioned between Teddy Porter, Alfie Davidson, and Freddie Denton, Teddy Porter, Alfie Davidson, and Ronnie Ray Carter. And round the outside, what a move there by Freddie Denton to get that back from Teddy Porter. That was a lovely little move there. And down into Ashby they go, side by side. How's this one going to end? Give each other good racing room. Yes, they do. Side by side. It's like Noah's Ark here, heading towards Wilkins. Who's going to come out on top here? There's going to be an opportunity for the switchback, I think, into Osiers. But no, it's going to be... there's a mechanical flag for the leader. I'm sure I just saw on timing that a mechanical flag just got shown to the leader. It's still coming up on timing here in front of me. Freddie Denton, I think, has come out on... No, Teddy Porter, sorry, has come out on top in that battle that we were looking at. But I'm sure I just saw a mechanical flag being shown for Harry Curry. And if so, that is absolutely devastating for him. Here's Jensen Chalk. And has he got by anyway? He's got by Harry Curry. So Jensen Chalk has taken the lead. One must hypothesize. I mean, it could have been just a standard common or garden overtake, but maybe the mechanical issue is hindering Harry Curry. He seems to have suddenly dropped off the pace here. And is he about to report to the pit lane? If so, that is a bitter pill to swallow for young Harry Curry. Does he pull into the pit lane? We'll have to wait and see if he comes round. There is Jensen Chalk then, your new race leader. And that is Daniel Myron Laurenti. So Henry Curry has come into the pit lane. Oh, that's gutting stuff for Harry Curry. He was driving really, really well. Really well. And my heart does go out to him. Not to take anything away from Jensen here, taking the lead of this race. He's driven really well today as well. But to be given the mechanical flag for the lead of the race is in the trophy final as well. That is gutting. But Harry can hold his head up high. How well he's driven today. He's still taken some good points away in the heats. And I look forward to seeing what else we'll see from him over the course of the wmkc season. Jensen Chalk then is going to come around now, and he's got a fair old gap now of 3.8 seconds to second place Daniel Myron Laurenti. I don't want to take away from Daniel. He's had a great day at the races as well. He's going to come away from this with a good haul of points. There is George House in the number 77 in third. There's Austin Gibson in the number 25 in fourth. And then here comes this pack of karts. Leo Gorski, Teddy Porter, Manav Dio, Ronnie Ray Carter, Alfie Davidson, and Freddie Denton. They're all within a second of each other. So that's a really interesting pack of karts from fifth downwards that we are going to want to keep an eye on for the remainder of this race. I think they're heading towards Ashby at this point. Yeah, there they are. So this is, yeah, that's Teddy Porter in the number 66. Who I think might have got past Leo Gorski there. You'll have to double check as they come through this time. Got past Manav Dio on that last lap. 30 seconds left on the clock then. Jensen Chalk is your race leader. There's George House in third. There's Austin Gibson. And then here's the pack. The 66 of Teddy Porter did indeed get past Leo Gorski. So good couple of laps for Teddy Porter. He's been battling really well. And I think he's shown some really impressive racecraft here today. Coming up the hill, getting increasingly difficult to spot these numbers. But that is the 35 of Ronnie Ray Carter on Manav Dio. Will he have an opportunity down into Ashby? No, he's a little far back. You've got to judge it well into Ashby because of the downhill braking. Bear in mind as well, different parts of the circuit drying out. If you go offline and you're on slicks, suddenly there might not be the grip that you thought there was or that you were having fun experiencing on that dry line. Our leader, though, is on the last lap. Jensen Chalk is on his final tour of the circuit. 6 seconds to the good up front. I think he'll be around Christmas corner at this point. There he is. There you go. My ability to estimate position on Whilton Mill Kart Circuit is not gone rusty in the lockdown. Well, as I said, it's gutting stuff for Harry Curry to be given the mechanical, but you can take nothing away from this young man. He's won 2 of the heats across changing conditions, and Jensen Chalk has really shown himself to be a top talent within this Iame Bambino field here today. He's going to come into the boot section. And he's going to round the final corner now to take the win. Jensen Chalk wins the Iame Bambino trophy for round 3 of the 2020 Whilton Mill Kart Club Championships. Daniel Myron Laurenti will finish in second. Congratulations to him. George House will then come round. There he is in the 77. He comes home to take the last of the podium positions. Teddy Porter finishes a great race. He got Austin Gibson at the end as well. So Teddy Porter finishes 4th. Great points for him. Austin Gibson in 5th. Leo Gorski 6th. Manav Dio in 7th. 8th for Ronnie Ray Carter. Alfie Davidson in 9th. 10th will be was Freddie Denton. He's crossed the line now. Jarlath Sayer, decent result for him in 11th. I know he had some complications in one of the earlier heats. Luke Millwood finishes in 12th. 13th will be Effin Owen. Sukhmani Kira and Jack Jones both get past Archie Rutter on that last lap for 14th, 15th and 16th respectively. Jensen Walker will be classified in 17th position. There he is crossing the line. And then it was Christopher Mbella Somba in 18th place. Harry Curry finishing the race, I think, bagging the points, but disappointment for him, of course, with that mechanical flag. Right, I'm gutted to say that we're coming on to the final race of the day. We're now going to go into our final for MiniROK. Let's take you through the grid then for this, your trophy final in MiniROK. Sebastian Weldon will take this one from pole with Macaulay Bishop alongside. That is a tasty front row, I have to say. Oliver Stilp, who's been driving really well, and Jacob Ashcroft also make up row number 2. Fraser Anderson and Joshua Turnbull make up row number 3. Row 4 is going to be Taylor Orridge and Alfie Richards. Row 5 will be Aidan Hassan and Ty Megia. And row 6 is going to be Milo Manderson and Casey Jones. On row 7 we find Jack Sant and Zane Quaker. Jake Woods and Archie Heron make up row 8. Row 9 will be Max Horler and Ollie Poole. Charlie Lomas and Sam Woolley make up row number 10 to round out your top 20. On row number 11 it's going to be Thomas Clark and Cameron Edmonds. And on row number 12, rounding out your 24 kart field, is going to be Isaac Barker and Spencer Talboys Keane. That is how they line up then for your MiniROK final. This class has been highly entertaining. I know it sounds like a cliche now, like I'm saying it with every class. It's just been that kind of a day. It really has been a great kickstart back into action, in my opinion, for the Whilton Mill Kart Club today. Sebastian Weldon won heat number 1 in this class. Taylor Orridge won heat number 2. And then heat number 3 went the way of Macaulay Bishop. So we've had a fair amount. Again, another class where we've had multiple winners. And it's going to be really interesting here. I think there are some drivers to look out for as well in this one. Archie Heron had an issue with the kart, but he's got some good pace there. So it could be interesting to see how he gets on. I feel I'm doing a disservice by not acknowledging some others in this one. We've seen Fraser Anderson and Joshua Turnbull and Jacob Ashcroft actually have some really good battles today. So this one is going to be really interesting. And it's fitting, I think it's fitting that we're going to have a nice sunny finish to this one. Let's have a good race. Sebastian Weldon leads them away for the trophy final in MiniROK, and we are immediately into a full start. I picked that one up so much, folks. Oh, goodness me. Goodness me. Well, the full start flackers had a good outing today as well, it has to be said. I'm not sure when I've had as much fun as this with the racing, but at the same time, are they? Yes, they have definitely been shown the full start flag. Yeah, comment coming in on YouTube. I feel bad for Harry. He deserved to win. Well done to him. Yeah, hopefully he's not too crestfallen, and I think he can go away today with his head held high. Harrison Mackey says, "Can you say hi to me?" Hi to me. So hopefully this time, yeah, that's a good point actually as well. Upcoming sim racing on the Double Dash Motorsport Media page on Wednesday the 5th of August. That is the DDMM iRacing Club 100 MX5 Championship. Do check that out. It's really, really good championship. Right, MiniROK, let's go for it. Come on this time, let's get this one good. And it's been called bad again. And the cynic in me is wondering if this is... yes, there's a cynic in me that's wondering if they're being a little bit cheeky to try and get some more warm-up laps. But that is completely unfounded. I'm just saying, we saw something a little bit similar earlier on with our IAME Cadets. They got the red flag. They got given a little slap on the wrist just to say, come on. Yeah, this is we want it to be a nice clean start, and it's not such a greasy surface now, so you haven't even got the rationale that maybe the people who are off the racing line are scrubbing wide. So I'm really hoping we're going to get a good clean start this time. Sebastian Weldon on pole, Macaulay Bishop alongside, Oliver Stilp and Jacob Ashcroft your second row, Fraser Anderson and Joshua Turnbull your third, Taylor Origin, Alfie Richards, Aidan Hassan and Ty Magier round out your top 10 coming into our trophy final. Here we go then, hopefully this time. And we're away for our trophy final in the MiniROK class as they stream into oblivion for the first time. Who comes out on top heading up the hill? It's extremely difficult to tell in this light, I won't lie, spotting those numbers as they come through the top of the hill, but I think Macaulay Bishop may have got the best start out of all of them. I think it is indeed, as they go 3 wide, even 4 wide into Ashby. Are they all going to work that out? They're all going to give themselves space. Yes, they are. Very good racing there in this field of drivers aged between 9 and 12 years of age. Very impressed by this start. I can see Taylor Orridge there really trying to make hay whilst the sun is literally shining for once, which is nice. He's worked his way up. I think he's made big gains on this first lap, but we'll call them as they come across the line then to complete lap 1 of this trophy final. It is indeed Macaulay Bishop. Sebastian Weldon is right with him. Jacob Ashcroft in 3rd. Joshua Turnbull in 4th. Taylor Orridge has indeed made it up to 5th place. Here is the battle for the lead though. Sebastian Weldon on the tail of Macaulay Bishop. And that is a move there between the 14th and the 15th. So that's Timagier getting past Fraser Anderson. Good move there. That is for 7th place. Christmas corner. As they come through Ozies onto the back straight. And it looks like, oh, as we've got an incident. Oh, and it's Taylor Orridge. Moment for Taylor Orridge. He's off. He's out. He is out of the running here. So one of our heat winners is at the side of the road, and he will not be competing for the trophies in this one. New fastest lap of the race from Jacob Ashcroft as he tries to get onto the back of these top two. He's really trying here, and Joshua Turnbull is trying to go with him. There they are. They're working together here to try and get onto the back of Macaulay Bishop and Sebastian Weldon. And then behind them, Oliver Stilp a little bit in no man's land at the moment. He'll be trying to get back onto the pace of those ahead of him. And then behind him, fantastic battle. Timagier, Casey Jones, Fraser Anderson, Alfie Richards, they're all in this big pack of karts. There they are, streaming through your screen now. Great stuff this. This is the 22 of Jacob Ashcroft, working together with Joshua Turnbull for now to try and catch up to the top two. They are within grasping distance. If they work together and the top two start battling, this is the goal. This is what you want to do if you're in 3rd and 4th place. You know, don't, 1st and 2nd, want to work together by and large in sprint racing in the early phase of the race to try and give themselves the gap so that they can battle towards the end. If you're 3rd and 4th, you don't want to do that. You want to keep them honest right through to the end. And that way, when Sebastian takes the gloves off and tries to challenge Macaulay Bishop for the lead of this race, you're right there ready to pick up the spoils if it comes to tears. Or even if they just slowed each other down enough. And the pace of Ashcroft and Joshua Turnbull on that last time through set the fastest lap of the race. These two drivers will do well to work together and try and get onto the back of our two leaders, and that will give us a lovely grandstand finish as well, it has to be said, from a neutral perspective. Macaulay Bishop leads, Sebastian Weldon in 2nd. He is very close though. I say they'll work together, but if the opportunity presents itself, there is that as well. Great driving from these two throughout the day. And as I've established, one of our other heat winners, Taylor Orridge, is out of the running now. Further down the order, Zane Quaker has just got past Jack Sant. That's for 12th place. Milo Manderson has got past Jake Woods for 14th. So good moves happening in the mid-pack as well. And, well, you can see how close they are. It's no surprise that there are some good battles, good overtakes taking place. And there as well, looks to me like... oh, and this is a challenge for 3rd. This isn't them working together. This is Turnbull going down the inside of Jacob Ashcroft, and he's got the job done. So Joshua Turnbull up into 3rd place. Now, as frustrating as it may be for Jacob Ashcroft to lose that place, he still wants to try and work together, in my opinion, for the time being, because that is not such a big gap. It's only 1.1 seconds between 2nd and 3rd at the moment. So all he wants to do, really, in my opinion, is he needs to just, you know, there'll be frustration on losing the place, but he just needs to contain that and go, okay, you can have the position for now. You lead the strike force, trying to catch. Oh, and there's an incident there in the last corner. 68 has had a spin, and that was because the 14 of Timagier had an incident as well. Casey Jones is the 68, and that's devastating for those two. They were running really well. They're going to have to wait for the field to stream past, assuming their karts are okay. and they don't seem to be the keenest. They're not the most sprightly karts in the world right now, it has to be said. Battle going on here between Fraser Anderson and Aiden Hassan. That's over 8th place, that just went through there. As we cut back to the battle over 3rd place. Nose to tail action here at Whilton Mill. Just over 4 minutes left on the clock. When will the gloves come off in the battle over 1st and 2nd? Because the sooner they start battling between Macaulay Bishop and Sebastian Weldon, the more opportunity there is for Turnbull and Ashcroft to catch up to them. But we've got some real experience at the front of this field. Macaulay Bishop, such a big name within the WMKC paddock. Sebastian Weldon, motorsport aficionados amongst you will know that he comes from a racing family. So there's good experience, good knowledge. Fastest lap of the race from Sebastian Weldon as well, a 50.777. Keeping Macaulay Bishop very honest now. Aiden Hassan did get past Fraser Anderson in that battle I mentioned a moment ago, and Milo Manderson still having a good battle out there, past Jack Sant on the last lap to get up to 11th. Casey Jones on the recovery has got past Ty Magier on that last lap up into 21st place. That's now very much a recovery drive for Casey Jones, unfortunately, after the incident at the final corner. I don't think it was linked to Ty Magier. I think they sort of spun independently of each other. That's how I saw it in the back of shot anyway. But I have to say, Oliver Stilp, who's been driving a quiet, solid race in 5th, has actually caught up to the back of Turnbull and Ashcroft now. I don't think this effort of 3rd and 4th to catch up to our leaders has worked nearly as successfully as Oliver Stilp, that man there in the number 7's efforts to catch up to the back of them. I think we can take a little bit of a look at the replay of what happened with the spin. So we're looking at the back of the shot here, and then that's going to go. Oh, and there was contact. Begging their pardon. That was not independent at all. That was contact there between Casey Jones and Timer here. So, well, that's, to be honest with you, that's the only tangle I've seen in the final corner today, which, you know, it's a difficult place to go racing side by side. So, understandable. And now look at Turnbull. Joshua Turnbull feeling the need to go a bit defensive against Jacob Ashcroft. We've got to keep an eye on this battle for 3rd. We've got to keep an eye on the battle for 1st, because it's as close as you like in both of those battles. And you cannot at the moment write the headline for who is taking home the trophies in this class today. 90 seconds just over left on the clock. There's a good battle between Casey Jones and Timer here. They're still battling, even though they connected each other in the final corner. Fantastic stuff here in the MiniROK class. As they come across the line, that's a change for 3rd. Jacob Ashcroft has got to the forefront of that battle for 3rd place there. So it's Ashcroft from Turnbull, and Oliver Stilp is right with them there now. Archie Heron has got past Alfie Richards. I said to look out for Archie Heron because the heats hadn't always gone his way. He's up to 6th place, on for some good points. Good for him. Here is Oliver Stilp. He's going to challenge. He's going to try and get the switch back through Inkerman, set up the opportunity down the inside into Ashby. He's going for it against Joshua Turnbull, and he's got the job done. Beautiful move there by Oliver Stilp to take that position. He has been building up to that for near on half of this race, and it's really good working up to that. Not out of the race, though, is Joshua Turnbull. He'll be looking for an opportunity. Meanwhile, up at the front, don't forget, our leaders are mere tenths apart. There they are now, coming round onto what I imagine will be the penultimate lap. Macaulay Bishop versus Sebastian Weldon for the win. Jacob Ashcroft in 3rd, Oliver Stilp in 4th, and Joshua Turnbull in 5th. We're looking here, this is still the battle between Casey Jones and Timer here. That's for 21st place. Still interesting to keep note of who comes out on top with that one. But this here is the lead battle. Macaulay Bishop in your 67 kart, Sebastian Weldon in the number 98. And it's going to be 1.5 laps left. So if Weldon's going to strike, he needs to think about where he's going to do it. And he's had all race to have a little think. Where is this going to happen? Where am I strongest? Can I get an opportunity on here? But he also doesn't want to throw away some good points here. Here we go then. On to the last lap. Who's going to take the win in this one? Who's going to take the last of the podium positions? It's all to play for here in the MiniROK finals. Macaulay's going to go super defensive. Who can blame him? But that's going to allow Weldon to get some good momentum out this corner. He'll take the switch back through Boxingdale. day. He'll take the switch back through Inkermans, but McCauley's wise to it, goes super defensive. Sebastian's going to have to go around the outside or try something very bold into Wilkins. Brilliant defensive driving by Macaulay Bishop here. And they go through Wilkins, but he's going to try down the inside of Ozius. Is the gap going to stay open? No, it's not. Sebastian Weldon can't get the job done. He's got one last opportunity. Set something up through the boot. Look for him taking the different line. He's going to try and find any which way by, but I think Macaulay Bishop has enough in hand. He's going to come round Paddock now and take the win in the MiniROK final here at Wilton Mill. Brilliant finish. Now, who's going to finish in third? Jacob Ashcroft has had a brilliant final lap. What's happened to Stilp and Turnbull? What has happened to Stilp and Turnbull? Archie Heron finishes fourth. Alfie Richards in fifth. Something's happened to Oliver Stilp and Joshua Turnbull, and they've collected each other. There they are. There they are. Oh, dearie me. They've both driven so well over the course of today. This is at Oziers. So this is the left-hander, the downhill braking, where we saw Sebastian Weldon have his most earnest attempt at getting past Macaulay on that last lap. And clearly something similar happened here, but it didn't end nearly as well. And that is disappointing for both Oliver Stilp and Joshua Turnbull. Obviously can't say anything about what happened to them there at that corner, but they'd both driven so well up until that point. Macaulay Bishop then wins by less than 0.2 of a second ahead of Sebastian Weldon. Jacob Ashcroft finishes third. Fourth is Archie Heron. Alfie Richards in fifth. Sixth was Aidan Hassan. Fraser Anderson in seventh. Eighth for Zane Quaker. Milo Manderson finished in ninth. 10th for Jack Sant. Max Haller, now there's some attention being given here to Joshua Turnbull. So whatever it is, it was not a lot of fun there at Oziers. Whatever went down there. So that's something to bear in mind there. But yeah, that is our racing for today. We say congratulations to Macaulay Bishop there, and it only remains for me to say a few thank yous and farewell there. The first thing, folks, is we're not done here for this weekend at Wilton Mill Kart Club. We will be back on tomorrow with the with all of the action from our junior and senior classes. There's also some exciting demos going on there as well. So be sure to join us. I'm just going to double check when we are going live tomorrow, unless Alpha Live can shout it at me now. We're going to just double check this. I think it's at about 1 p.m. that we'll be going live tomorrow. 1:20, I'm being told now. Thank you, guys. 1:20, we'll be going live on exactly the same channels that we have done today. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. Thank you so much for interacting, however you've been doing so. I want to say a thank you to all the folks at Alpha Live. We unusually were able to exhibit the camera crew at one point. Shout out to them. They do a fantastic job in varying conditions. Thank you to Darren, who's been doing all the calling the shots. Thank you to James, who's been coordinating this Alpha Live stuff and has been interacting with so many of you on YouTube. And my thanks to everybody at Wilton Mill Kart Club and Wilton Mill Circuit as well, who have made this happen. We have got back on track, folks. It has been so good to be back with you today. We'll be back tomorrow. My name's Howard Mitchell. I'm from Double Dash Motorsport Media. If you like what you've heard from a commentary perspective, please give us, check us out online. But until tomorrow, folks, for now, from everybody here at Wilton Mill, have a very good evening. Stay happy, stay healthy, and I'll see you tomorrow. Goodbye.